Xiaoling did not summon Sister Mina's name instantly. Instead, she said, "Do I necessarily have to accept your apology?" Her temper had not been good all along, and though it was very much subdued in this life, she could not let it go so easily after being accused as a thief. Lucas smiled kindly. "Of course, I have to be sincere with my apology. Miss, how about this? All apparels you get today will not be put on the tab. Additionally, I will issue you a membership card which grants you a 20% discount for subsequent purchases." The 20% membership discount card was the most esteemed for that brand. It was the same one Li Bei'er was currently holding. Li Bei'er looked outraged upon hearing that. Why was it that she had to purchase so many apparels and go to so much trouble for that membership card, while this country bumpkin could just ask for it? However, she dared not have an outburst in Lucas's presence. It was said that he had a mysterious background and that it never ended well for anyone who offended him. Xiaoling saw Li Bei'er's distorted expression in the corner of her eye. She smiled. "Sure, we'll do it that way." HMPH, the villain getting away with it. Li Bei'er did not dare incur the wrath of the store owner, so she directed her anger at Xiaoling. "Boss Lucas, the shopping environment in your boutique really isn't all that good." Xiaoling swept Li Bei'er an accusatory glance. Lucas smiled at her statement. "Miss Li Bei'er, you know our in-store regulations, making a racket is strictly not allowed. Since you knowingly violated the rule, I have no choice but to invite you to leave." Li Bei'er widened her eyes in disbelief. What? Lucas actually chased a regular customer out because of a shabby country bumpkin? She was not about to comply. "How could you? I was not the only one who was creating a scene, this country bumpkin was also." "Insulting or degrading other customers will result in the termination of membership," said Lucas calmly. One line was all it took to shut Li Bei'er up. She was not going to allow that. She patronized the store often indeed, but she wasn't all that wealthy. The 20% discount was a huge enticement for her. Without the discount, there would be so many beautiful pieces she would have to give up on. She did not want that. It stung too much. Li Bei'er was fuming as she kept her mouth shut. The smile on Lucas's face did not change. "Still not leaving? Do I have to call the security officer?" Li Bei'er never expected that being the one to threaten Xiaoling with the security officer, she would end up being chased out herself. Infuriated, she turned red and stomped off briskly. Xiaoling watched it unfold with no sense of regret whatsoever. Anybody who dared incur her wrath should be prepared to meet with a sorry end. If not for Lucas's intervention, Xiaoling would not have let her off this easily. Lucas turned towards Xiaoling, recovering his friendly tone. "Are you satisfied with how I handled it?" Xiaoling remained silent and apathetically shot Xiaoli a glance. Lucas got the hint, but internally he was shaking his head, wondering where this demanding lady came from. But Xiaoli's way of differentiating treatment towards customers was a big mistake as well, thus she ought to be taught a lesson. Hence, Lucas said, "Xiaoli, apologize to this lady over here." Xiaoli hated Xiaoling to the core now, but as Lucas's employee, she could not disobey his orders. She muttered, "I'm sorry." "What did you say? I can't hear you," Xiaoling mocked. Xiaoli clenched her teeth, raising her voice this time. "I'm sorry." "Oh, why are you apologizing to me?" In Xiaoling's dictionary, there wasn't such a thing as going too far. Moreover, Xiaoli looked unrepentant and indignant. It wasn't as if Xiaoling could not tell. What a bully. Xiaoli was furious as she lifted her head and turned to Lucas, hoping that he could save her from this unreasonable, insatiable woman. However, Lucas said, "The rule of thumb for an apology is to ensure that the other party is appeased." Xiaoli could barely take this, but she had no choice given the situation. Swallowing all her anger and unhappiness, she spoke as meekly as she could. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been rude to the customer, much less accused her of theft. Please be magnanimous and let me off." Well, that was not too bad. Xiaoling finally showed a look of satisfaction. Xiaoli had been keeping an eye on her expression. At this moment, she was finally relieved. But what happened next was unexpected. Lucas spoke again. "Since you acknowledge your faults, you have to take responsibility for them. Your bonus for the month will be wiped out." What? Xiaoli inhaled sharply upon hearing this. Salespeople like her had a very low base wage and made a living out of the bonuses earned. Now that her bonus for the month was to be taken away, how was she going to pay the debt for her credit card loans? It was only now that Xiaoli truly regretted what she had just done. How did she end up provoking such a devil? Paying with her dignity was a small issue compared to everything that she had to sacrifice. Xiaoling had no idea what Xiaoli was thinking, but either way, she wasn't intending to help her. Lucas was right, one had to take responsibility for the consequences of their actions, don't they? She smiled sweetly at Lucas. The store owner is fair and just. All of the unhappiness had been resolved by Lucas. Lucas saw her in a different light now. Despite dressing shabbily, with his discerning eye he knew that she was no simpleton. She had a kind of presence that allowed her to stride like a diva even if the world saw her as nothing more than a pauper. With her confidence, her ability to dazzle in any setting, everybody seemed insignificant to her. He took an interest in her. "I'm glad I could stand up for you. Could you then, on my account, let this store off? When you were about to leave just now, you were holding." "Oh, you mean this?" Xiaoling was stunned upon realization. No wonder Lucas did so much to help her, he must have seen her sly move. She took a mobile phone out of her jacket and deleted the audio recording in front of Lucas. All the evidence of Li Bei'er and Xiaoli accusing her as a thief and chasing her out was gone for good. "You really did make a recording." Lucas still had a lingering fear. If Xiaoling had handed this audio file to the media, the store reputation would have been badly tarnished. Not only was the employee rude, but even the regular customer was also of such undesirable and lowly character. The public would wonder, what kind of scum patronized this store? Especially since his main consumers were up-and-coming celebrities, all the more would they be influenced by public sentiments and steer clear of the brand, resulting in unthinkable losses for him. This was also why Lucas had to quell Xiaoling's anger, no matter how much it took. It was the first time Xiaoling had resorted to this and she was glad it worked well for her. Her willfulness and naive character had cost her a lot in her last life, being set up and betrayed by the people around her. This time she decided she would never repeat her mistakes, she'd be more careful and cautious than before. Hence in her free time, she would recall the tricks and strategies Chu Chen had used back when he was her agent and pick up a thing or two. She was intelligent, to begin with, and now that she had Chu Chen as her star teacher, these small issues were a piece of cake to deal with. After settling the recording, she finally got to the point. Boss Lucas, Sister Mina sent me here. I'm a budding singer at Ski Art Entertainment who's about to release my first single. I'll need a few sets of outfits for my daily wear and she recommended your store. So that's why, Lucas said, we've been in collaboration with Ski Art Entertainment for a long time now. Ski Art artists just have to sign the tab when making their purchases. In that case, the 20% discount card as well as the free offer for this purchase that I mentioned previously actually can't apply to you anymore. Xiaoling smiled a little, this store owner was really straightforward. Indeed, all her spendings were taken care of by the company, why did the discounts matter to her? Yet on the account that he was a nice person, she simply said, it's all right. In her previous life, even tens of thousands meant nothing to her. Though she wasn't so well-to-do in this life, she didn't have to resort to calculating over this little money either. Lucas had an even better impression of her now. This lady was one who made sure she got back at the people who provoked her, but besides that, she was straightforward and open-minded, just the way he liked it. Hence, he proposed, let's do like this, apart from the budget that Ski Art allocated for you, I will give you a few extra pieces at no cost, however much your bill goes up to, the additional gifts will be of equivalent value. Xiao Li was stunned. When did her boss become such a mild-tempered negotiator? Lucas had always been difficult to get along with and many were afraid of him. His move to gift somebody so much, the way he was doing now, was unprecedented. Xiao Li deeply regretted what she did. Had she known that her boss would be this nice to the lady, she would never have offended her. After Xiaoling kindly accepted the offer and thanked Lucas for it, she went ahead to pick her clothes. Lucas had intended to accompany her as she picked, and introduce every piece's unique feature and which style suited her, but she declined his offer. She went around the shop on her own and in no time picked 10 items. They were all for the current spring season, brightly colored dresses, sweaters, blouses and several types of bottoms. She would have more than enough to work with for the next 3 months. Lucas was pleasantly surprised by her picks, who knew that this lady who dressed in such old-fashioned clothing would fare all right in her taste in fashion. No, it wasn't just all right, it was even better than his. Her picks were the best in store, whether it was in terms of design, color or material. What mattered more was that it brought out her charisma impeccably. Lucas gave Xiaoling a look that expressed his compliments and casually picked out 5 of them and got her to sign it under Ski Art's tab. The other 5 pieces would be his gift for her. He got Xiao Li to wrap them up for her and soon the counter was lined with beautiful packages. Xiaoling looked at the mountain of packages, now how was she going to lug them back? Lucas said, I'll have someone deliver it, just leave me an address. Relieved, Xiaoling jotted it down, Ski Art Entertainment Training Camp Dormitory. Lucas kept the address and handed her the 20% discount membership card as promised. It probably won't be of use to you, but you can pass it on to your family and friends. She did not have any family member worthy of it, nor did she have many friends. But seeing that Lucas was so forthcoming about it, she accepted it anyway, bade her farewell and left. She had only just reached the dormitory when the clothes arrived. Wow, so many beautiful clothes. Her roommates, including Lan Lan, had not been approved to cut their debut yet. They were standing around her in envy, gasping in admiration. It's so good to be able to release a debut. Xiaoling got along well with them and smilingly said, when you release your first debut, I'll give you 1 piece each as a present. Lan Lan and the few of them were still lacking in their singing skills and would not be releasing their debut anytime soon. By the time they did, Xiaoling would have made quite a bit and by then even giving them a few pieces each would not be a problem. They were excited to hear that and thanked her in delight before egging her on. Xiaoling, hurry and try them on for us. Look at this design and this color, they should suit you well, way better than the cheap goods your stepmother got you. Xiaoling could not be bothered to try them on initially, she had worn better stuff than this many times before. But she thought about Sister Mina's warnings and realized she did have to live a little more enthusiastic, and so she tried them on piece by piece. Help me snap a picture, she told her roommates. I need to show it to my manager. Given that this was what every girl enjoyed doing, they earnestly helped her with her change and took photos from every angle to feature every detail. By the time they were done with it, it was midnight. Xiaoling was exhausted, she sent the photos to Sister Mina and fell right asleep. The next morning she woke up to Sister Mina's reply, 10 pieces. I checked the accounts yesterday, you only bought 5 pieces under Ski Art's name. Where did the other 5 come from? Xiaoling could not go without explaining the whole scenario to her. On her end, Sister Mina was laughing hard over the text. This budding artiste was really one of a kind, she looked so meek on the outside, how did her hot temper come about? She was really one who would not be taken advantage of. Li Bei'er was no big celebrity, but offending her the moment she took off was quite a big deal. Yet, it seemed like she got into Lucas's good books. Having worked with Lucas for many years, Sister Mina knew the kind of person he was. All this time nobody had received this many gifts from him at one go. At this thought, Sister Mina smiled again. The person she had offended was irrelevant to her, all that mattered was that this fellow knew how to play her charm to her advantage. She studied all of Xiaoling's photos and outfits in detail and took a look at her own list of contacts. Under stylist, she picked out one name among the tens and sent Xiaoling's photos over. In a few days, Sister Mai Na took Xiaoling to the stylist for her makeover. It was a large styling center with many fashionably dressed people around, including a few beautiful faces often seen on television. Sister Mai Na led Xiaoling to a studio where a few stylists were busy at work. To her surprise, Xiaoling saw Lu Dao. Lu Dao and his partner were getting their styling done. Both of them were the hip-hop type, and he wore his hair short and punky and was in a denim vest with motorcycle gloves on, reeking of exuberance and rebellion. That was when she remembered that his band had made a name for themselves earlier than she did. Lu Dao saw Xiaoling and his face lit up. Yi Xingling, fancy seeing you here before. I've come round to congratulate you on your debut. You've got to do your best from here on, and if you ever need help just look for your brother Dao. She smiled at him. Lu Dao's stylist walked over and glanced at Xiaoling. This lady over here has a very clean-cut style. I suppose you're here for Eric as your stylist. Of all the stylists here, he's the best yet. Xiaoling said, I don't know, my manager brought me here. Sister Mai Na. Lu Dao's stylist looked at where Sister Mai Na was talking to Eric. Very strict manager, but she's a nice person and she's groomed many stars under her. Having her as your manager is your good fortune. Xiaoling simply smiled. He was right. Sister Mai Na might be a little strict and harsh with her words, but she was indeed nice to the people around and responsible for her work, doing a good job in assisting Xiaoling in every aspect. She just hoped that she really was fortunate and could entrust herself to a manager who wasn't a scumbag like Chu Chen. When Sister Mai Na and Eric were done talking, she led him to Xiaoling and introduced him. Eric was a tall and clean-cut 30-odd-year-old man in a black shirt and had on some Chanel cologne. I've looked through your profile, he told Xiaoling. In the early days your style won't be set yet, so it'll be rather variable and versatile. Your disposition is slightly cold with a tinge of mystery, so anything too fancy or flamboyant is unsuitable. Also, you have delicate features, and your face shape and body frame are both beautiful, so it'll be to your advantage to go for a cool, reserved style. Xiaoling nodded and agreed with his point of view. He picked out the textures and color schemes that suited her best and recommended that she dressed accordingly in the future. He went on to apply some nude makeup on her, meticulously highlighting the tip of her brows. Her hair was also done into clean layers, with strands of purple highlights to bring out her mysterious aura. With the full package completed, Xiaoling stood up and sized herself up in the mirror. She was wearing a white floral dress and an amber necklace that beautifully complemented her eyeshadow. The look was perfect, there would be no flaw however the photos were going to be taken. She was very satisfied. Sister Mai Na was satisfied as well. I finally see some semblance to a celebrity. As they walked out of the center, Sister Mai Na laid out some instructions. You should get ready. Over the next few days we will visit a few recording companies for you to get acquainted with the people in the industry. Of course, we'll also be exploring which company would be best suited to write your debut song. Xiaoling remembered the deal she made with Wei Xiaoyan a few months back. Sister Mai Na, she said. Wei Xiaoyan had mentioned that he was willing to write me my debut song. Sister Mai Na was stunned. You got Wei Xiaoyan settled. He hasn't written any songs for new talents in many years, he's extremely picky and never had the patience to personally show them the ropes. Xiaoling gave Wei Xiaoyan a call there and then. Hello, Wei, you said you were going to write my debut song, is this promise still in effect? Wei Xiaoyan paused for a moment, seemingly in shock. Xiaoling, you're working on your debut already. When did the company's selection and evaluation process become so efficient? The promise is still effective, I'm still waiting for you. Xiaoling hung up and gave Sister Mai Na a nod. Knowing that you have such a close relationship with Wei puts me at ease. Sister Mai Na was in thought before she revealed an almost devious smile. Now that he's in charge, it'll be a lot easier for me to make requests. Xiaoling did not understand what she meant until they went to see Wei Xiaoyan together. Top the charts for new singles, top the charts for new artists, this is the least I expect. Sister Mai Na sat on the couch in the recording studio, her legs gracefully crossed and a glass of wine in her hand, with her gold-polished nails stealing the focus. Total sales have to make it into the top 3 in rank, and the best new artiste of the year must be one. Wei Xiaoyan listened like a yes man, a complete change from his usual haughty attitude. He seemed to be afraid of Sister Mai Na, though the reason was unclear. Even so, upon hearing Sister Mai Na's last request, he had to say something. Although it's a fact that even a pig can make it to the top of best singles as long as I'm the one writing the song. Xiaoling shot him a death glare. Hey, who's the pig? Wei Xiaoyan disregarded it and went on. The first few requests are not a problem, but best new artiste of the year, the nominees this time include Xia Yu of Imperial Entertainment. Xia Yu. Xiaoling was silent for a bit. She had avoided thinking about it the whole time until now. But now she had no choice but to face it. From then on she would have to compete with Xia Yu. They were marking their debut at almost the same time and would inadvertently be compared with each other. The entertainment industry was a cruel place, survival of the fittest, and no one was going to give in. She felt some tightness in her chest, most of the joy she derived from marking her debut dissipating. Wei Xiaoyan was carefully explaining to Sister Mai Na. You see, any artiste who marked their debut within the last 2 years is eligible for this award. Xia Yu's debut was at the end of last year, it would be just right for her to enter the nominations this time. Moreover, Imperial Entertainment is giving her a lot of backing and support, they're definitely eyeing the Best New Artiste award too. He said, but for Xiaoling, looking at her current progression, her debut will only be officially released in the second half of this year. Compared to Xia Yu, she'll have lost out on more than half a year, it would be too much of a haste to set the goal for her on this year's award. It'll be a lot more appropriate to aim for next year's award instead. His words made a lot of sense, even Xiaoling was nodding in agreement. Sister Mina's glance swept over them, revealing a look of despise. Is that all you both have got? Yi Xingling, I'm telling you, if you don't win the best new artiste of the year, watch how I shelve you. Xiaoling was speechless. All right, she dared not express a further opinion. She hung her head low and showed her obedience. Sister Mina directed her agitation to Wei Xiaoyan. And you, Wei Xiaoyan, where's your dignity as a gold-class music producer? It's been so many years, are you going to watch Feng Kun step all over you? It used to be Xiaoling, fine, let's take it that you couldn't beat him then because you didn't have an equally capable singer. But it's Xia Yu now, if you still can't better him, where's your worth in this industry? You might as well be a vegetable seller instead. It's not that I can't beat Feng Kun. Wei Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. Sister Mina looked at him in disdain. In what way are you better than him? It's been so many years, you know, it's always been Feng Kun right at the top and you taking second place. I say you're afraid of him, or have you suffered too many blows that you're out of confidence? Now you don't even have the guts to fight with him over the Best New Artiste award. Isn't it just the Best New Artiste award? Who says I can't win? Wei Xiaoyan was fuming. Well said. Sister Mina gave slow applause and smiled in satisfaction. In that case, I'll wait and see just who will win the award this year. Xiaoling was speechless. Ah Wei, did you know you've been tricked? Regarding the Best New Artiste award, Xiaoling was not too persistent about it, and thinking about having to compete with Xia Yu made her heart ache. She never forgot their childhood years in the orphanage, when Xia Yu would use her little hands, swollen due to her illnesses, to tug at her clothes, and how she would ever so softly call her, sister. Xia Yu was so young then, she would get excited over candy for several days. As she grew up, however, even when Xiaoling piled riches before her, she was able to push her sister into a bottomless abyss without batting an eyelid. Xiaoling did not want to see her. It was not because she was giving in, neither was it that she didn't have what it took to compete with her. It was that every time she saw her, she couldn't help but recall the heart-wrenching past. Wei Xiaoyan did not have Xiaoling's problem. His problem was regarding Feng Kun. Sister Mina had used reverse psychology to prod him the other day, but her words held truth. Despite being known as the double legends all these years, Feng Kun was always in a slightly better position overall. When they released their singles at roughly the same time, under normal circumstances, Feng Kun's sales would better Wei Xiaoyan's. Even when it came to reviews of media representatives, Feng Kun's were often more favorable. That said, many insiders of the industry felt that Wei Xiaoyan was not to blame. Their music genres were completely different. Wei Xiaoyan's was more exquisite while Feng Kun's was more resplendent and hence naturally more appealing to the masses. Moreover, as Sister Mina had mentioned, Feng Kun had Xiaoling the legendary diva, while all Wei Xiaoyan had was incomparable singers. But Wei Xiaoyan evidently did not feel that way. He could not see past his loss to Feng Kun. He dropped all his work on hand and, with furious earnestness, went to start on the debut song. Whether it was the melody or the lyrics, he wanted to have it all done on his own. He switched off his cell phone, moved away, rejected all socializing activities and worked on it day and night. When Xiaoling received the song sheet, she could not believe that the melody was such a peaceful and melodious one. The song title was Glass Fingertips. It depicted a lonely girl, dressed in a white dress, missing and longing for her lover on a rainy afternoon. She leaned against the full-length glass windows and traced his name over and over on the pane. Stroke by stroke against the ice-cold glass, she wrote out the longing for him that she had kept buried in the depths of her heart. The song was not complicated, it was like a quiet poem with light piano accompaniment. However, Xiaoling knew all too well how difficult this song was. The simpler it was, the purer it was. And when a song was pure, it was easier to sing but significantly harder to master. Xiaoling felt as if it was not Feng Kun who offended Wei Xiaoyan but her. Songs like this became a classic if sung well, but any minor flaw in the performance would downplay its value. At this point, Xiaoling missed Feng Kun immeasurably. How she wished that she had gotten a song like Sea Demon. The culprit was grinning with satisfaction. Xiaoling, your voice is very unique. The first feeling it evokes is cool and distant, but listen on meticulously and one would sense vivid emotions and detail in your voice. At the same time, there is a clear wholeness to your voice that is hard to come by. Of all the singers I've met, you're the only one who is able to blend these qualities perfectly, and I believe you are able to latch this loneliness in eternity. You have immense potential and this song is tailored just for you, I'm sure it will bring you fame. Xiaoling feebly said, Master, do me a favor if you will, this is what you've come up with after isolating yourself for so long. Are you not going to consider writing me a more sensational song? I'll definitely not embarrass you if you write me a resplendent song, I promise. Wei Xiaoyan did not waver. Music comes from the soul, only a fool like Feng Kun would resort to various means to obscure the true beauty of a human's essence. Xiaoling, let me tell you, with your talent, you will never be able to beat Xiaoling. But don't you want to be a diva? What I'm giving you now is a path that will lead you to achieve more than Xiaoling did. This was no path, it was a deathly tightrope. She dreadfully held the song sheet for glass fingertips and familiarized it according to how Wei Xiaoyan instructed her. She practiced over the next few days, and the more she practiced, the more shocked she got. This song sounded extraordinarily clean and beautiful, it was tranquil yet distant, a bliss to listen to. Wei Xiaoyan was right, this song could set time in stone, it could be latched in eternity. She poured her heart and soul into the song and was completely wrapped up in it. So much so that she only snapped back after her cell phone had rung for the third time. She picked up the phone, frustrated, and saw the cute avatar on the screen. It was Boss Li Lei. Xiaoling let out a groan. What exactly did Boss see in her that he was still not over it? Hello, she wasn't sounding very nice. On the other end of the line, Li Lei's charming voice was transmitted with a little teasing tone. What's wrong, little beauty, why the quick temper? I'm practicing my song. Her tone had not changed. Big Boss Lee did not seem the least bothered by her anger, simply saying, don't practice anymore, come out with me for some fun. Xiaoling was stunned. Me? Go out with you? For some fun? They didn't seem to be on that close terms yet. Yeah, Li Lei said it like it was a matter of course. Did you not think about whose effort it was that you got to debut so soon? Even Tan Ying told you to thank me, but you haven't expressed much gratitude. What's going out with me for some fun? He sounded wronged as he spoke. Xiaoling was confused. She vaguely remembered Tan Ying reminding her to thank Li Lei when she signed the debut contract. She took it as a passing remark, not expecting Big Boss to really keep waiting. Xiaoling was speechless. Why are you not talking? Big Boss did not let her off. Xiaoling said, I'm having some regrets staying in ski art. Big Boss smiled easily. Regrets? It's just right then, time to come out for a walk. The cherry blossoms in the southern mountains have bloomed, I'll take you horse riding to see the flowers. The southern mountains outside the city were a beautiful landscape, especially in spring, where cherry blossoms would extend for miles and miles, etching the image in the hearts and minds of people. There was an equestrian club nearby too, a place that many wealthy millennials often patronized. But Xiaoling did not feel like going. Boss, I'm not feeling too well, you'd best find someone else. If you're unwell, then all the more you should come out for some leisure time. Boss continued trying. I'm already at the training camp, do you want me to come and fetch you? I could get you some medicine and food on the way. Don't. She cut him off before he could complete his sentence. Don't come looking for me. I'll accompany you to the southern mountains. She was exasperated, there was no way she could let him come over without having him announce it to the world. By then, what would become of her reputation? She might as well go according to his wishes, taking it as working overtime. She gave up and stopped bothering. She reluctantly kept her song sheet and changed into a comfortable, neutral-colored t-shirt and three-quarter leggings. Her change of outfit brought out a liveliness in her that lifted her low spirits. For fear of being seen, she met Li Lei at the garage and got into his SUV while no one was around. He sat calmly at the driver's seat, watching her get into his car as stealthily as a thief, his lips curled up ever so slightly. This girl was indeed special, low profile and not attempting to take advantage of the situation for self-benefit. She was just the type he liked. He was getting even more excited about this trip to the southern mountains. The peach blossoms were in full bloom on Nanshan. Xiaoling followed Li Lei through the peach blossom forest to an open field just outside a horse riding club. Under a pavilion on the open field, there was around 10 youthful men and ladies gathered. The men were all in branded clothes and wearing branded watches, all looking like they were from wealthy backgrounds. On the other hand, each lady was more beautiful than the next, clearly dressed to impress, and each appeared to be paired off with a gentleman. Looking at this scene, Xiaoling stopped in her tracks. What did Li Lei treat her as in bringing her here? His escort. What kind of women would choose to accompany these gentlemen? They were all likely girls that had given themselves over for money. She felt anger rising in her heart. Yet, before she lost her cool, the sharp-eyed gentleman had already noticed them. Yo, young Master Li, you're finally here. Who's this pretty lady that you brought? She doesn't look familiar. When did you hit it off with her? What happened to Lily? Tisk, this little beauty is in a completely different league from Lily. Li Lei laughed as he chided them. Pulling Xiaoling alongside him, he introduced her. This is Yi Xingling, a singer that Ski Art Entertainment recently debuted. Do give her more of your support in the future. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes landed on Xiaoling. There was nothing special about the looks the gentleman gave her. However, the 7 or 8 ladies weren't as friendly. Their eyes were like X-rays and they looked as if they were trying to give her a full-body scan. Tisk, what is this? The ladies were thinking to themselves. This Yi Xingling looks mediocre at best. She isn't particularly well endowed, her legs aren't long enough, her behind isn't perky enough. She looks as if she's malnutritioned. Other than having a skinny waist, there is nothing about her that meets the eye. Why would the gold standard bachelor, young Master Li, be smitten by her? Young Master Li was a prominent figure in their circle. In terms of family background, he was from the mysterious and dangerous Li family that was associated with the underworld. They would just need to stamp their feet a little and the other big families would be quivering in their boots. In terms of visuals, he was of mixed blood and was handsome beyond words, enough to make any woman scream in wonder. In terms of body proportions, his muscles did not appear to be like the rest of the wealthy gentlemen, who clearly worked out a lot in the gym. It was said that they were developed through him actually having to engage in real hand-to-hand combat with his enemies, which only served to increase his attractiveness way above anybody else. In terms of abilities, he had established a huge business single-handedly and was unlike the other wealthy gentlemen that were living off their family's wealth. In terms of intelligence, wealth, ability to humor a lady. In every aspect, Li Lei was the clear victor. Today, this perfect man had brought along a mediocre lady to the party. How would they be able to set this down? In what way were they inferior to Xiaoling? Why was Li Lei smitten with Xiaoling? All the ladies were exceedingly unhappy. Yi Xingling, one of the beautiful ladies, laughed daintily, leaning on the chest of her wealthy partner. I haven't heard of her. It's such a blessing to be with young Master Li. No matter how normal the person is, he would still be able to make her into a singer. This clearly insinuated that Xiaoling did not become a singer through her own talents, but depended on Li Lei to open the back door for her and make her a singer through his connections. Even without him, I will still successfully become a singer. Xiaoling responded coldly. When she was unhappy, she would be very direct and would not mince her words. Everyone gasped in shock. Was she mad? How could she speak like that? Even if she wanted to rebut that beautiful lady, why would she put down Li Lei as well? Didn't she know who Li Lei was? Did she not know that he was able to squash her with a simple wave of his finger? Many of the ladies looked on, gloating at what they saw as Xiaoling's imminent misfortune. Only death would await her for offending young Master Li. It might appear that young Master Li was easygoing given that he was always smiling. However, in reality, he had the shortest temper in this group of wealthy gentlemen and was one that should not be messed with. Rumors had it that one of his female partners had said something wrong and he had her cut up into pieces and fed to his pet as a snack. The ladies waited to see what would happen to Xiaoling. Even the gentlemen were watching on with interest to see how Li Lei would punish her. Yet, Li Lei simply rubbed his nose good-naturedly, saying, "Yes, yes, without me you will definitely still be a singer." The group looked on in shock. This had to be a joke. Young Master Li, the one with a short temper and said to be difficult to please, did not lose his temper. Listening to his tone, it seemed like he was giving in to her and trying to make this girl happy. This was unfathomable. They turned to look at Xiaoling, who had a calm expression on her face. "I'm glad you are aware of that." Of course, she had diva potential. Whichever entertainment company she chose would be honored to have her. Why would she need his help? The people watching on were shocked yet again at her frankness. How could she take Li Lei for granted? Li Lei appeared unbothered as he laughed before changing the topic. He introduced the people standing around to Xiaoling. "Here, this handsome gentleman in front of you is the Chengdong family's heir, Du Yunfeng. This guy on the left here is the real estate Lu family's third son. And the guy next to him is the second young master of the Zhou family that is running an F&B chain." He went a full round, introducing all the wealthy gentlemen in the group to Xiaoling. Initially, the wealthy gentlemen were slightly taken aback. However, they were used to all kinds of situations and, very quickly, Du Yunfeng and the rest said hi to her with a smile, indicating their acquaintance. If any of the ladies had considered being amicable to Xiaoling, they were now all boiling over with envy and jealousy. What did Xiaoling do to deserve this treatment, for young Master Li to formally introduce her to all of the gentlemen? In all honesty, these ladies were simply playthings for these wealthy men. They were of lowly status and their owners would not introduce them to their friends. All of them were not introduced when they were brought here. They existed as if they were a part of their partners. What was up with young Master Li? The ladies could not understand the situation. Yet, Du Yunfeng and the other wealthy gentlemen were more discerning and intelligent. They understood that given Li Lei's status and character, he would not formally introduce someone that he considered a plaything. Since he had formally introduced Xiaoling to them, his feelings for her were not so simple. "Is she your girlfriend?" Du Yunfeng teased. The ladies looked on in trepidation. It couldn't be. Was this Xiaoling young Master Li's actual girlfriend? No, she was too mediocre. How could she match up to young Master Li? How could that be? Li Lei laughed. The ladies breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, how could this ugly duckling think of becoming a swan? But Li Lei's next sentence made all of their hearts break. "I haven't managed to get her to say yes yet," he said with a tinge of mournfulness. Du Yunfeng looked at him with his mouth agape. The third son of the Lu family was speechless. The second son of the Zhou family widened his eyes in shock. "Young Master Li, you have to be joking. Do you know how incredulous and shocking this news sounds? For someone with your skills and abilities in chasing girls, you have no game with this utterly mediocre-looking girl. Quit joking." The group of them secretly thought to themselves. Xiaoling frowned and said out loud, "Quit playing around." Li Lei looked at her like he had been wronged. Xiaoling could not help but scold him silently. "Big boss Li, how old are you this year? Why are you trying to whine like a kid? Who are you trying to show that forlorn face to? Do you think I will fall for it? No way." Xiaoling ignored him as she ground her teeth in frustration. Li Lei blinked his big round eyes pitifully at her, but seeing that she was adamant to ignore him, he blinked again to change his expression back to normal. He came alongside her and persuaded her. "Go horse riding with me please." "No," Xiaoling coolly rejected him. "Why?" He started to look at her pitifully again. "I'm having that time of the month," she replied loudly. Li Lei did not know how to respond. As such, all the wealthy gentlemen and their female partners left to go horse riding, leaving Xiaoling by herself relaxing on a bamboo chair in the warm sun, drinking tea peacefully. This was great, being able to just chill all by herself. Yet, she was only comfortable for a little while before trouble came looking for her. The warm sunlight was blocked by a shadow. Xiaoling lifted her head and was startled to see a familiar face, Li Baier. The Li Baier in front of her now clearly had put in much effort to make herself presentable. Her long, curly hair was combed into a charming style and she was wearing a fiery red, body-hugging top and skinny pants matched with a pair of bright-colored riding boots. She looked both cool and sexy. She looked down on Xiaoling and asked, "What are you doing here? What's it got to do with you?" Xiaoling responded lightly. She was actually rather shocked to see Li Baier. The world was a small place and it seemed that Li Baier was one of the female partners of Li Lei's group of friends here today. These rich second-generation heirs enjoyed playing around with small stars. She wondered which of the gentlemen had such bad taste and had chosen this shallow and problematic woman. Li Baier was insulted by Xiaoling's calm demeanor. She snapped at Xiaoling, her chest heaving in anger. "Who are you then? What place do you have sitting here? Speak, how did you manage to sneak in here? If you don't tell me, I'll call security over right now." This scene felt like deja vu. Xiaoling's lips curled into a smile as she sniggered. "Have you not been through enough difficulties?" "What?" Li Baier looked at her, confused. "Not long ago, you were chased out of Lucas's shop, right? How did that feel?" Xiaoling swirled the glass in her hands, the rose tea complementing her white fingertips. "Do you want to be chased out again here?" Li Baier's face contorted in anger as she was reminded of being chased out of the shop, and she glared at Xiaoling with fire seemingly spouting from her eyes. She had never been that disgraced and humiliated in her life. To date, she was too embarrassed to go to Lucas's shop. As such, she had not had the chance to buy all the new outfits for the spring season and could only wear her old clothes to Nanshan today. It was all because of this ugly woman in front of her, who had caused her to be publicly humiliated and not be able to buy new clothes, and also caused her to receive countless snide comments from the other ladies present today. No, she had to get the upper hand here today. Lee Buyer seethed and ground her teeth together, her beautiful face contorting in anger again. Yet, learning from her mistake from before, Lee Buyer was a little cleverer this time. Who did you come here with today? She asked, afraid that Xia Ling had a strong backer. After all, the only people who could bring female partners into the Nanshan Horse Riding Club were wealthy second-generation heirs that had formidable backgrounds. Before making trouble, she needed to be sure that she could afford to offend Xia Ling. Xia Ling lazily responded, why do you care who I came here with? She did not have the good habit of replying everything that she was asked, and also did not like to wave Li Lei's name around like a banner. Even if she could guess the intention behind Lee Buyer's question, she did not care to tell her the truth. Lee Buyer took it that Xia Ling was scared, and proudly stood taller, further showing off her full bosom. I came here today with the second son of the Zhou family. In this circle, the second son of the Zhou family was a big name. He would rank just after Li Lei and Du Yunfeng. Lee Buyer had nothing to be afraid of as long as she did not offend the ladies that came with Li Lei and Du Yunfeng. Xia Ling looked at Lee Buyer as if she was a moron. Did she feel proud to have crawled into bed with a second-generation heir? What is more, she had seen second young Master Zhou earlier hugging two other women in his arms. Should Lee Buyer not be trying to regain his favor instead of wasting time with her here? Seeing that Xia Ling was not saying anything, Lee Buyer thought that she had guessed it right and that Xia Ling did not have a strong backer. She started to get complacent, sneering at Xia Ling. Get lost while I'm being nice. Or would you like to wait for second young Master Zhou to come over, then? Who is that asking my girl to get lost? Out of the blue, a lazy voice floated over. Xia Ling turned her head towards the voice and saw Li Lei slowly walking over from under the shadows of the bamboo forest. He was wearing a white riding outfit from top to bottom, which complemented his tan skin tone, making him look wildly handsome. 10 or so people followed behind him, and they were the group of wealthy gentlemen with their female partners returning from their horse riding. Lee Buyer's expression changed. Who was that speaking just now? Oh my god, was she mistaken? It couldn't be. Li Lei had a nonchalant smile on his face as he came closer to Lee Buyer. He said, it's you who is bullying my person. No, I didn't. Lee Buyer stuttered in fear. How was this possible? It was really young Master Li. This irritating woman, who looked mediocre and had neither a big chest nor behind, was brought in here by young Master Li. She, Lee Buyer was close to tears as she stuttered on in panic. I was just kidding around with her. Yes, we were just joking around. Oh, Li Lei continued smiling, then, I'm just joking around with you now. Let me see how you get lost. Lee Buyer was stunned. She did not expect Li Lei to say something like that. What should she do now? Li Lei had a reputation in this circle for being hot-tempered, and she did not dare offend him. She turned her head to look at Xia Ling, only to see Xia Ling focused on swirling the glass teacup in her hands, her expression calm and peaceful as if this commotion had nothing to do with her. Lee Buyer could only look toward second young Master Zhou in hopes that he would lend her a helping hand. However, second young Master Zhou could not care less about her. She was not the most favored girl around him, and even if she was, he would not care to go against Li Lei for a simple plaything. Come on, Li Lei had already formally introduced Xia Ling to this group of friends, which was a clear indication that she meant a lot to him. How could Lee Buyer, his plaything, hold a candle to the apple of Li Lei's eye? Second young Master Zhou shrugged and said, Second young Master Li, do what you may. You needn't give me face. Li Lei was also the second son in his family, hence his close friends would address him as such. Hearing this, Li Lei's smile broadened across his face, revealing his perfectly white teeth, then, do get lost. His tone was exuberant but made Lee Buyer quiver in her shoes. Lee Buyer seethed in her heart. Not only had she offended the terrifying young Master Li, but she had now also lost her backer. She could not do anything but turn around with her hands over her face and started walking out. Come back. She had not gone very far before she heard Li Lei's voice behind her ring out again. Young Master Li, can I do anything else for you? She asked nervously, almost in tears. I asked you to show me how you roll. Roll. Everyone understood what young Master Li was saying at this moment. So, he wanted her to roll out of this place. Poor Lee Buyer, this was terrible for her. Tisk, who asked her to get on the wrong side of young Master Li? She now had to roll all the way out of this place. Some of the ladies could not resist but steal a look at the terrain. Even though it was a grass field, but there were some pebbles and peach blossom twigs scattered around. To roll down from here, not thinking about how dirty or embarrassing it would be, the chance of her face being cut and grazed from all the pebbles and twigs was extremely high, and could even leave lasting scars. Indeed, there was no good end to anyone that offended young Master Li. Lee Buyer was terrified. She begged Li Lei pitifully, both her eyes filled with tears. Young Master Li, You don't want to roll. Li Lei continued smiling at her. I don't want to roll. Please, I beg you, don't make me roll. Lee Buyer pleaded. Li Lei slowly responded, begging me is useless. He carelessly glanced over at Xia Ling as he spoke. Everyone realized at this moment that the person who could decide if Lee Buyer had to roll was this calm lady sitting by the side, sipping at her tea. Lee Buyer felt like she was about to lose her mind. She had to beg this irritating woman. Begging Li Lei was fine. After all, he had his young Master Li status, and even if it was embarrassing to grovel, she could live with it. However, begging this irritating woman was another story. Who was she? Not long ago she had bumped into her and saw her dressed in last season's discount clothes. How did she deserve to receive her begging? She could not accept this. Li Bayer's face was ashen in her anger, and she glared at Xiaoling with much hatred. Xiaoling continued sipping at her tea, her white fingers holding on to the glass cup and admiring the rose petals that were dancing within her cup. She did not even spare a glance at Li Bayer. The one being humiliated wasn't her, she could take her time. The situation reached a deadlock. Second young master Zhou stepped forward and said, Li Bayer, apologize to Miss Yi now. He had brought Li Bayer here today. If the situation was not handled properly, he was afraid that it would affect his relationship with Li Lei or even affect his family's business. Given these considerations, his voice was cold and stern as he commanded Li Bayer. Li Bayer quivered even more in her place. Li Lei was not to be messed with, but neither was second young master Zhou. She knew him well, and whenever he used this tone of voice, he was really angry and the consequences could be ugly. She bit her lips as she struggled and finally spat out at Xiaoling. Miss Yi, I'm sorry. I beg you, show me mercy and forgive me for what I did today. Xiaoling slowly sipped her tea again, and then raised her eyes to look at Li Bayer. She smiled and asked, you aren't happy about this, are you? No, I'm happy. Li Bayer responded with reluctance, the anger within her piling up high. Why isn't this irritating woman accepting her apology? What is she dragging out the time for? A look of confusion entered Xiaoling's eyes as she queried. Then, why do I think your apology sounds so forced? Yi Xingling, don't ask for too much. Li Bayer ultimately could not hold in her anger. So, you're clearly unhappy then. Xiaoling continued in a light tone. Yes, I'm unhappy. Li Bayer was not naturally mild-natured, and she blew up from Xiaoling's little taunting. Yi Xingling, if not for young Master Li backing you, you are nothing at all. Stop acting like you're all high and mighty, let's just wait and see how long you can hold on to him. Young Master Li was known to change female partners as quickly as he changed clothes. Given that Xiaoling was still dressed in cheap clothes, Li Bayer guessed that she had only recently gotten the attention of young Master Li. After a few days, when her novelty wore off on young Master Li and he had thrown her to the side, Xiaoling would be left in the lurch, crying. Xiaoling turned her head slightly, the semblance of a smile hanging on the corner of her lips. Very good, she was just waiting for this statement. Her plan to anger Li Bayer was a success. She was not pleased with the fact that Li Lei had thrown the decision-making power on how to deal with Li Bayer to her. She knew that Li Lei was trying to help her get back at Li Bayer, but didn't this simply affirm the view that she was his girl and was dependent on him? She did not want it to be this way. She did not want to owe Li Lei anything. She wanted to deal with it in her own power, in a way that nobody could question. Very good. She slowly put down the glass in her hands. Li Bayer, why don't you decide what you need me to do for you to feel less wronged? Regardless of what Li Bayer suggested, Xiaoling was prepared to accept. Li Bayer did not expect this turn of events, and while initially stunned, she soon was gloating at her fortune. Great, this irritating woman was dumber than she expected. She did not want to rely on young Master Li and wanted to go head-to-head with her. How naive and stupid. Since this irritating woman wanted to court death, she did not mind showing her who had the upper hand here. Li Bayer sinisterly narrowed her eyes and laughed. Would you dare compete with me in a round of horse riding? A horse riding competition. Those looking on frowned when they heard this. This lady that young Master Li had brought along did not join them when they went riding earlier. It was either true that she had her period, or she didn't know how to ride at all. Regardless of which of these reasons were true, there was no way she would be able to compete with Li Bayer in horse riding. Li Bayer clearly had chosen this shrewdly. She would be able to not only regain her pride but also put Xiaoling down in the process. That being said, everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoling. This lady was really dumb to have dug a hole for herself to jump into. Second young Master Zhou gave Li Lei a questioning look. If Li Lei gave the signal, he would prevent the competition from proceeding. Even if this lady that young Master Li brought was dumb and innocent, he still could not let Li Bayer bully her anymore. He would not want to have to deal with young Master Li's wrath. Yet, Li Lei's smile simply deepened, his eyes forming a line. The look he gave to Xiaoling had an added tinge of interest and curiosity. Xiaoling did not back down like how everyone expected her to. Instead, she calmly asked, are you sure? Her confidence made Li Bayer waver. This can't be right, she was about to humiliate her, how could this irritating woman still be so calm? This woman was poor, there was no way she would be able to learn horse riding, which was an expensive and cash-burning exercise. This was the reason Li Bayer had dared suggest a horse riding competition. She was sure that Xiaoling would lose. Yet, she hesitated now. One of the other ladies to the side said softly, a horse riding competition isn't that suitable, right? Miss Yi said earlier that she was unwell. She didn't join us earlier for the same reason. This was said with the intent of fanning the flames between Li Bayer and Xiaoling. She was too unhappy that someone as mediocre as Xiaoling was able to gain the attention of the prime bachelor, young Master Li. This irritating woman definitely did not know how to ride a horse, she was simply faking it. Xiaoling glanced over at the other lady, her expression unreadable. The lady simply felt that Xiaoling's gaze was like ice, and seemed to be able to see through her in an instant. She felt a sense of terror rise up within her and subconsciously hid further within the group. On hearing her words, Li Bayer's shaken confidence was rekindled. Yes, there was no way this woman could ride a horse, she was simply faking it. She would not fall for it, the horse riding competition was the way to go. She had to humiliate this irritating woman. Yes, let's have a horse riding competition. Li Bayer said haughtily. You wouldn't chicken out, would you? Unexpectedly, Xiaoling responded with a light smile. Okay, let's have a horse riding competition. Li Bayer was stunned as she did not expect Xiaoling to agree so readily. Did she really know how to ride? However, Xiaoling continued. The competition will be boring without some incentives. How about we put a wager on it? If you lose, Miss Li, it won't be so simple as rolling away from here. Other than rolling, you would also have to. She turned her head slightly as she gave Li Buyer a once-over, and then said with a smile, this necklace that you are wearing looks really pretty. A luxurious, colored diamond necklace was hanging on Li Buyer's neck, shimmering brightly under the sunlight. No wonder, Li Buyer's hand automatically went up to feel the necklace she was wearing. HMPH, so this was her plan. This irritating woman thought she would decline the competition for fear she would lose this necklace. This necklace was indeed very expensive, and even she could not afford it. She had borrowed it for today. But so what, she wasn't afraid. This irritating woman did not know how to ride, regardless of what the stakes were, she would still win. Following her train of thought, the sinister smile on Li Buyer's face grew wider. Sure, I agree to your wager. But, this necklace isn't cheap, are you able to take out an equivalent wager on your end? She could not resist taunting, seeing that Xiaoling was not wearing anything valuable from top to bottom. I'll pay on her behalf. Li Lei interrupted in his same lazy voice. Xiaoling looked over at him and smiled. Okay, take it as I'm borrowing it from you. Li Lei lamented. This girl was not giving him any face here. Was she so bent on drawing the line? The wealthy gentlemen standing around looked on, confused. It couldn't be. Did they hear it wrong? Did this girl say, borrow? For people of their status and standing, she should be honored that they were willing to foot her wager. For Xiaoling to say that she was just borrowing it was like giving Li Lei a slap in the face. This girl dared give young Master Li a slap in the face. As they gave him questioning looks, Li Lei grumbled softly. I told you I haven't managed to win her over yet. Du Yunfeng could not resist but laugh out loud. What a rare occurrence. Second young Master Li, there's actually something that you cannot resolve. He patted his good friend on the shoulder and decided to give him a helping hand. He turned his head and said to Xiaoling, little lady, how about I help you up the stakes a little? If you win, I will give you a tea set. Giving his good friend's girlfriend clothing or jewelry was taboo, only a tea set was safe, and he could still get an expensive one. Xiaoling was about to decline, but the other wealthy gentlemen started to join in on the fun as well. Yes, little lady, if you win we'll each give you a present. I heard you're a singer, how about I give you a speaker? I'll give you a VIP card to the gym club. I'll give you a prize collector's wine. And all of them started promising a variety of things simultaneously. Xiaoling was stunned, she did not expect things to progress like this. Li Lei kept smiling and said, thank you for your generosity, I will not stand on ceremony. Go away, it's not for you. Everyone jeered at him. Li Lei continued to smile gleefully. Xiaoling, do well. If you win you have a lot of silvers waiting for you. Xiaoling came back to her sense and gave a bitter smile. Even though she wanted to decline them, these wealthy gentlemen were way too passionate. She did not need to offend all of them in declining, it wasn't as if it was a matter of principle. Hence, she nodded, all except with thanks, then. The group of gentlemen gave a cheer, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. See, the little lady had agreed to accept their gifts but did not accept second young Master Li's gift. The rare chance to one-up second young Master Li felt, just great. Li Lei did not know whether to smile or cry. What kind of friends were these? Yet, he was happy to see that his brothers here were warming up to Xiaoling. He was proud of his taste, just one meeting and Xiaoling was able to charm all these wealthy gentlemen. He was exceedingly proud in all kinds of ways, just too proud. The other ladies were very jealous, but no one dared let it show on their faces and even laughed along with the wealthy gentlemen. Some of them were terrible in their acting, and their expressions were contorted to the point it was funny. Li Buyer's expression, too, was contorted. The competition hadn't even started and these wealthy gentlemen were already biased beyond measure, all competing to give Xiaoling a gift, but no one even thought of adding anything for her. What's more, even second young Master Zhou had promised Xiaoling a gift as well, ignoring her. Xiaoling was way ahead of her in terms of initial momentum. Li Buyer felt bitter in her heart. She swung around abruptly, saying, let's go pick our horses. She had already made up her mind. Once they began riding, she had to make this irritating woman lose convincingly. Their large group strode over to the horse riding arena. Li Lei suddenly remembered something and, pulling at Xiaoling's sleeve, he asked softly, you really know how to ride? Horse riding was a hobby of the rich, and without a personal trainer, lots of money and free time one would be unable to learn it well. He had asked his subordinate to investigate Xiaoling's background in the past and she did not look like someone that had learned how to ride. However, he was unaware that Xiaoling had reincarnated. In her past life, Xiaoling was adopted by Pei Ziheng and could be considered to be half an heiress. No, more accurately, she was richer than most heiresses. Pei Ziheng had pandered to her every need and spent loads of money sending her for classes. Horse riding, surfing, car racing, she was familiar with all the hobbies that the rich enjoyed. She also had a natural flair for sports and was able to learn all sports with ease. Yup, I can ride, she told Li Lei. But, Li Lei asked, didn't you say it was that time of the month? Xiaoling gave him a look and then said simply, I lied. Li Lei was speechless. This little lady dared lie to him. He would remember this and claim it back from her once she had agreed to become his girlfriend. HMPH. Li Buyer did not notice their little conversation as she speedily picked her horse ahead of Xiaoling and announced loudly. I want this one. She picked a tall, muscular horse the color of red dates, which had the blood of an English pedigree. It was a handsome horse, with well-proportioned limbs and explosive strength within its muscles. It was clearly a good horse. In fact, Li Bayer and many of the others were aware that this horse, named Blood Rouge, was a famous horse in this Nanshan riding club and was the best horse that a normal member could pick. To be able to impress these wealthy gentlemen, Li Bayer had practiced her horse riding diligently. Getting this horse now was like giving her added ammunition. Many of the onlookers sighed silently. It looked this little lady that young Master Li had brought along today was going to lose for sure. Yet, Xiaoling was unfazed and confidently walked over to the horses as she tried to make her pick. People who were unable to ride would usually be a little afraid to be amongst all these tall, muscular horses, but Xiaoling was not, looking as if she was strolling in the flower garden behind her house. Even looking at the stallions in the eye did not bring a tinge of fear into her clear eyes. It wasn't long before everyone could tell that this little lady knew her horses. But so what? The best horse had already been chosen by Li Bayer and the others were no match in terms of speed. Are there any other horses? Asked Xiaoling. Yes, there are, the helper from the riding club that was accompanying her said. There are 2 more Arabian horses, a Trainee horse, and an English pedigree. These 4 horses are all pedigrees with formal certification, and only members with the premium black card can borrow them. I have the premium black card. Li Lei smiled widely at Xiaoling. Xiaoling responded, I don't need it. Actually, what she was truly interested in was not these 4 horses. Use mine, use mine. We all have the premium black card. The group of rich gentlemen shouted out. Xiaoling placed her forehead in her hands and decided to ignore them. She remembered that the Nanshan Riding Club did not only have these horses. There were still a few more special, private horses that were left in their care by rich members. She thought about it silently for a moment before asking Li Lei, what horse did you ride just now? Me, Li Lei replied, I was riding my own Hanover. He had left a mixed breed Hanover in the care of the riding club, but the regretful thing was that Hanovers were good in high jumps but did not have the speed of English pedigrees in speed races. Hence, Li Lei did not suggest lending his Hanover to Xiaoling and wanted to use his premium black card to borrow the pedigrees from the riding club instead. Yet, Xiaoling said, can you bring me to see it? Sure, Li Lei agreed readily. Although he was surprised, he was still happy that she was interested in his horse. No one dared raise any objection to young Master Li bringing them to see his horse. Hence, the group of them followed Li Lei to the special breeding ground where premium black card members would leave their private horses. This place was not open to outsiders, thus the expensive horses were allowed to roam freely. Occasionally, the handsome silhouette of a horse galloping would pass by in front of their eyes. Li Lei placed his fingers between his lips and let out a whistle. A deep black stallion appeared in front of everybody's eyes. It had a coat that was so black and smooth that it shined, its silky mane swept back in the wind. It looked handsome and elegant. Its gaze was deep and calm, like a lake without any ripples, as it trotted over confidently to Li Lei and lowered its head gracefully to its owner. It's so beautiful, someone exclaimed softly. Even though they had just seen Li Lei ride it earlier, the beauty of this horse was such that you were in awe every time you saw it. Li Lei laughed as he patted the horse on the head, and then turned to introduce it to Xiaoling. Its name is Thunder, you can ride it. He had named the horse after himself, showing how much he adored it. Other than Xiaoling, he had not allowed anyone else to ride it before. Fleetingly, the rich gentleman that knew this fact all gave Xiaoling several more looks. Xiaoling simply walked around it observing, not indicating outright if she was going to ride it. In actual fact, when no one was looking, she had looked over to the place that Thunder had walked over from. She had wanted to see another horse, but she wasn't sure if it was still here. Was it doing well? She looked around for a while, and just as she was feeling disappointed, a flash of a fiery red shadow appeared nearby. That horse was like the wind and also like a fleeting, red flash of lighting. Before anyone could react, it was galloping straight towards Xiaoling. Its speed was extremely fast as it came up close from the afar in just a matter of seconds. Its grand entrance made even Li Lei's Thunder back off a little. Be careful, several people shouted out. That horse was galloping extremely fast. If one were to be in its path, they would either land up dead or paralyzed. Li Lei stretched out his hand, intending to pull Xiaoling to safety from this sudden occurrence. Yet, her feet seemed to have grown roots and she stood there unwavering on the same spot, watching as the horse galloped towards her. Gosh, was she too scared to move? Many could not bear to look, thinking that she was about to be trampled upon and become a meat patty. Just as that horse was a half step away from Xiaoling, it stopped abruptly as quickly as it had galloped over. How lucky! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Du Yunfeng was the first to snap back to his senses, and could not resist but chide Xiaoling. Why did you just stand there dumbly? You didn't move even when second young Master Li was pulling you away. Do you know how dangerous it is? Li Lei was unable to pull her away earlier and, hence, was unable to run out of the way in time as well. If the horse had crashed into them, whether or not Xiaoling died was secondary. If Li Lei had been harmed or injured, that would be a travesty. Yes, why were you in such a daze for? The wealthy gentleman looking on took turns to chide her as they each snapped back to their senses. However, at this moment, Xiaoling was not listening to them at all. Her entire focus on was this fiery red and extremely beautiful mare. She slowly reached out her hand to pat the mare's mane on the top of its neck, as if she was saying hello to a friend she hadn't seen in a long time. The mare tamely leaned its head towards her, allowing her to stroke it tenderly, watching her with eyes as bright as precious stones. The look in its eyes contained loyalty, longing, and unspeakable sadness. Valiant Song. Li Lei recognized the horse and watched on in surprise at its interaction with Xiaoling. It's Valiant Song. Many others recognized the horse following Li Lei's statement. Many of these wealthy gentlemen kept horses at Nanshan, and all those who kept horses here knew Valiant Song. She was too unique. Of all the horses kept here, she was the only mare, but was the queen of all the horses here, going against the belief that stallions were superior in the riding scene. She was extremely aggressive, and other than her owner, no one was able to get close to her. Her owner had already passed away. She was Miss Xiaoling's favorite horse when she was still alive. The helper that had accompanied them said as he came back to his senses. No one knew that this girl interacting so closely with Valiant Song was none other than Xiaoling reincarnated. Only Valiant Song had recognized her after pining for her for so long. Just one look and she had known who she was in the midst of the crowd. In her eyes, she saw both Xiaoling's past and present life. Xiaoling combed through Valiant Song's mane as her memories flooded back. She remembered traveling the world and spending 2 whole years for the crossbreeding, and then fighting through a blizzard to see Valiant Song being born in England and then bringing her home on a chartered plane. She had named her Valiant Song, tamed her and rode her in many places. Later on, Xiaoling became busier and lost interest in horse riding. Xiaoling sent Valiant Song to the Nanshan Riding Club for fear that she would be lonely in the huge backyard of Pei Zihang's bungalow. Xiaoling had thought that Valiant Song would be happier amongst the pedigree horses in the riding club, roaming freely. After that, she was imprisoned by Pei Zihang and never saw Valiant Song again. This meeting was already 2 years since they had been separated. I'm sorry, Valiant Song, for coming so late. She buried her face in Valiant Song's mane and said softly, her voice too soft for anyone else to hear. Valiant Song understood her and whinnied softly in response. Unbelievable, the helper looking on mumbled. Valiant Song approached her so willingly. Can I ride her? Xiaoling raised her head to ask. Her objective in coming to this private area was never to see Li Lei's horse, but to look for Valiant Song. 2 years had passed and she could not hold back her longing for her. However, the helper fidgeted and sheepishly said, Miss, this is the horse that Xiaoling placed in our care when she was alive. Now, she is owned by Mr. Pei Zihang of Imperial Entertainment. Mr. Pei has told us that no one is to touch her. So, she was now Pei Zihang's horse. Xiaoling reluctantly let go of Valiant Song. She should have thought of the fact that after her death, all her possessions were transferred to the care of Pei Zihang. Valiant Song was no exception. She did not want to have anything more to do with Pei Zihang. Forget it then, she held in her sadness and turned around to leave. Are you not picking horses anymore? Asked Du Yunfeng. Second young Master Li's thunder is not bad as well. The other English pedigree is also available for you to pick. I can pick from the horses available to the normal club members. Xiaoling replied dejectedly. If she was unable to ride Valiant Song, the other horses were all the same, be it a Hanover, an English pedigree, or a lesser-known breed. She slowly walked away, her back looking lonely and forlorn. Valiant Song sensed that she was about to leave and ran up alongside her, whinnying as if she was anxiously asking Xiaoling to stay. Xiaoling walked faster and faster, not daring to stop, afraid that if she stopped she would not be able to leave anymore. However, Valiant Song persistently followed alongside her, her whinny becoming more anxious. Finally, she could not take it anymore and stopped. Valiant Song placed her head across Xiaoling's shoulder, her cheek pressed against Xiaoling's cheek. Xiaoling closed her eyes as she felt Valiant Song's coat against her skin, struggling to control her tears from falling. What do we have to do to ride her? All of a sudden, she heard Li Lei ask. The helper replied, his voice fraught with discomfort. Mr. Pei has set down a firm order. Under no condition can anyone ride her. He felt a sense of regret. A prime horse like Valiant Song would be completely useless if left unattended for any longer. Pei Zihang really likes this horse. Li Lei's voice rang out again. The helper responded, yes. What if it died? The helper looked up in shock. It dying, or it being ridden by someone else. Which of these would have more serious consequences? Li Lei asked casually with a smile as if what he was saying was a typical dinner topic. If you make Xiaoling unhappy, I will be unhappy. When I am unhappy, I will do anything I so please. The service staff was stunned. This was a threat through and through. Why, young Master Li, you can't do this. The service staff was already stammering. This horse, he was incoherent and flustered. Gosh, he could not afford to offend Mr. Pei, but neither could he offend this big shot before him. Li Lei smiled cheekily. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5 4 3 2. All right, he yelled his decision chokingly. I'll lend it to you all right. Young Master Li was known to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, smiley and friendly on the outside but brutal on the inside, but why was everybody so afraid of him? Simply because he was capable of anything. The service staff really believed that he would kill Pei Zihang's horse, and if the horse died in the Southern Mountains Equestrian Club, Pei Zihang would definitely not let it go. When the time came, the whole club would be in deep trouble. The service staff pulled a long face, thinking what an unlucky day this was for him. Li Lei was content and his smile widened. You sure know the situation well. The next time you need any help, feel free to look for me. He was a cruel person, but he would never force an innocent person to a dead end. It was clear that the service staff had to offend Pei Zihang because of him, hence the alternative he provided the service staff was a way of consolation as well as reward. All the employees at such high-end clubs were intelligent people, thus he definitely knew what Li Lei implied. At the moment, he realized that it was not an unlucky day at all. In fact, he was too lucky. Working for young Master Li, wow, even thinking about it was such a bliss. The service staff grinned from ear to ear and got the paperwork for the horse rental settled in no time. Xiaoling did not expect Li Lei to really borrow the horse for her. She was immensely touched. Thank you. She leaned against Valiant Song's beautiful mane and thanked him sweetly. Li Lei gazed at her. Her slender figure against Valiant Song's sturdy stature created an unusual harmony. This girl was always careful not to owe him any favor, thus the only way he could make her happy was successfully borrowing Valiant Song for her. As a matter of fact, this was the first time she spoke to him so softly and sweetly. Li Lei's look softened as well, his mood rising as well. Alright, the competition can finally begin. Du Yunfeng stepped out. Last Yi, Li Bei'er, since you have both got your horses, let's begin before it turns dark. This isn't fair. Li Bei'er kicked a fuss. The horse she got is Valiant Song, the fastest horse in the whole club. My horse can never beat hers. Once the words were uttered, everyone turned and looked at Li Bei'er with disdain. Valiant Song was a hybrid of a thoroughbred and a Fergana horse, its speed was indeed incredible and unbeatable. But when Li Bei'er made the first pick and chose the bay horse, thinking that Xiaoling could only get the remaining worse-off horses, why had she not thought about it being unfair? Zhou, your judgment of people needs to be improved. A rich man scorned at Li Bei'er and gave second young Master Zhou his sincere advice. Second young Master Zhou was embarrassed. Yes, I'll give her a piece of my mind when we get back. The words were merciless to Li Bei'er and she was shocked to hear them. Say second young Master Zhou, you can't do this. Her voice was strained as if she was about to cry. Embarrass me again and there won't even be breakup compensation for you. Second young Master Zhou furrowed his brows in frustration. Li Bei'er went silent immediately, forcing back her tears. Seeing that second young Master Zhou deserting her was now an inescapable outcome, she now kept her eye on the breakup compensation fee, she was not about to give that up. It's all that woman's fault. She shot Xiaoling a death glare. Xiaoling spoke slowly, I don't mind exchanging horses with you. If you want Valiant Song, please go ahead. Li Bei'er's eyes sparkled. If she rode Valiant Song, she would definitely beat that woman. However, the moment she tried to get close to Valiant Song, the brilliant brown horse had already raised its two front hooves and glared at her threateningly. How terrifying. Frightened, Li Bei'er stopped in her tracks. She dared not even get within 3 feet of Valiant Song. Incorrigible, why didn't this horse allow her anywhere close? Why did it only accept that woman? Li Bei'er was furious, but she knew for a fact she would only embarrass herself further if she pressed on. Hence, she simply scoffed and backed out of Valiant Song's radius of attack in a pretense of noble compliance. I don't care for it. Anyway, there would be no glory if you win riding on Valiant Song. She paved a way out for herself first. Thus if that woman really did win, at least she could save herself some dignity. Oh, Xiaoling appeared to smile. I'll give you a 1-round head start, will that be fair then? Actually, it wasn't for the win that she wanted to ride on Valiant Song, it was that she simply missed this horse too much. With her equestrian skills, she would be able to win the race even with any of the horses around. Everybody around was in shock. A 1-round head start. Did she get it wrong? The race was only a distance of 3 rounds. 1 round would constitute 1/3 of the race. That was too huge a head start. Little girl, you'd better reconsider. Don't be impulsive. That bay horse is also a good horse, and Li Bei'er's skills are not too bad. You're taking too big a risk. Some advised. It's alright. Xiaoling was brimming with confidence as she looked Li Bei'er straight in the eye. I'll give you a 1-round head start. If I lose, I'll live up to the deal we made. And if you lose, you will act according to your promise. Fine. Li Bei'er clenched her teeth, agreeing to the offer as everyone stared down at her in contempt. She didn't have a choice. She remembered the deal. If she lost, she would have to physically roll out of Xiaoling's sight and also give her a necklace. It was too great a cost. So, embarrassing as it was, why would she say no to such a good offer if the foolish lady had volunteered it? The race commenced. As the judge declared the start, Li Bei'er rode the bay horse and started out immediately. She rode extremely slowly to make full use of the 1-round head start, so as to conserve as much energy as she could for the final burst. The spectators watching the scene lost respect for her once more. Will your lass lose this race? Du Yunfeng nudged Li Lei and asked him softly. Why would she? Li Lei glared at him. Even in this situation, Du Yunfeng was curious. How good are her equestrian skills, at a divine level? How am I to know? I've never seen her ride a horse. You haven't seen her ride a horse, but you're so confident of her. Du Yunfeng had no idea what he was listening to anymore. Of course, she's my woman. Li Lei was smug. Du Yunfeng was speechless. He was sure that Li Lei was really in love this time because only those in love could be so silly and irrational. What a pity it was that Li Lei could not hear his thoughts. He was fully concentrated on the race track. Xiaoling started off. She was wearing a white outfit as she gracefully rode on the smooth and beautiful Valiant Song's red coat, stealing all attention the moment she set out. Her control of the horse was sleek and well practiced, giving the watchers a certain infectious rhythm to it, while Valiant Song's gallop was swift and light, her stance resembling a stream of clouds. Based on their posture alone, she's already beat Li Bei'er hands down. Du Yunfeng kept his eyes on the track. And she's really fast, another wealthy man added. She's practically flying, said another. They were right, the way Valiant Song moved made it appear like it was flying, the 4 hooves barely touched the ground and each stride covered a great distance. Meanwhile, Xiaoling effortlessly controlled the rope. In the spring breeze with a landscape full of cherry blossoms, her slender figure and pretty face were as beautiful as a fairy's. In terms of physical appearance, she might not be the best of them all. Yet, the radiance she emitted at this very moment made every girl present look on in envy. Second young Master Li, Du Yunfeng's eyes were still on the track as he gave Li Lei a pat on the back. You've got a good taste. Li Lei smiled and his line of sight followed the figure around the track. With just a short moment's effort, Xiaoling had already ridden on Valiant Song for a round and a half, almost catching up with Li Bei'er, which meant that in the time Xiaoling covered 1.5 rounds, Li Bei'er had not even managed 1 round. That was an incredibly big gap. Outside the race area, all the spectators were psyched. Fight on, Yi Xingling, overtake her. A few of them cheered Xiaoling on. Fight on, fight on. The cheers were building up. Xiaoling bent over slightly, gently petting Valiant Song's beautiful red mane. Little Song, I'm counting on you. Valiant Song shared a telepathic connection with its owner and leapt forward, catching up to within a meter of Li Bei'er. Li Bei'er panicked. She never expected Xiaoling to catch up so quickly, incorrigible. She desperately whipped the bay horse and shouted. Go faster, you beast. Faster. Don't let that woman overtake us. The bay horse responded to the lashes and managed to pull off another half a meter from Valiant Song. Catch up with her. The spectators were roaring now. Li Bei'er got furious hearing the cheers and whipped the horse again. Yet this time, no matter how she lashed it, the bay horse could not go any faster. It was already giving its all, it simply could not keep up. Seeing Xiaoling emerge from the side all ready to overtake her, Li Bei'er clenched her jaw and directed the bay horse to take its place. Block them. Don't let them get past us. If we're not going fast, they can forget about it too. Li Bei'er had decided to block Xiaoling's path. The track was narrow, to begin with, and with Li Bei'er intentionally getting in the way, it was going to be tough for Xiaoling to get past her. Despicable. A man lashed out in anger. Exactly. The rest chimed in. Xiaoling's leading of the horse was a beautiful sight, as their silhouettes merged into a charming figure, gliding rhythmically in the air. As of now, they had slowed down significantly due to Li Bei'er's move. While everybody was unhappy with the situation, Xiaoling was smiling. Thinking of blocking her off. Fat hope. Little song. She lightly raised the hoop around Valiant Song. Up. The majestic red horse let out a neigh, demonstrating its might as if it was welcoming a queen. It was the most majestic horse in the southern mountains, no horse dared undermine its honor. The bay horse ahead was shaken by the neigh and instinctively shifted to make way. Go. The moment Xiaoling pulled the hoop, the horse made a brilliant leap and overtook the bay horse in the blink of an eye. Gosh, that was beautiful, truly unbelievable. The spectators were seething with excitement. That was a truly impressive move, so swift that many did not even get a chance to really see what had happened. It seemed like Xiaoling and Valiant Song had got into place in the split second that they lost focus. I've never seen a female rider this skilled. Du Yunfeng was still resting on Li Lei's shoulder. He had forgotten to release him because of the excitement. Li Lei maintained his cheerful expression, but deep down he was shocked. This little girl's equestrian skills were divine. Where did she learn that from? It seemed like she had many secrets. He squinted his eyes slightly, a thought flashing in his mind. There was no suspense in the remaining of the race. Xiaoling effortlessly completed 3 rounds with a half-round lead. No, if the head start she gave Li Bei'er was considered, it was a full 1.5 round lead. What did that mean? She went at twice the speed of Li Bei'er. The crowd roared once again as they made their way to the finish line in a massive group, the way a crowd would embrace the arrival of a hero. Xiaoling got off the horse with ease, receiving the mineral water provided by the service staff. Nice work, Xiaoling. Li Lei did not withhold his compliments. She smiled and petted Valiant Song who was by her side. It's Valiant Song's nice work. The poised red horse lowered its head and affectionately snuggled up against its owner. This horse was extremely temperamental and no one was able to get within 3 feet of it. However, it was extremely loyal and tender to the people it accepted. Du Yunfeng, second young Master Zhou and a few others began to encircle them, showering them with praises. A few quick-witted girls realized that the wealthy men and masters around were flocking towards Xiaoling, and hence joined in. Some were praising her sky high and suggested getting to know her over tea someday, while others were asking her for equestrian guidance. Everybody was so absorbed with Xiaoling that they had not even noticed Li Bei'er finishing the race. Li Bei'er was grinding her teeth in resentment as she hurled the whip to the ground. Right then she realized that Xiaoling stealing the limelight was not all bad. In fact, it was a good opportunity for her to sneak away without having to pay her debt. Hold it right there. It was a clear, sharp voice. It was Xiaoling. While everybody had not taken notice of Li Bei'er, she was watching the whole time. Xiaoling did not have many merits, but one of them was bearing grudges. Anybody who had offended her could forget about getting away with it. Where is Miss Li headed for? Xiaoling's lips curled in ridicule. Everybody darted their eyes to Li Bei'er, finally noticing her existence. Li Bei'er, you've lost. Surely you're not thinking of escaping. Someone remarked. Why would I? Hatred rose inside Li Bei'er. Since there was no way out, the only thing left was to deny her move. Glad to know that you're not. Xiaoling walked out of the crowd and stopped before her, showing Li Bei'er her fair and delicate palm. Hand it over. Hand what over? Li Bei'er feigned ignorance. The necklace. Xiaoling smiled, trying to go back on your word. Li Bei'er was evidently distressed as she held her pendant tightly in her fist in an attempt to protect it. Don't go too far. The necklace cost a bomb, and she had only managed to borrow it from a godsister in the industry after she pestered her for it. That godsister only had this one valuable accessory, thus if Li Bei'er lost it, she would definitely be in hot soup. The thought of it brought out Li Bei'er's tears. Xiaoling had kept her smile on. So you're saying you don't intend to walk your talk? As she spoke, she subtly shot a glance towards second young Master Zhou. Second young Master Zhou was unnerved by her expression. Li Bei'er was the woman he brought along and she had embarrassed him utterly. The thought of it angered him. Li Bei'er, his tone ice cold. You bet, you pay. Don't end up leaving yourself with no chance to even pay up for your stakes. Li Bei'er felt a chill run down her spine, only now just figuring out what was really going on. She would rather offend her godsister than second young Master Zhou. He had more than 100 ways to send her to her death. Li Bei'er vehemently removed her necklace and handed it to Xiaoling. Take it. Xiaoling received it. On her fair and slender fingers, the pendant glinted in the sun so splendidly that she could not take her eyes off it. Li Bei'er felt more than a pinch, as she could not bear to watch how Xiaoling acted with it. Xiaoling mindlessly toyed with the necklace as she instructed Li Bei'er, you can roll off now. What? She still had to roll. Li Bei'er was hoping Xiaoling would have forgotten that part of the deal. Unfortunately, it was crystal clear in her memory. Li Bei'er glared at Xiaoling. Don't push it. Yi Xingling, you're in the entertainment industry too. If you make things so ugly, it'll be impossible to be on good terms in the future. Good terms. I don't think there's a need. Xiaoling did not give much care. She was just a third-tier celebrity. What right had she to put herself in the same league as Xiaoling herself? In her eyes, this Li Bei'er was simply a speck of dust. Do you want to roll on your own or should I get somebody to assist you? She asked in kindness. Li Bei'er was alternating between a pale green and a ghastly white. Meanwhile, Xiaoling even laid out her options for her, counting them off her fingers. If you roll on your own, you can control the speed and power of the execution and probably protect your face. If someone assists you, there's no telling how hard they'll push. I'll do it myself, Li Bei'er finally said. In front of everybody who was gloating and enjoying her humiliation, she crouched down and rolled over round after round along the field. She had a hard time rolling, thus in a few moments she was covered in bits of grass from head to toe, her hair was completely disheveled, and fragments of pebbles and twigs had left scratches on her skin. She was a sorry mess. Among the watchers, a few girls were stifling their laughs. Li Bei'er's high and mighty attitude had made her unpopular among many girls, thus making it a pleasure to witness her in such a sorry state now. On the surface, however, they appeared sympathetic as they coquettishly commented. She's so pitiful. Yeah, her face has been badly scratched. I wonder if it'll leave scars. I say, one has to be self-aware. She must have been out of her mind to provoke someone like young Master Li. Who knew she was so silly and miserable? The group of girls chattering was exchanging sympathetic comments, but even then their excitement could not be masked. Xiaoling was in a good mood as well. For somebody who always made sure to get back at others, being able to take revenge in person was a great feeling. For you, seeing that Li Bei'er had left her line of sight, she delightedly announced it to Li Lei. Li Lei looked at the necklace that had appeared in his hand, baffled. For me? Yup, Xiaoling made it sound like it was the expected thing to do. You were the one who suggested the stakes. Now that I've won it, of course, it goes to you. Take it as an interest payment. Having said her piece, she turned around and walked off, leaving Li Lei stunned staring at the necklace in his hand. Du Yunfeng guffawed. Second young Master Li, second young Master Li, ha ha ha, it's always been you rewarding the ladies, when did the tables turn? So, how does it feel? Aren't you going to thank the heavens? Ha ha ha. Li Lei looked glum as he kept the necklace and strode off. Some of them tugged at Du Yunfeng and asked in concern. Do you think second young Master Li is angry? How could he be? Du Yunfeng was laughing while wiping some tears. Oh god, this is too funny, ha ha ha, old Lu, don't you worry, didn't you see how she completely ruled over him, how could he really be angry with her? Maybe he's angry with himself. Of everyone present, Du Yunfeng was the closest to Li Lei, they were the real deal as buddies. Hence, hearing his words, everybody was much more at ease. Thankfully Li Lei was not angry, otherwise, everybody would have to bear the cost. Indeed, Li Lei was angry with himself. It was he who brought her to the club and failed to defend her, subjecting her to the provocation of others and having to stand up for her. She even refused to accept the gift, and went one step further to use it as an interest payment to draw a line between the two of them. Li Lei felt that in all the years he had humored and coaxed girls, he had never failed this way. This was an insult, an utter insult to him. No, he had to find a way out of it. While Li Lei made a vow with his fist clenched, Xiaoling, on the other hand, was having a jolly time leading Valiant Song along as she strolled by the field. She had walked far out, where the cherry blossoms were lush and blooming abundantly. How long had it been since she admired the scenery? Xiaoling wondered as she walked. It seemed like ever since she found out about Pei Ziheng and Wang Jingwan's engagement in her previous life, her entire world had crumbled and was blanketed in complete darkness. Even in her current life, she had been living in the sadness of the past while having to deal with daily affairs as well as Pei Ziheng's harassment. If it wasn't for this trip to the southern mountains for horse riding and appreciation of cherry blossoms, she had no idea when she would finally be able to smile from the bottom of her heart. She reached out and stroked Valiant Song's gorgeous fur, with Valiant Song snuggling against her affectionately. Coming here, as well as reuniting with Valiant Song, it was all thanks to one person. Li Lei. Maybe, getting along with Li Lei was not as bad as she had thought after all. Just as she was that thought, she heard somebody calling out behind her. Xiaoling. She turned around. Speaking of the devil, the person who was riding over was none other than Li Lei. With one hand holding onto the rope loosely, he rode on the back of a black Hanoverian, his handsome features embracing the warmth of the sun and the scent of the flowers, a scene too attractive to turn away from. He rode a few steps forward and got off, walking towards Xiaoling. I looked for you for a long time, why are you strolling here alone? What are you looking for me for? She tilted her head slightly. Stretch your hand out. He smiled. What for? She was confused. Just do it. Hence she obeyed and held her hand out. In the golden rays of the sun, his warm hand held hers, and then she felt a cold, heavy matter on her wrist. She looked down and saw a beautiful bangle. The bangle was fashioned out of platinum, with intricate carvings of four-leaf clovers. Every detail was perfectly, flawlessly created, and the design was one that every girl would like, unique in its magnificence and classy in its simplicity. Xiaoling took a glance at it and looked up. What's this about? Li Lei replied, it's for you. You won the race and everyone has something for you, so do I. His tone revealed traces of coquettishness, like a child grabbing for candy. Xiaoling did not know if she should be laughing. I don't need it. You have to take it. Big Boss Li was even more childlike now. Xiaoling was about to wring the bangle out of her wrist but was stopped by Li Lei. No removing it, even I have accepted the necklace from you. Xiaoling choked on her words. Big Boss Lee smiled brightly. You just made your debut. In the future, there'll be many instances where you need accessories and such. The company has a limited budget for you budding talents, you can't be wearing the same few pieces all the time. Keep this bangle with you, it can go well for many different occasions and settings. Xiaoling rested her hand, acknowledging that he was right. Besides, their talent and substance wasn't the next thing those female celebrities competed over appearances and dressing. Though she was not like other female celebrities who sought after such material possessions, there was no need to be too pretentious and insist on declining it. On that thought, she smiled at Li Lei. Thank you, boss. Bosses sounds so distant, can't you change the way you address me? Big Boss Lee was pushing his limits. Xiaoling gestured to remove the bangle again. No, Big Boss Lee gave in. Boss as it is. Keep it, please keep it. A smile flashed across Xiaoling's mind, feeling the cool metallic accessory on her wrist warm up a little. In the warm glow of the evening, peach blossoms dotted the landscape of a golden sunset. Xiaoling and Li Lei strolled side by side along flora and fauna with Valiant Song and Thunder following behind. From a distance, the scene looked straight out of a beautiful painting. Du Yunfeng stood on the upper deck at the club and looked into binoculars. Second young Master Li has really fallen into the pit. When did this beast begin doing things like accompanying girls on a walk? Look, just look at him. He's moving towards her. He's touched her shoulder. Oh, she moved away. He's moving closer again. She moved away. A group of them watched Du Yunfeng in silence. They didn't even need to see it know that second young Master Li had fallen into the pit since Li Lei had hurriedly gotten someone to deliver the bangle just a while ago. Though the bangle was just made of platinum, it was carved by a top-notch artisan. Ordinary as it looked, it was, in fact, more valuable than all of their gifts combined. Furthermore, second young Master Li got it delivered on a helicopter. A few of them had thought of taking advantage of the helicopter to deliver their gifts for Xiaoling as well, but besides rejecting their request, second young Master Li had threatened them. Whoever dared give Xiaoling their gift before he did would have to bear the consequences. Petty, he was truly petty. A few of the men had some unspoken criticisms. If this goes on, won't he be a slave to his wife? No, everyone came to an epiphany. This girl was merely a small celebrity who had just made her debut, and she did not seem like she came from a wealthy family. How could she be second young Master Li's official wife? He was indeed just having some fun. In that case, everyone came to an understanding. Maybe second young Master Li just wanted to try a different game. The group of them were having a whale of a time over afternoon tea. In the path of flora and fauna, Xiaoling was tired from the strolling. She reluctantly bade farewell to Valiant Song and returned with Li Lei. I can come with you to see it often if you want, said Li Lei. Xiaoling was slightly stunned. While she watched Valiant Song walk off, she quietly said, thank you, but it's all right. The horse was Pei's Ihangs, and nothing would change that fact however close she was to Valiant Song. In the last warm glow, before dark descended, the pain she had buried from her previous life was creeping up inside her again. Li Lei had no idea why she was down. Though he was right next to her, at that moment he felt that she was far, far away, too distant for him to reach out to her. That was an awful feeling. The two of them, each with their thoughts, returned to the bustle in the club and had dinner with the rest before heading for bed. The following day, Li Lei sent Xiaoling back to ski art entertainment training camp. As usual, he dropped her off at the garage where nobody was around. Xiaoling said her goodbyes to Li Lei and returned to her dormitory. She pushed open the door to see a few people standing around in the room. Besides her roommates, the dormitory warden and a foreign, seemingly timid girl was around as well. Yi Xingling, you're back just in time. The warden told her. Yi is a new trainee here. The dormitory is full and there are no extra beds, so there's no choice but to allocate her here for now. Let her bunk in with the rest of you for a few days, you'll be moving out soon anyway. Huh, Xiaoling blinked a couple of times. Trainees who have made their debut have to move out of the dormitory, don't you know that? Asked the warden. That was when Xiaoling remembered Tanying mentioning something of that sort when she had signed the contract. But she had been busy with the styling and the practicing of songs and hence completely forgot about it. She apologized to the warden and readily welcomed Yi. It was uncomfortable having to share a bed with another person, but the fault was on her part. In the night, as she lay beside Yi in the rhythm of her regular breathing, Xiaoling began to think. Where would be a good place to move to? There was no way she could return to the Yi family, who knew when the money-faced Yi parents would betray her again. Buy an apartment? She must be kidding, the property prices were ridiculously high, where was she to find the money? Helpless, she went to Tanying's office the following day. I've asked around a few peers, she said, and heard that trainees like me who cannot find a suitable place to move to could stay in one owned by the company. This possibility does exist, said Tanying slowly. It's not that I'm unable to let you stay in one, it's just unfortunate that there are no more vacant apartments under Ski Art Entertainment's name now. How about this, you can rent a place outside and the company will cover the costs. Xiaoling had no other options, it seemed that that was the way to go. She got Wei Wei to seek out a place for her. Wei Wei, an assistant the company had assigned her, was a warm-hearted and cheerful girl with a pair of dimples, making her exceptionally adorable when she smiled. In a couple of days, she had managed to find a fairly good apartment and went on to hand Xiaoling the information. After returning from the southern mountains, Xiaoling continued working hard on Wei Xiaoyan's glass fingertips, practicing all day and all night, with no heart to bother about miscellaneous things like looking for an apartment. She told Wei Wei to settle it as she deemed fit as long as it was approved by the company. For different classes of celebrities, the company provided corresponding standards of accommodation. Wei Wei was familiar with the guidelines and carefully picked the most suitable apartments to seek Tanying's approval. However, Sister Xiaoling. Wei Wei was the same age as Xiaoling, but had very politely addressed her as sister. All the apartments I picked have been rejected by Chairman Tan. Xiaoling was baffled. Why? Wei Wei was puzzled as well. Chairman Tan did not mention why. He just requested you to speak with him. Xiaoling sighed. She was unsure of what Tan Ying was up to this time as she resignedly made her way to his office. Tan Ying sat behind a wooden office desk, working on his piles of documents. Seeing that Xiaoling had entered, he spoke without even raising his head. All the apartments that you've sought out, which one of them has adequate security measures to keep you safe from Pei Ziheng? Xiaoling only just understood why he had disapproved of all the previous apartments. So it seemed, the apartments were not the problem, it was the man she got involved with. Over the past few days, she had been trying her best to avoid thinking about him at all, as if shrinking into her shell could make her forget that he ever existed. Yet, in fact, it was so difficult to forget him. Even while singing, glass fingertips, all she pictured was him. Fingertips stroking the glass panes, in the cool, misty air. Who was singing all alone? The unspeakable forbidden pain. During the test run, Wei Xiaoyan was extremely impressed by her performance, and told her that he never expected her to be able to sing lyrical poetry so sensationally. The unsettled tossing and turning, the unforgettable memories, were all brought out in the finest of details. What he did not know was that she indeed tossed and turned night after night. Glass fingertips had probably reminded her of her troubles, thus she was now often hung up about matters of the heart and virtually trapped in her past, forgetting the actual pressing issue. Pei Ziheng had attempted to kidnap her. Tan Ying said, Yi Xingling, all these apartments don't make the mark. She was troubled now. If these apartments did not make the mark, then most of the apartments in the city would not either. What should she do then? Her worries led her to the wildest thoughts. Maybe she could live in the training camp for another 10, 20 years until she had spent her youth and her looks had faded. Maybe then, Pei Ziheng would finally let her off. These thoughts upset her even more. Tan Ying looked at her expression. He figured it was a good time to step in. In no hurry at all, he said, if you can't find a way around it, I can give you a suggestion. A glimmer of hope flashed before her, as she looked at him like he was her savior. Tan Ying smiled. You went to boss's apartment the last time, didn't you? He actually has a vacant apartment that he can rent out to you. Big Boss knew that she was moving out of the dormitory, and had specially requested that she moved into the apartment beside his. Chairman Tan had used deceitful excuses, thus the plan was finally taking shape. Xiaoling was alerted. Chairman Tan, why? Though her impression of him had improved after their trip to the southern mountains, that did not imply that she had let all her guard down against him. Li Lei had not given up on being with her yet. Since the company has decided to boost your image, there's no way we will let you be at risk. Tan Ying explained the situation calmly, although it was all just a means of convincing her on boss's behalf. Boss heard that you couldn't find a place and knows that Pei Ziheng is a difficult person to deal with, so he offered his place. Since it's under boss's name, the apartment is definitely safe. He paused for a moment before adding, the place is vacant anyway. But she still felt that Big Boss Li's goodwill was a little dubious. Even so, she had no better option. The only way she could be safe from Pei Ziheng was to be around somebody as wealthy and influential as Li Lei. She considered for a moment and confirmed with Tan Ying once again whether there were additional terms and conditions besides the rental. With Tan Ying's affirmation, she finally agreed. Tan Ying arranged for her to meet Li Lei's private secretary for the signing of the rental agreement. When they met, Xiaoling realized it was someone she had known all along, Su Tang. Today, Su Tang was in a white dress, her loose locks resting on her shoulders as she exuded a faint fragrance from her perfume. She looked as elegant and gracious as she always had. She stopped before Xiaoling, stretched out her hand, and smiled. We meet again. Xiaoling shook her hand lightly. The touch was cold, just as the unreadable expression in her eyes. She still did not like Xiaoling, though Xiaoling had no idea why. But she was Li Lei's private secretary, not hers. Her emotions and attitude were irrelevant to Xiaoling. Carrying that thought, Xiaoling signed the agreement. Su Tang led her to see the apartment. As they arrived on Li Lei's floor in the personal elevator, Su Tang reached for the keys to open the door adjacent to Li Lei's unit. What came into view was a large space with all the partitions having been knocked off, leaving 4 walls and an empty apartment. Su Tang's poised and cold voice echoed. This unit has always been vacant and has never been refurbished. Since you'll be living here, you can decide on the furnishings and style you want and I'll get somebody to have it done. Xiaoling did a round in the spacious room. Since there's no one living here, why are all the walls and partitions knocked down? Out of safety concerns, Su Tang's voice was still cold and clear. Young master's identity is unusual, and that invites ruthless individuals to attempt to assassinate him. So, his living quarters have to be neat and minimally obstructed. How she wished this girl would be afraid after listening to this and withdraw from the agreement. But Xiaoling just got a little shocked and simply nodded her head. That's it, that's all she did. Su Tang was disappointed. Did this girl not know what assassinate meant? Looking at her petite stature, any assassin could kill her by barely lifting a finger. That was not the main point. The point was, all of young master's apartments and offices around the world were handled the same way with all partitions knocked down to create space, but none of them was meant for putting anybody up. How could this seemingly ordinary girl become an unprecedented exception? Su Tang felt her chest tighten on that thought. Xiaoling was completely unaware of Su Tang's emotions. Given that Li Lei had a triad background, Xiaoling found nothing unusual with him having a few enemies who wanted him dead. As for her personal safety, if Big Boss Li dared live there, there was nothing she had to fear. She went another round before telling Su Tang. The bedroom, kitchen, and washroom need not be too big. In this space where it faces the sun, she gestured, turn it into a dance studio, the bigger the better. And besides, it will be a sound test studio, one that can accommodate much equipment. Yup, that's all. Su Tang jotted down her requests. No other requests. Say, the color scheme, style or types of furniture. Xia Ling shook her head. Refurbishing was not something new to Xia Ling. When she lived with Pei Ziheng, she spent a whole year designing in excitement, discussing every detail with the interior designer for fear of any flaw or imperfection. As of now, what point was there in having a beautiful house when all her family was gone? Su Tang did not probe further. She locked the door behind them and left. Now that her accommodations were settled, the load was lifted off her shoulders as she directed her undivided attention to the recording of Glass Fingertips. Wei Xiaoyan's standards were terrifyingly high, even she was being nitpicked. During her break, many of the employees praised her, mentioning that few have managed to get the recording done so smoothly and swiftly. Xia Ling had no words. This was considered a smooth process. Now she finally knew why Wei Xiaoyan never had a fixed partner all these years. Who could take that fussy temper of his? The recording of the song was completed and the MV filming had also concluded. Xia Ling had managed to finish these two parts with difficulty, and it was now Wei Xiaoyan's turn to do some polishing up from the back end. He kindly gave her a few days off for a break. She received a message from Su Tang telling her that the renovation work for her apartment was done and she could now move in. As such, she packed her luggage and a few boxes of her stuff to officially move into her new apartment. The girls in the same dorm room as her had offered to help her out, but she was wary of letting them find out that she was staying just next door from Big Boss Li, thus rejected their offer. Thankfully, Li Lei had asked Su Tang to send some movers to pick her up and the move was completed smoothly. Xia Ling pushed open the door of her apartment when she arrived. The sight in front of her eyes left her momentarily stunned. The entrance area was lined with white tiles, and a small, man-made waterfall mountain stood at the end of the small walkway spotted with green moss, forming a screen of sorts from the living room. Turning around the corner, the living room was forest-themed, with a soft, beige-colored sofa with several feather-filled cushions flung carelessly on it. On the exquisitely designed coffee table, there was a celadon tea set with a cracked ice pattern. The floor was a crisscross of wood and rock, with a meander of transparent glass. Under the glass was a small, narrow stream with multicolored stones and many vibrant, swimming fish. Following this little glass stream would bring her to the balcony. There were many tall plants on the balcony, swaying in the wind and vying for her attention. The sunlight shined in through the cracks in the leaves, making the place feel great and peaceful. Under the shade of the plants, there was a bamboo deck chair. At this moment, someone was lying lazily on the deck chair, with a similarly lazy leopard that was staring at the swimming fish under the glass stream. It was Li Lei and Mao. Xia Ling had always been scared of Mao and stopped where she was upon seeing him. She called out to Li Lei, "Boss." She did not ask why he had appeared here. He was her landlord and also her big boss. Even if he had trespassed on her living quarters, nobody would bother to question if this was appropriate. The few workers that had helped her move in had also quietly took their leave. Li Lei smiled amicably at her, his deep green eyes forming a line under the sun. His proportionate and muscular body was lying gracefully and comfortably on the deck chair, looking lazy and harmless like the big cat that was crouching at his feet. However, she had seen Mao kill someone before, thus naturally she also considered his owner to be a dangerous being. "The lemon tea is delicious today. Do you want a glass?" he asked in a happy tone. "No thanks." She remained in the same spot, noticing that Mao had lifted his head. The moment she met Mao's eyes, Xia Ling felt all the hairs on her body stand, her breathing cease and did not dare to move. Mao's eyes, which looked like precious amber stones, looked her up and down for a while, not shifting away swiftly like they usually would. He looked at her intently, as if he was remembering every detail of her by heart. This made her feel completely terrified. "That's enough, Mao, let's not scare our tenant." After a while, Li Lei's attractive voice floated over, "Xia Ling, don't be nervous. He's just trying to remember how you look like." Remember how she looked like? Xia Ling could not comprehend this. This was not the first time that Mao had seen her, why was he? Li Lei reached out his hand to rub the soft fur on the back of Mao's neck as he continued, "He needs to not only remember your looks and breath, but also your body shape, voice, every action, and even the details of your every expression. In the future you'll be our neighbor, thus he needs to differentiate you from other unwelcome guests." She remembered what Su Tang had told her regarding assassins and nodded, fully comprehending what he meant. Her nervousness dissipated a little with his explanation. Li Lei stood up from the deck chair and walked around Mao towards her. "Follow me, I'll give you a tour of your new home." This was not her home. The place she called home had ceased to exist the moment Pei Ziheng lifted his hand to hit her and she fell to the floor. This apartment, though large and luxurious, was just a cold house to her. However, she could only keep these thoughts deep within her heart. She followed behind him out of the living room feeling puzzled. This apartment was newly renovated, and they had already signed the contract. Why did Big Boss Li have to take the trouble to personally come down to show her around the house? However, she found out the reason very soon after. As he brought her around to familiarize herself to the surroundings, he explained the security system in the house. In many inconspicuous places, there were small but deadly traps. If she was not careful, there was a possibility that she would be killed. She walked around in trepidation all the way. Why did she feel like this place was not an apartment, but a huge booby trap? In contrast to her cautiousness, Li Lei was obviously used to all these layers of protection, and strode along confidently as if they were taking an evening stroll. He used his deep, attractive voice to explain, "This security system blueprint was randomly selected from a set of more than 10 blueprints and even the designer doesn't know which one we decided to use in the end. All the traps are installed separately, with several different groups of installers. In other words, other than you and me, there isn't a third person that knows all of the traps installed here. You need not worry about your safety. She nodded, feeling safer. With a security system this watertight, it would not be easy for Pei Zihang to crack it unless he suddenly set his mind to battle it out with Li Lei, ignoring all reason and cost. At least she would be safe here. Thank you, boss, she said. This is the umpteenth time that she had thanked him since they had met. Xiaoling knew that with the meager amount that she was paying him for rent, it was likely that it was not sufficient to cover even half a square foot of this place. Nevertheless, he had generously agreed for her to stay here. Regardless of his motive, the consideration that he showed her was enough for her to feel a deep sense of gratitude. Li Lei laughed happily. He brought her on a tour of the bedroom, bathroom and workroom, and then to see the lounge area and the kitchen. These two rooms are slightly different from the rest. He said, other than the small contraptions installed, there are also security cameras installed here. There is 24-hour surveillance, which is connected to a private security office with guards. If anything is amiss, there will be an immediate response to deal with it. He showed her the cameras that were camouflaged around the rooms. Her expression immediately darkened. One step at a time, she walked backwards until she was beside the bedroom, where the cameras were unable to reach. With one hand holding tightly on the doorframe and her voice quivering, she said, "Boss, please, get someone to remove these cameras." Li Lei's gaze darkened, and he asked, "Why?" She avoided giving an answer, but took another step backwards. "Please, remove them all." Li Lei walked towards her slowly, and said, "Xiaoling, this is a necessary precaution." Her voice softly quivered, I don't need it." By now he was right before her, looking down at her and saying, "You have to give me a reason." She shook her head, unable to speak. Some scars were never to be spoken about, and were a pain that were going to stay with her for life. Regardless on when they were prodded, the hurt was excruciating. She closed her eyes as her memories floated back to past again, as if she had returned to Pei Zihang's massive bungalow. In the empty bedroom, she was curled up on the ground naked, a gold chain tightly around her ankles. From all sides and all angles she could see the cold camera lenses, reflecting inorganic light rays. Her past memories were chaotic and unbearable, making her knees buckle slightly. She held onto the wall for support and took a hurried step backwards. However, Li Lei continued to stare at her and close in on her. Why? What is the reason? Instinctively, he knew this was the key to discovering her secret. In this moment, many things flashed through his mind. Her amazing singing talent, the sadness in the depths of her eyes, the unimaginable riding skills she had shown at the Nanshan Horse Riding Club. He wanted to know everything about her. But Xiaoling only shook her head and kept backing away in panic. "You're not going to tell me?" He continued to stare at her deeply. "Your reactions are really strange. For an artiste, even a newbie that had just debuted, you should be used to being in front of cameras. What's more, Tan Ying and Wei Xiaoyan have both told me that you are a natural in front of the camera, better than many veteran artistes. So," he concluded, "you aren't afraid of cameras, but afraid of surveillance cameras." She took another 2 steps back helplessly. He did not let her off and kept pressing in on her. "Surveillance cameras are everywhere even while we are walking along the streets. No normal person would have such a large reaction in front of surveillance cameras. What are you afraid of?" "Stop asking." Xiaoling's voice was hoarse as she kept backing away. She could not see where she was going and fell onto the big bed behind her. She hurriedly tried to get up but Li Lei had already come forward, leaned over and pinned her down with his 2 hands on either side of her body. "Xiaoling," his breath was beside her ears, and his voice was low and seductive, "you are hiding something. Tell me." "No," she weakly mumbled. She was trapped by him. It had been a long time since she was this close to a man, such that she was able to smell the dry, lingering smell of cigarette smoke on his body and feel his electric pressure on her. It was unfamiliar and had an inexplicable sense of danger, making her feel terrified. She quivered slightly and used both hands to try with all her might to push him away. However, his chest was as sturdy as a rock and he did not move one bit. "Let me go," she finally shouted in despair, her voice shaking. His deep-set eyes seemed keen to stare into the depths of her eyes as he used a hand to lift her chin up. Stroking her face gently, he continued coaxing, "Xiaoling, be good, just tell me what is it." He had always been very good with girls and no one could resist his charm. At this moment, he had shredded away all semblance of the harmless camouflage he kept on usually, revealing a tinge of danger in his demeanor, and was bent on getting his way at all cost. Xiaoling started to understand why everyone was scared of him. Her body started to shake more violently. Being this close to a man was an unbearable torture for her. The snippets of the past started to flash through her mind again. She was imprisoned, locked in a cage and tortured mercilessly. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead and her breathing became rapid. She started to go into a daze. All of a sudden, she felt the heaviness on her lift. Li Lei had let go of her. She did not want to waste more time thinking and hurriedly stood up from the bed, half crawling, half running back to a corner in the room, and curled up with her back tightly pressed against the cold wall. She looked at him warily, trying to take big breaths of air through her panting. Li Lei remained where he was in the same position that he had trapped her under. Lying on his side, his white common shirt was messy with the signs of her earlier struggling, and the top button near the collar was open, showing the light brown tan of his skin and the proportionate muscles beneath. He used one hand to prop up his head as he looked at her, his deep green eyes narrowed, exuding an air of laziness as well as danger. He did not say anything, and neither did she. After what seemed like an eternity, he grabbed a bathrobe that was lying on the bed and carelessly threw it to her, saying, "Put this on, the ground is cold." Although he wanted to find out her secret, seeing that she was close to tears, he felt pity for her and let her go. As Xiaoling subconsciously caught the bathrobe, it was only then that she realized that she was sitting on the ground, which was both stiff and cold. She hugged the soft, large bathrobe to her chest but did not dare to move. She continued to stare at him nervously and completely alert. Li Lei smiled and said gently, Xiao Ling, the first time we met I gave you a bouquet of flowers. She remembered that it was a bouquet of hibiscuses that could change color. She did not understand why he had brought up this random topic. Li Lei sat up and she hurriedly curled further away from him. He kept smiling. Don't be afraid, I didn't do anything to you, right? As he spoke, he continued the topic about the flowers. I felt then that those flowers were very suitable for you. Seeing you now, I was right. Do you know what does it mean to receive hibiscuses? She did not know, and did not want to know. She just wished that the big boss in front of her now that seemed to have lost his mind would return to his usual friendly self. Yet, things did not go as she wished. She heard him say slowly. They mean beauty, elegance and purity. She looked at him confused. She was none of those things. He jumped away from the topic of the flowers and moved on to another that was more tricky. What if I don't agree to remove all the cameras? She felt her heart sink a little. The man looking down at her seemed so confident and sure of himself, and also so domineering. Xiaoling abruptly recalled what the old head of the orphanage had told her a long time ago in the orphanage. Child, no one in this world will be good to you for no reason. One day when you leave this place, remember that the goodness that others show to you has a limit. Never, ever go over that limit. She was silent for a long while before finally declaring, Boss, I apologize for disturbing you. I will move out immediately. The memory of being imprisoned by Pei Zihang was a demon from her past. She could not be sure that she could retain her sanity if she were to stay in this room with all the surveillance cameras again. It was better to leave. Even if it was tough, she would still find another place that she could stay and hide from Pei Zihang. Li Lei raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect such an answer from Xiaoling. This girl was more sensitive and stubborn than he had imagined. He said in a jovial tone, I meant if. Why are you so nervous? You have two options. 1, you leave the cameras, or 2, you leave a path open for Ermao so that he can come to patrol as he wishes. Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief and said without hesitation, I'll leave a path for Ermao. Just like that, the leopard had invaded her daily life. Every day, he would emerge from the hidden pathway and come to patrol her room as if he was its owner. Li Lei said, Xiaoling, this is a necessary precaution. You stay just next door to me, which means that the danger will not only come from Pei Zihang. In actual fact, Pei Zihang isn't too much of a problem compared to some of my enemies. She thought of his identity, the grandson of the Li family with connections to the underworld. She understood that what he said was likely to be the truth. The safety precautions here were targeted for his enemies in the underworld. As for Pei Zihang, she happened to be protected against him because these precautions were already in place. After all, even if Pei Zihang had money and power, he was just a normal businessman. He was no match to the underworld when it came to things like killing, arson and burglary. Truth to be told, Xiaoling was not entirely happy with Li Lei allowing Ermao over every day. However, given that this did not solely concern her safety but also Li Lei's, she could only keep mum and tolerate. Luckily, Ermao was a very clever leopard, and seemed to know that she was afraid of him. Hence, every time he came over, he would stand at the entrance for a moment and warn her that he was there with a low growl. His growl was gentle and did not have any semblance of a threat, completely different from the leopard she had first met. After completing his patrol, he would crouch on the expensive tree in her lounge area to sleep, the green leaves camouflaging his spotted fur. There were many times that Xiaoling had not realized he was there until she would walk really close and then jump in shock. Other times, he would lie in the balcony in the sun, watching the fish in the stream with his tail wagging from side to side, lazy and relaxed. Xiaoling could not help but wonder, for whom did Li Lei renovate the house to look like a forest for? The good thing was that his range of movement appeared to be largely limited to these two spots. Even if he wanted to patrol other areas, he would pick times when Xiaoling was not home to do it. Occasionally, Xiaoling would find light leopard paw prints in the kitchen and the carpet of the workroom. As for the bedroom, he seemed to have passed by the entrance several times but never entered it. This made her feel much safer. The making of Glass Fingertips progressed very smoothly and, under the careful preparation of Sister Mina, the pre-release publicity was released without a hitch. The headlines of the entertainment news reported that Wei Xiaoyan was producing the debut song for a mysterious new singer. The report mentioned that gold-class music producer Wei Xiaoyan was a perfectionist and picky beyond measure. In the many years that he had been in the industry he had never helped any singer make their debut song, as none of the singers before were able to meet his eye. Now, he had made an exception. Why was this? When this new report was released, it caused quite a sensation. Many tried to guess who the lucky new singer was and if she had achieved the crazy standard of perfection that Wei Xiaoyan looked for through her singing alone, or was there any hidden stories behind it all? Following the initial article, information on the new singer was pried out slowly. First, a photo of Xiaoling and Wei Xiaoyan filming outside the city was released. Then, she had just finished filming a shot that required her to be in the water, and she was coming out of the pond completely drenched, her face white and lips turning purple from the cold. Wei Xiaoyan was draping a towel that he had received from a staff member on the side over her, his tall stature leaning slightly forward with an expression of concern on his face. The camera angle was well chosen and Xiaoling looked frail but beautiful in the photo, her face looking like exquisite porcelain reflecting the sunlight. Water dripping down from the strands of her hair flowed down her neck and into the soaked white blouse, which was now translucent to the point that it was seductive. This last sentence was decided by Sister Mina, and the picture was also one that she had instructed to be candidly taken while they were filming. She said, Xiaoling, I'll bet you this photo will definitely make you popular. Do you believe me? Xiaoling said she believed her as every photo taken of her had caused a huge buzz. Sister Mina rolled her eyes at her. Sister Mina continued saying, Ah Wei, sacrifice yourself and let us use your popularity to create a buzz for a few days. Wei had looked at Xiaoling with hesitance, but finally relented under Sister Mai Na's pressure tactics. Xiaoling was not interested in using Wei Xiaoyan to create news, but she left this to her manager to manage. However, she had forgotten one thing. She had forgotten to check how unscrupulous her new manager was. As a result, she was completely stunned and did not know how to react when she saw the papers swimming with news saying that Wei Xiaoyan and her were a couple. Wei Xiaoyan had been furious when he called to lecture her. What idiot of a manager did you pick? Sister Mai Na is the queen of creating tabloids, didn't you know? Why do you think I didn't want to give her free rein? Do you know how scary scandals like these are? In the end, it was Xiaoling who had to spend time to comfort him over the phone. After she had hung up, she recalled something. That bastard, when Sister Mai Na had suggested to use him to create a buzz, he had clearly guessed what she was about to do, but he did not raise any objection. She was the one that had been fooled by him. She was the victim. He was now blaming her. In her anger, Xiaoling had almost returned his call to give him a piece of her mind. However, she held it in when she remembered that her debut song was still in his hands. Forget it, she would control herself. Impulse was a demon. New reports were released one after the other. Photos of him bringing her to attend the music extravaganza were dug out, and he specially picking her to participate in the group dance for the condolence song the previous year was also released. There were all kinds of reactions to the news. Some said that she was using him to gain fame, others said it was true love, and yet others said that she could not match up to Wei Xiaoyan. Luckily, Wei Xiaoyan had many righteous fans who argued that he was innocent and that he was simply favoring her for her musical talents. Regardless, Xiaoling, now under the name of Yi Xingling, had become a household name yet again. Sister Mai Na orchestrated it such that naturally many started to dig into Yi Xingling's background. Yi Xingling was born into a normal family, had a nasty stepmother and a younger sister in a vegetative state. She was strong and independent, and had been very diligent in the training camp. Imperial Entertainment had once offered a high price to poach her for her talent, but Ski Art Entertainment had refused to let her go. The news was written such that even Xiaoling herself felt rather moved. The people anticipating her debut song became more and more. Everyone was keen to find out if she was truly talented or simply managed to gain the favor of Wei Xiaoyan for other reasons. Even Imperial Entertainment had wanted her for themselves and had gone to Ski Art Entertainment to make an offer. This was such big news that even news of Xia Yu releasing her first solo album was pushed aside. Regardless of her methods, from the result it was clear that Sister Mai Na was indeed a skilled manager. However, Wei Xiaoyan had to tolerate the displeasure of being chased and surrounded by reporters for many days until he almost did not dare to leave the house. Finally, Glass Fingertips was released as promised. Within the first week, it topped the new song chart and received great reviews from all around. Even the most picky of critics had to admit that the delivery of the song, whether it was the melody or the lyrics, was of an extremely high quality. Voices that said she was using Wei Xiaoyan to gain fame started to fade away, and many said that they were almost touched to tears by her voice. Very quickly she gained her first strong following of fans, and under the deft orchestration of Sister Mai Na, her official fan club was established. Luo sent her a postcard congratulating her on her debut. Lu Dao, Lan Lan and some other classmates from the training camp sought favors from people around her to send her gifts. This morning, Xiaoling got up to wash up as per normal, meaning to go to Wei Xiaoyan's studio. All of a sudden she heard the doorbell ring. When she opened the door, she found the head of security of the apartment dressed in a suit. He handed the nicely wrapped gift in his hands over to her. Miss Yi, someone sent you flowers. Xiaoling had only found out after she had moved in that this entire apartment was Li Lei's. The people living here were all his closest confidants and subordinates, even the security guards downstairs were extraordinarily skilled and loyal to the Li family rather than to this residential area. She thanked the head of the security and received the flowers. It was a huge bouquet of beautiful blue orchids, the morning dew settling on the many layers of petals and the fragrance from the flowers luxuriant. Holding the flowers in her arms, they almost hid her slender frame completely. She closed the door and sat back down on the sofa. She searched through the sea of petals and found a small card with difficulty. When she read the note, she flung it away as if she had been struck by lightning, her body curling away, like that big bouquet was the most terrifying poison on the planet. The card read, Xiaoling, my butterfly, I'm waiting for you to come back to my side. There was no signing on the card. But Xiaoling knew who had sent it. There was only one person in the world that would call her like that, Xiaoling, my butterfly. He had once said that she was a butterfly. When they had met, she was just a caterpillar and had evolved slowly in his garden. He said that he was a butterfly farmer who had put in his all to rear a valuable Terry's butterfly, willingly doing everything to please it. She had once been so grateful to hear these words, but she forgot that there could not only be just one butterfly in his garden. The large bouquet of blue orchids fell and scattered on the sofa and Xiaoling stared at them for a long time. She pondered, almost subconsciously, if Pei Ziheng had found out about her identity. No, that could not be right. Reincarnation was unimaginable, and was not something that someone as conservative as him would think of. What's more, if he had found out that she was Xiaoling, what awaited her would not simply be a bouquet of blue orchids but rather a nightmarish wild hunt for her. Xiaoling breathed deeply as she concluded that he had just taken her as someone else, a small, insignificant fry, a new butterfly. This made her feel extremely heartbroken. She struggled to stand up and return to her bedroom. Throwing herself onto the bed, she lay there motionless. Time passed slowly and the morning sun slowly turned into sunset. Her mobile rang countless times, but Xiaoling could not hear or see anything. Her consciousness was floating in a faraway place, blurry and overcome with sadness. The doorbell rang loudly and for a long time. After a while, it became the sound of someone opening and then closing the door. Li Lei crashed into her room and found her lying on the soft, comfortable bed. He was alarmed at how she looked, the slender, fair girl, silently curled into a little ball, her eyes lifelessly gazing into a faraway, unknown direction. She looked like a fragile porcelain doll which could crumble and die with a simple touch. Xiaoling, his heart suddenly felt tight in his chest and started to hurt. Xiaoling, what's wrong? He walked beside the bed and half knelt beside it, holding her hand. What in the world is wrong with you? The anxiety in his voice could not be hidden. Look at me, look at me. Xiaoling, talk to me. However, she simply lay there without moving, and was still staring into the distance with her empty eyes. Li Lei's hand holding hers started to grip harder as he shook her. Xiaoling, wake up. Wake up, please. As he shook her, the focus in her gaze came back and she saw the face of this handsome and concerned man in front of her with clarity. Under the warm light in the bedroom, Li Lei's eyes were more defined and clear, and the deep green of his eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he stared at her cautiously, as if looking at the most precious treasure on earth. Xiaoling, what is wrong with you? Stop scaring me. His voice was gentle, making her feel safer. Xiaoling looked at him for a long time, until the unhappy memories in her mind dissipated. She opened her mouth and said hoarsely, I'm fine. Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoling removed her hand from his dry, warm hand, and pushed herself up to a sitting position with both hands. Li Lei lowered his gaze to his empty palm, and when he had lifted his eyes again, he had donned his usual playful expression. It's nice to know that you are fine. He gave a lazy smile and said, little beauty, can you not go into such a trance every few days? You went almost insane with the surveillance cameras, what were you triggered by this time? You're the insane one. Xiaoling scolded him weakly. Tisk, tisk, you can scold me now, looks like you're recovering well. Li Lei laughed and continued, let me guess, this time it's the blue orchids that I found on the lounge sofa. He said this carelessly, but his eyes were trained in on her to see how she would react. Xiaoling denied almost immediately, no. Li Lei's eyes darkened. Almost instantly, they reverted to his usual lazy smile and he said, if you say so. He was not going to force her to admit to something that she was not willing to, but this did not mean that he was fooled. She did not want to admit. It's all right, he had many subordinates who could investigate this slowly. Eventually, he would find out everything about her. There had never been a person that he had set his eyes on that had managed to escape. Oh yes, he passed something to her, you're mobile. You've been lying here on the bed all day, right? Wei Xiaoyan's been looking for you, and he called many times but you did not answer, so he got Sister Mai Na and Tan Ying to help look for you. He only approached me when they were at wit's end. If Wei Xiaoyan had not come to him for help, he wouldn't have found out that she was acting so abnormally today. Xiaoling's brain was still slow from her trance, what's he looking for me for? Li Lei's eyes sparkled as he answered, glass fingertips, is selling like hotcakes, better than we all expected. Ah Wei wants to film 2 more promotional videos and was looking for you to get your views on it. However, he looked over at Xiaoling, in your current condition, I think you shouldn't talk to him yet. He's furious for not being able to find you, and if he sees how out of it you are. She understood, Li Lei was afraid that Wei Xiaoyan would berate her. Yet, her mobile started to ring off the hook just as Li Lei ended his sentence. Xiaoling took the mobile out of Li Lei's hands and saw that it was Wei Xiaoyan calling as expected. Even though she was mentally prepared to accept his fires of fury, she still gave a big jump when she heard the furious shouting that began the moment she picked up the call. It was like he was ready to bite her head off and like he had a deep-seated hatred for her. Subconsciously, she threw the phone away from her with her hands shaking. Li Lei was amused at this scene and gave a light laugh, crossing his legs to be in a more comfortable sitting position, and listened to Wei Xiaoyan's fury together with Xiaoling. On the other end of the line, Wei Xiaoyan's shouting was unceasing, and after a long while, when he had seemingly let everything off his chest, he finally stopped to catch his breath, saying, Yi Xingling, say something. Xiaoling weakly stared at the mobile, not daring to answer. Wei Xiaoyan was on the brink of losing his temper again, why are you not saying anything? Are you dead? Xiaoling hesitated as she reached out for the phone, retracting her hand midway, a conflicted expression on her face. Li Lei gave her a look and calmly reached out his thumb and index finger, picking up the phone from the edge of the bed, and said, hello, Ah Wei. At the other end of the line, Wei Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, before replying, boss. He did not ask Li Lei what he was doing at Xiaoling's. The fact that she was staying at Li Lei's apartment building was not unknown to the core people like Tan Ying, Sister Mai Na and himself even if it was unknown to everyone else. It's me. Li Lei's voice had a tinge of laughter, someone is too afraid to pick up the phone after hearing all your scolding. Just tell me and I'll pass the message. Wei Xiaoyan asked, his voice still discourteous, is Xiaoling alright? Li Lei gave her a look and replied, she won't die yet. She seemed to have caught a cold and was sleeping at home the entire day. She kept silent. Since when had she caught a cold? This person was simply lying with his eyes wide open. However, it was a pretty good excuse and could perfectly explain her situation today. She could not tell Wei Xiaoyan that she had just lain at home all day for no good reason, right? Luckily, Li Lei had covered for her. Wei Xiaoyan relaxed and said, as long as she's fine, but his tone suddenly became urgent. No, she's fine but I'm not fine. How can she skip coming to the recording studio over a small cold? Didn't we agree that she was going to come over today? I cleared my schedule just to wait here all day. How can she act like a big shot without making it big yet? Acting like she's bigger than me, she. Li Lei calmly changed his sitting position and put the phone further away. After a moment, he brought the phone closer when Wei Xiaoyan paused to take a breath and said, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Don't. Wei Xiaoyan sounded like he was going to jump up from where he was. Get Xiaoling to take the call. I have a new idea with regards to the promo film. Li Lei did not even lift his eyelids as he said, "Ah Wei, she hasn't eaten anything for the entire day." Wei Xiaoyan was quiet for a moment at the other end of the line, before hesitantly asking, "Boss, is Xiaoling really alright?" Li Lei lightly responded, "What could be wrong? She just woke up and is a little weak. I was about to bring her to have some dinner." Wei Xiaoyan did not sound convinced and asked Li Lei several more times if Xiaoling was fine. He even instructed Big Boss Li to take good care of her. Listening to him from the side, Xiaoling felt a cold sweat break out on his behalf. "Ah Wei, Big Boss Li is your boss, man. How can you instruct your boss in such an overbearing way to take care of such a small artiste? It is a miracle that you haven't been fired in all these years." Other than being shocked, Xiaoling also felt extremely touched at his concern. Li Lei's expression was normal, answering Wei Xiaoyan with the occasional mmhmms and ahs, where appropriate, not at all upset at Wei Xiaoyan's instructions. Xiaoling was baffled. Who were these people in Ski Art Entertainment? If it were at Imperial Entertainment, anyone who dared speak to Big Boss Pei Zihang like how Wei Xiaoyan did with Li Lei, he or she would immediately be asked to pack his or her bags and go home. She could not resist but to steal another look at the man on the phone under the warm light in the bedroom. There was a sense of peace between his brows and a warmth in his expression. She realized in that instant that occasionally he felt like someone that was trustworthy. However, she soon shook her head as she sought to discard these thoughts from her head. Had she not been duped enough in her past life? These men with money and power could alter their promises as they wished and had no counterforce to curb their power. All their promises were lies, and they were all not to be messed with. She would no longer believe any of these men in high places with so much power, they were destined to be on a different path from her. Wei Xiaoyan finally concluded the call with Li Lei and reluctantly hung up. Li Lei hung up as well and returned the phone to Xiaoling. "Let's go have some food." He smiled as he said to her. "You heard it all, Ah Wei asked me to take good care of you." Xiaoling did not have any appetite, and replied, "I'm not hungry." "You still have to eat even if you aren't hungry." He coaxed her gently. "Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it." If there were anybody else present, they would be shocked at the gentleness that Li Lei was showing. Second young Master Li was good with girls undoubtedly, but he would usually simply instruct his subordinates to send gifts, flash his credit cards, fetch them in his sports car, etc. Xiaoling was the only person that second young Master Li bothered to coax patiently and sweetly to have a meal. Yet, Xiaoling still shook her head. No woman had dared reject second young Master Li in such a way before. However, Li Lei remained patient and composed. "I made a delicious dish of scallops." His culinary skills were unrivaled, and he decided to try to entice her with the attractiveness of the food. Xiaoling was not moved. Li Lei did not know how to respond. He tried a second tactic. "I have many guests at dinner and they are all interesting people. They will be thrilled to see you." Xiaoling's decision still did not change. A third tactic was enlisted. "Mao will be quietly sleeping in his room, he won't come out to scare you." Xiaoling's decision still did not change. "Okay." Li Lei gave up. "Have a good rest, then. I'll go back first." He got up and considerately closed the door behind him for her as he left. Xiaoling lifted her knees to her chest on the bed, hugging herself. In this time as she sat alone, the big bouquet of blue orchids appeared in the forefront of her mind again. The flower petals scattered around and the color of the petals were blinding and sinister. She imagined that the petals would crazily multiply and invade her lounge, invade every part of her living quarters, drowning her and suffocating her. Her heart started to beat very fast again and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She could not fight away the terrifying hallucinations and struggled to crawl off the bed, randomly pulling a blanket off the bed with her. She came to the lounge and threw the blanket over the large bouquet of blue orchids from afar. The sinisterly bright flowers were covered, and a few scattered petals peeked out from beneath one corner of the blanket. Xiaoling turned around and headed back to the bedroom, pulling another blanket off the bed to cover the corner where she could still the blue of the flowers. After which, she was still not satisfied. She went back to the bedroom to grab all the soft, feather-filled pillows and threw them over to the pile one by one, until there was a little mountain of bedding on top of the bouquet of blue orchids, trapping it below completely. The doorbell rang. She jumped on the spot and stayed rooted where she was for a few seconds before she went to open the door. Outside the door stood Li Lei as well as an unfamiliar blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian man. She backed away 2 steps and stared at them warily. "Hi, nice to meet you." The Caucasian man initiated conversation first. He was tall and broad, with rippling muscles, and had a powerful kind of beauty. Yet, his expression was friendly as he continued, "Call me James, I'm Li Lei's friend. It's really nice to meet you." Xiaoling frowned. She was not interested in making new friends. She turned to Li Lei with a questioning look. "James is a guest that I invited over for dinner." Li Lei explained with an innocent look on his face. "He heard that you didn't want to eat and was worried. He insisted on coming over to take a look. Oh yes, I forgot to mention he's a doctor and really dislikes seeing others damage their body." "Doctor?" Xiaoling eyed the Caucasian man named James with suspicion. He looked more buff than Li Lei and looked like he would be an extremely dangerous and fearsome fighter. How did he resemble a doctor at all? As if reading her thoughts, James laughed amicably and said, "I'm a doctor with the Wild Wolf Mercenaries. I was on a work call nearby and decided to pop by to visit an old friend." His tone was calm like the warm sun in autumn, which would usually make others let down their guard. However, Xiaoling was not a normal person and remained very defensive. Her eyes scanned the dinner plate that they were holding in their hands. There was a lamb steak, oysters, scallops, some porridge, vegetables, and a fruit salad. It looked delicious and scrumptious. "We are really only here to deliver you some food," said Li Lei lightly. Seeing that they were adamant on not leaving, Xiaoling had no choice but to let them in. The lounge was in a huge mess. James's eyes scanned quickly across at the mountain of bedsheets and pillows so quickly that Xiaoling did not notice at all. He exchanged a glance with Li Lei immediately after that. Is something wrong? Seeing that Xiaoling had entered the kitchen, Li Lei slowed down his steps and asked James in a low voice. That is the position where the blue orchids were, right? She has covered them. James lowered his voice as well to ask. The Wild Wolf mercenaries were a renowned international mercenary force. Even if James was just a doctor in the squad, he was still highly professional and could exchange information with another completely unnoticed. When Li Lei was younger, he had been part of the Wild Wolf mercenaries for a while. At this moment, he spoke with his old teammate easily. Yes. She probably has experienced some deep pain in the past. James spoke softly and quickly. Investigate the flowers or who sent them. Don't touch her wound, that would likely need a professional to treat. Li Lei nodded. This was the reason he had called James over, not to deliver her dinner, but to find out what was wrong with Xiaoling. He knew that something was off the moment he found her lying on the bed the entire day. He was very worried about her. The two of them finished their quick conversation and entered the kitchen as if nothing had transpired. Xiaoling was in a bad mood and did not realize the slight delay they took in coming in after her. At this moment, she had already cleared the table. Thank you for sending food over. She politely thanked them. Put it on the table, I will eat it. This clearly meant that they were not welcome to stay. The number of rejections Li Lei had gotten from women in his life so far had been fewer than those he received from Xiaoling thus far. However, for some reason, he could not bring himself to get angry at her. And while he felt a sense of regret in his heart, on the surface he still showed a happy smile. Xiaoling, remember to eat while it's still hot. We will take our leave. James was speechless. Quit acting like it's fine, second young Master Li. After sending them away, Xiaoling stared at the scrumptious meal on the table. She had no appetite but knew she needed to replenish her energy. Being an artiste took a big toll on her physical body. She had always been committed to her work, and she needed to eat to have the strength to work. She finished the food slowly, mouthful by mouthful, before heading back to bed to sleep. In the night, she had a nightmare. In her nightmare, there were the scattered blue orchids, butterflies, handcuffs, cages. When she woke up, she felt drained. She washed her face and meticulously put on her makeup to cover up her frailness before she headed out to look for Wei Xiaoyan to discuss the promotional video. The schedule of the promotional video was decided very quickly, and when the day arrived, Xiaoling followed the team to the filming location outside the city. They, unfortunately, realized when they reached there that Imperial Entertainment had chosen the same place to film their MV. Chu Chen had brought Xia Yu there to film the MV for her new song. The venue operator had arranged for the location to be used by Imperial Entertainment and Ski Art Entertainment at their respective time slots. However, Imperial Entertainment did not typically have a smooth shoot and thus, tended to exceed their allocated time. This affected Ski Art Entertainment's usage of the location, turning both sides unhappy. A staff member in the team went to understand from Imperial Entertainment the status of their filming. He had a frown on his face when he returned, and explained that there were too many intakes. Wei Xiaoyan gave a cold laugh. A subpar singer like Xia Yu, her lack of training is shining through. How many NGs has she had already? Everyone kept silent. Even Xiaoling thought to herself. Ah Wei, don't snigger about others. You yourself love to call out NGs on others. Sometimes it wasn't the fault of the artiste entirely, the director and producer of the film were also very important. However, the situation at Xia Yu's did not seem to be as they expected. The second time that the staff member went to understand the status, he managed to get more details. The one causing all the NGs isn't Xia Yu. It's a small supporting cast. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, asking who this small artiste was. Yet, the one that was in charge of getting information shook his head and said, I don't recognize her, she's a new face that I've never seen before. He thought carefully before adding, but, her mouth shape is very pretty, and she looks almost the exact replica of Xiaoling. This incident became an after-dinner topic for many and soon passed over. Only Xiaoling felt a sense of uneasiness in her heart, not knowing exactly why. However, it was after all none of her business. As such, she forced herself to stop thinking about it and focused on filming the promotional video well. The venue problem could not be resolved and there was some conflict between the two sides. The leader from Ski Art Entertainment was Wei Xiaoyan, and while he had unparalleled power within the company and was able to make everyone listen to him, his rival this time was Chu Chen from Imperial Entertainment. Although Chu Chen could not compete with Wei Xiaoyan in terms of artistic appreciation, he was much more proficient when it came to managing operational issues. He would always squeeze Wei Xiaoyan until he was jumping up and down in anger. When Wei was unhappy, the entire film team would have to tolerate a higher probability of being scolded. Xiaoling was berated by him several times and tried her best not to appear in front of him thereafter unless necessary. This day when she was resting, she spied him ready to blow up at yet another person. Taking this opportunity, she secretly slipped outside to get some air. She took a leisurely stroll. This was a newly built film location, and there were not many teams filming at the same time. She did not meet anyone else after walking for a long while but heard people talking when she took a turn to a more desolated corner. Sister Xia Yu, I beg you to let me off. I really know my mistake and will not bother Mr. Pei anymore. It's Mr. Pei who will not let me go. A girl's voice rang out, lined with the soft sounds of sobbing. This was followed by a familiar cold, HMPH. The girl whose voice was lined with sobs spoke again. Sister Xia Yu, what I've said is all true. I beg you, please. Xiaoling guessed vaguely what had transpired, and could not help but stop in her tracks. As expected, Xia Yu's voice rang out. Zhang Suxin, why are you begging me? I brought you into the film team out of goodwill, and allowed you to participate in the MV filming with the intention of giving you a good opportunity to shine in the industry. Her tone was soft but seemed to be like a cold, sharp dagger. There are so many people around Brothers Ihang, how long will you last depending on your beauty? Let's not talk about the future, just about what is happening now. He has recently taken Lu Qinrong, He Mushui and others under his wing, and that is not even counting the people that he's constantly thinking about. Even if you are the most favored now, so what? When you become older and lose your good looks, and still do not have the skill to feed yourself, how will you survive then? I'm helping you right now, thinking about all of this on your behalf, and you think I'm out to harm you, begging me to let you go. With every line that she spoke, that girl gave a soft sob. Eventually, she was overwhelmed with tears. Xiaoling clenched her fist, the sharp tips of her fingernails poking into her palm and the pain slowly spreading. She had heard that after her death Pei Zihang had been going through female partners like water, and they were all stunning even though they were of all shapes and sizes. She avoided thinking about it, but it always seemed to appear on her radar. What's more, one had appeared alive and kicking right in front of her eyes, thus she could not pretend that she did not care. She did not know why she still could not let go of Pei Zihang. Anything about him could still easily affect her mood. That girl was still crying. Sister Xia Yu, I know you are doing this for my own good. She said through her sobs, but, I simply can't film the slap scene. Sister Chu is just too vicious, You should go look for Sister Chu then, I'm not the one filming across from you. Xia Yu's voice was gentle but was laced with pity and arrogance. Borrowing someone else's knife to kill someone, this was something that Xia Yu did often. Xia Yu was deft at pretending to be the weak one, acting all innocent, hiding in the background as the secret mastermind. Regardless of how despicable the job was, she somehow was able to keep herself clean. In her past life, Xiaoling had suffered a lot from this skill of hers. Now that she had reincarnated, she did not need to spend energy guessing to know that Sister Chu had probably received instructions from Xia Yu, and she was out to get at this girl. Xiaoling did not want to continue listening and made to leave. However, her phone rang at this moment. She jumped, and the two speaking in the corner jumped as well. She heard Xia Yu warily ask, "Who's there?" She could not hide, so Xiaoling chose to show herself. It was only now that she was able to see the entire scene clearly. Under the European-styled low wall, there was a long metal bench. Xia Yu was sitting on the bench confidently, wearing an exquisite lace skirt. In front of her, a young girl was standing with her head bowed. She was good-looking too, especially her angular lips that made people take a second glance at her. She indeed looked a little like Xiaoling in her past life. Xiaoling was preoccupied with looking at this young girl and was only brought back to her senses when Xia Yu spoke again. You are, Yi Xingling. Xia Yu cocked her head slightly, giving her a once-over with a cute and friendly expression. She spoke with a gentle tone again, having already hidden the caution, shock, and fury that had emerged earlier. She looked like a pure angel as the soft light reflected off her face. This was the first time that Xiaoling had spoken directly to her in this life. Her emotions were surprisingly calm. Xiaoling thought that this was probably because she had given so much to her before, and had experienced so much pain, such that her heart was numbed and utterly disappointed. She had already banished this good little sister from her life, and she had no reign over her emotions at all. She thought of Pei Zihang again. If only she had the same feeling towards him. Xia Yu continued to stare at her. Yi Xingling, I'm asking you a question. Xiaoling said, I apologize for interrupting you guys, I am just passing by. I'm busy right now, so I'll take my leave. Wait a moment, Xia Yu did not want to let her go. I heard that Brother Zihang sent you a bouquet of blue orchids. She did not expect Xia Yu to raise this up and was taken by surprise, forgetting to hide the unusual expression that crossed her face. The young girl by Xia Yu also raised her head to look at Xiaoling, an expression of shock and disbelief on her face. Looks like it's true. Xia Yu's voice lowered. After a while, she said again, see, I told you. She turned to the young girl again and smiled. Brother Zihang's garden does not only have you as the solitary rose. He likes all pretty things. Every word hitting the nail on the head. Coldness entered Xiaoling's eyes. Xia Yu, I have no interest in your matters, don't pull me into the mix. Xia Yu looked up at her with an innocent expression, the hatred that had flashed through her eyes disappearing in an instant. Yi Xingling, how can you be considered an outsider? Since you've accepted Brother Zihang's flowers, don't pretend to be all high and mighty here. For an artiste like you with no family or another strong backing, how can you really reject Brother Zihang? It looked like she was well informed in many aspects. Was it Pei Zihang who told her, or Chu Chen? It was more likely Chu Chen. Xiaoling only needed to think for a few seconds before coming to this conclusion. Pei Zihang was unpredictable in his emotions, he hid many of his thoughts and would not share it with anybody else. Chu Chen, on the other hand, was very good at observing the situation, and it was highly likely that he had offered Xia Yu the information to get into her good books. This also meant that Xia Yu had higher standing as compared to these women that slept with Pei Zihang. Hence, the shrewd Chu Chen knew that telling Xia Yu these things would not incur the wrath of Pei Zihang. Xiaoling's gaze landed on Xia Yu, before moving swiftly to the girl beside her, Zhang Suxin. From the sound of it, Zhang Suxin was the lover that Pei Zihang favored the most now. However, there was a light, red swelling on the girl's face. It seemed that she had been slapped many times by the lady she was filming with under Xia Yu's instructions. If Pei Zihang did not condone her actions, Xia Yu would not be so arrogant. Since when did Xia Yu have such a strong standing in Pei Zihang's heart? Xiaoling felt slightly bitter, but she caught herself and thought. Why should I be so bitter? I've already died once, what am I trying to hold on to? There was no way that Xiaoling could return to Pei Zihang's side, and even if his concubines were locked in battle, what was it to her? Her phone started to ring again. Xiaoling collected her emotions and looked down at the phone screen. It was Wei Xiaoyan, and the call that she missed because of Xia Yu was also from him. Xia Ling cursed silently, he was really a horrible teammate to have. Every time she wanted to disappear quietly from the familiar faces from the past, he would also appear at the worst of moments to spoil her plans. She pressed the answer button. He started to scold her as she picked up the call. Where did you disappear to? Imperial Entertainment has vacated the place for the moment. Come over right now. We are already in position to start filming. Of course, the people from Imperial Entertainment were not around. The culprit of all the NGs and the mastermind behind it was right here, and she was busy trying to free herself from them. Xia Ling did not explain all of this to Wei Xiaoyan, only saying, okay, got it. She hung up and said to the two people in front of her coldly. Sorry, I'm busy. I need to leave. Yi Xingling, stop right there. Xia Yu blocked her path persistently. Xia Ling started to get annoyed. Xia Yu, do you think that everyone is like you and would give anything to sleep with Pei Ziheng? Let me break it down for you. It is Pei Ziheng who is harassing me right now, not the other way around. Instead of spending so much time setting up your grand schemes, why don't you just admit to yourself that you have failed to make Pei Ziheng loyal to you? Xia Yu's face turned white as Xia Ling's words hit right where it hurt. Xia Ling sidestepped to go around Xia Yu but saw her white face appear in front of her yet again. Yi Xingling, don't be too much. She still looked weak as she shook in anger. Who is the one who wants to crawl into bed with brother Ziheng? If you didn't seduce him, why would he send you flowers? You, how can you be so despicable? Since you've already sold yourself, don't try to pretend to be clean now. Look at you, you're poor and ugly, and you don't even know your place. What in the world did brother Ziheng see in you? Could it be that you are so wild, so shameless in bed, that he... Ha! Xia Ling gave Xia Yu a tight slap across her face. Xia Yu fell to the floor from the impact, holding her face in her hands and her eyes brimming with tears. You dare hit me, her eyes filled with accusation and disbelief, looking forlorn and innocent. Xia Ling was also shocked. She had slapped her out of anger, but given their relationship as sisters for so many years, she had controlled her strength. She knew that there was no way she could have hit her so hard that she would fall to the ground. Before she had understood what had happened, she heard the clicking of the camera shutter from the side. Xia Ling turned abruptly and saw that under the shadows of the fake tree behind her, a reporter in full gear had appeared out of nowhere, a camera in hand, and was furiously snapping away at her and Xia Yu on the ground. Xia Ling immediately understood. Xia Yu must have noticed the reporter and, thus, switched from her usual weak, meek self to insult her. From that distance, the reporter could not hear what they were saying but could take clear photos of them. If Xia Ling had been angered enough to hit her, then she would be the one to blame for anything that transpired. Her body moved faster than her mind, thus Xia Ling started to run in the direction of the reporter. The reporter was a veteran tabloid reporter and was highly experienced. The moment Xia Ling turned and saw him, he had already started to run away. The terrain in the film location was complicated, thus it was hard to track him. Even though Xia Ling's stamina was good for a girl, she was no match for a man that had been used to years running around in the sun and the rain for news. After a few minutes, she had lost her target. Xia Ling stopped running and called Sister Mai Na immediately, summarizing the situation in a few sentences. Sister Mai Na was dealing with another matter in another city but understood the gravity of the situation upon receiving the call. She did not have time to chide Xia Ling and only said, I will call all the big newspapers now to get the situation under control. You be careful over there. Get away to send a few trustworthy staff to search down that reporter. Xia Ling responded in agreement and hung up. She and Sister Mai Na both knew that, in such circumstances, there was but a small possibility of finding the reporter in the film location. Why would he stay here to be caught after capturing such huge news? There was a 99% chance that he had already run back to release the news. However, she still gave Wei Xiaoyan a call to convey Sister Mai Na's message. Wei Xiaoyan was furious and scolded. Are you an idiot? He sent out some staff to track the reporter down expediently. Xia Ling gave a bitter laugh, thinking that she was indeed an idiot. She should have thought that Xia Yu was acting out for a reason. Her little sister had amazing acting skills, she should become a star actress instead of keep singing. But, even if she was an award-winning actress, this was no reason to let her climb all over her. There were serious consequences for making Xia Ling angry. She turned around and started walking from where she came from. Returning to the same place, she found Xia Yu still weakly curled up on the floor, like a willow branch quivering in the wind, her face white. There were many Imperial Entertainment staff around her, the director, production head, cameraman, and Chu Chen. Chu Chen saw Xia Ling appear and his expression darkened. You still dare show your face here? Why wouldn't I dare? Xia Ling lifted her head high and said with an arrogant and cold tone. The 10 or so people in the area were all from Imperial Entertainment, and they all stared at her with animosity in their eyes. Yet, she seemed to not see them at all and had the arrogance of a queen descending on her citizens. She walked right in front of Xia Yu and said, stand up. The two staff next to Xia Yu carefully helped and half carried her into a standing position. Ha! Everyone stared in shock. Xia Ling's movement was so quick and, this time slapped Xia Yu with all her might such that Xia Yu went to the ground again. What are you doing? Chu Chen was the first to come back to his senses. In anger, he took a big step forward and grabbed Xia Ling's arm. Xia Ling's wrist was held in his vice-like grip and was extremely painful, but her eyes were cold and trained on Xia Yu. This slap made sure that Xia Yu's face started to swell, blood appearing at the edge of her lips. She laid on the ground where she fell, looking pitiful and confounded. She covered her face with her hands, and the tears in her eyes this time were real. Yi Yinlin, why did Zhu hit me? Her face was numb from the pain and, as a result, she was unable to pronounce the words properly. But Xia Ling understood her clearly. Why did I hit you? Xia Ling smiled. Because I never accept false accusations. Since Xia Yu wanted it to seem like she had hit her to the ground, then she would do just that. After all, the pictures had already been taken. Xia Yu was speechless. Chu Chen looked on, his mouth agape. The rest of the people from Imperial Entertainment standing around stared in shock. Several were wondering in their hearts, Miss Xia Yu, how did you get this demoness on your back? Chu Chen almost crushed the bones in Xiaoling's hands with his grip. Yi Xingling, you will pay for what you have done. Assistant Meng, he shouted loudly, protect the premises, get a doctor to check Miss Xia Yu's injury, and get a lawyer. Who is going to check the injury and find a lawyer? Another voice rang out, the iciness in his voice clear. Chu Chen, what do you think you are doing grabbing onto our ski art entertainment artiste? Everyone turned their heads and saw Wei Xiaoyan hurriedly walking over with 5 or 6 ski art entertainment staff in tow. Wei Xiaoyan's expression looked colder than a 10,000-year blizzard, and he walked over to grab Xiaoling's hand out of Chu Chen's. Xiaoling, are you hurt anywhere? Xiaoling lowered her head and lifted her shirt sleeve. An ugly greenish-purple bruise was starting to form on her wrist, and juxtaposed against her fair skin, it looked alarmingly serious. Get a doctor, and a lawyer. Wei Xiaoyan was furious in that instant. Who was Xiaoling? She was Ski Art Entertainment's future diva. She was the partner that he was afraid would melt in his mouth and the treasure that was protected safely in his hands. He didn't even dare to scold her usually. Wait no, we'll leave that for now. In any case, Chu Chen dared treat her like that. Both sides started to get more heated and aggressive. Seeing that the conflict was getting out of hand, Xiaoling suddenly laughed out loud softly. Okay, Wei, she said. That's enough, we need to go film the promotional video. She was happy that she had managed to give Xia Yu a tight slap, and now that she had vented her anger, it was more important to ensure that there was no delay in the filming. With that, she turned around first, intending to walk back to the filming location. Stop right there. Chu Chen thought that she was afraid. You think you can just swagger in here to hit someone, and then swagger out as you wish. The doctor and lawyer will be here any moment now. You are going to have to give us a good explanation for your actions. You can speak to my lawyer if there are any problems. Xiaoling could not care to deal with him. She hurried away. Are you coming? I want to finish filming faster and return to the city. It's meaningless wasting time with these morons from Imperial Entertainment. Who did Zhu call a moron? Xia Yu's face was badly swollen and could not speak clearly. Xiaoling gave her a sideways glance with a half smile, not saying anything. But the message in her eyes was clear. I'm calling you a moron, what are you going to do about it? Xia Yu was furious and wanted to run forward to throttle Xiaoling, but froze in her tracks remembering how powerful Xiaoling was. It was her own fault for always pretending to be a pale, white lotus. Did anyone ever see a lotus run to the front line to engage in battle? It was just not compatible. Hence, Xia Yu could only swallow in her anger together with the blood from the slap. Seeing Xia Yu's badly swollen face, Wei Xiaoyan started to feel better as well. Good, Xiaoling is still the best. She is able to anger her rivals with just a few words. With his change of mood, Wei Xiaoyan decided that Xiaoling was right and they should get back to the filming. Hence, he called the rest from Ski Art Entertainment to follow him and left together. Chu Chen wanted to stop them, but Wei Xiaoyan quoted Xiaoling. Speak to our lawyers if you have any problems. Giving Chu Chen the ultimatum. Even though there were more than 10 of them from Imperial Entertainment, they could only watch on helplessly as the 5 or 6 from Ski Art Entertainment walked away. This feeling was horrible. Xia Yu ground her teeth. Yi Xingling, you just wait. Once this news gets reported, I'll make sure to torture you till the end. Xiaoling did not hear the curses in her heart and followed the rest of the Ski Art Entertainment staff back to the film location to continue their filming. Perhaps due to having had a big argument with Imperial Entertainment, or perhaps because he felt bad for Xiaoling's wrist injury, the number of times that Wei Xiaoyan scolded them and called for NGs reduced significantly. The filming in the afternoon was extraordinarily smooth. Everyone worked together seamlessly to finish the filming now that Mr. Crazy Wei was more relaxed. They successfully finished the filming. The next day, Xiaoling packed her things and took a plane back to the city. However, just as she reached the apartment, her doorbell rang. Opening the door, she saw that it was Sister Mai Na. Sister Mai Na was in a wine-red pantsuit as she invaded her living quarters hurriedly, handing a stack of newspapers to Xiaoling. She said, the news from that incident yesterday is out. Take a look for yourself. Xiaoling accepted the stack of newspapers and saw that the entertainment news section had an eye-grabbing headline. Xia Yu was slapped until she had a heart attack at a film location outside the city. The culprit is Yi Xingling. A.B. Several photos accompanied the headline, all taken at the film location, depicting her slapping Xia Yu. That reporter had good camera skills and chose great storytelling angles. Her straight back as she stood towering over the weak-looking Xiaoling, and the disbelief and hurt in Xia Yu's eyes clearly showed her as the bully against the frail Xia Yu. Just by looking at the pictures, even Xiaoling herself was almost fooled into believing that she had bullied Xia Yu. She read the news report in detail. It was indeed depicting the story from the film location yesterday. The report claimed that before the filming, Yi Xingling had already been looking for Xia Yu with regards to the conflict of the film set. Xia Yu had a weak character and could only tolerate her. Yet, nobody could have known that during the lunch break, Yi Xingling would appear again to taunt Xia Yu and insult her as well as her older sister, the diva Xiaoling. This time, Xia Yu could not hold it in since she had a close relationship with her sister and stood up to defend her sister. Who knew that this would anger Yi Xingling so much that she slapped Xia Yu to the floor and then walked away. Xia Yu had a heart attack and was hospitalized that night and needed emergency attention. What a colorful report. Xiaoling slowly folded up the newspaper. No one was more aware of Xia Yu's condition than Xiaoling. She had been closely involved in all the treatment plans and monitoring of Xia Yu's condition. She was positive that Xia Yu was rid completely of her heart problem many years ago. She had a heart attack. What a joke. Sister Mina confirmed this fact. I've got someone to investigate already. She did not have any heart attack. However, she only had the opportunity to lecture Xiaoling now. What was up with you yesterday? Why did you go mess with the people from Imperial Entertainment? Did you become dumb from spending too much time with Awei? Xia Yu's new album was overshadowed by your debut song and they clearly already see you as an eyesore. They were probably looking for an opportunity to get back at you. Why were you so stupid as to give them an opening? Xiaoling kept quiet as she felt that Sister Mina was right. She was being dumb yesterday and did not see through her good sister's pretense, thus allowing the reporter to take such pictures. But, she recalled how she felt from the 2 slaps that she gave to Xia Yu, they made her feel much better. Hence, she promised Sister Mina sincerely. If I hit her again, I will make sure to find a time and place that no one will take pictures of us. Sister Mina was speechless. Was it because this girl has stayed too long beside Li Lei that she had been influenced by his underworld tendencies? A. Italic, bold it or leave it as is. B. I'll bold it. If you change it let me know. This time I failed to handle it well. Sister Mina reflected on herself, something that she did not do often. If she had put in more effort to bootlick those media companies perhaps they would not have written about Xiaoling in such a way. Xiaoling shook her head. It's not your fault. Imperial Entertainment and Skiart Entertainment were both formidable forces in the entertainment industry. If there was a serious discussion on the topic, most would regard Imperial Entertainment as the bigger player. They have been the dominant force in the entertainment industry for a long time. If Sister Mina knew how to bootlick these media companies, Chu Chen would be aware of how to do that as well. In fact, Chu Chen was likely to be superior to Sister Mina when it came to methods of bribery and blackmail. Should both these big guns come to them, the media company would simply choose whichever gave them bigger news to report. In this case, helping Yi Xingling to prove her innocence was a lame story, whereas Yi Xingling insulting the diva Xiaoling and hurting her weak, sickly younger sister was a big story that was bound to be eye-catching. These media companies were out to make profits anyway, and the story being reported was inevitable. Sister Mina's forehead was pulled into a deep frown. This is a problematic situation. Xiaoling asked, what should we do? Sister Mina gave her a glance. I want to hear your thoughts. In fact, she already had a plan in mind, but it was a radical one. If executed well, Xiaoling would succeed big time. On the other hand, if the plan failed, Xiaoling would be ruined. Before revealing her plan, Sister Mina wanted to be sure how intelligent and gutsy Xiaoling was, and if she was ready to take on this challenge. Xiaoling did not know what Sister Mina was thinking, and she lowered her head to think for a moment. When she raised her head, there was a chilling smile on her face and iciness in her eyes. I just gave that bitch a slap, right? It isn't a big deal, I'll just admit it. Sister Mina broke into a slow smile. This young lady's attitude was just what she was looking for. Xiaoling admitted that she hit Xia Yu. This admission did not mean she admitted to all the allegations, but yes, I slapped her, and so. This sentence was published on Yi Xingling's official Weibo channel that afternoon and immediately incited a ruckus. Everyone was shocked at her honesty and arrogance. How could she be so nonchalant after hitting the younger sister of the diva Xiaoling? How could she be this evil and this shameless? The forums and online discussions went crazy. This Weibo post was reposted tens of thousands of times and was headline news on every big media channel. Even though Xia Yu did not have many fans, but diva Xiaoling had a whole host of die-hard fans even after her death. These die-hard fans started to express their unhappiness in defense of diva Xiaoling's most precious little sister before her death. They came out in droves, and if each person were to spit on her, it was enough to drown Yi Xingling. Soon, everyone including onlookers who knew nothing at all about the truth or only had a vague idea of the situation started to criticize Yi Xingling after looking at this Weibo post. They said that she was shameless and that she had poor upbringing. They spoke as if they were standing on a moral high ground, and wrote with eloquence as they criticized everything about her. In just several hours, she was notorious in the industry. Even her official Weibo channel was full of angry people scolding her. Every update was peppered with the worst insults and profanities. At first, Xiaoling's fans in this life had weakly retorted, but they were soon drowned in the flood of tirades thrown at her and could hardly create a ripple. What's more, some of the fans felt that she had indeed been too much and became anti-fans, becoming part of the many that were cursing her. Xiaoling sat in front of the computer, reading these Weibo posts with Sister Mina. Sister Mina said, this is just the start. Are you afraid? The luminescent light from the computer screen reflected on Xiaoling's face, making her thick and fine eyelashes look like crow's feathers, creating a light shadow under her eyes. She turned her head slightly, holding a porcelain cup with a cracked ice pattern in her slender and fair fingers, and slowly sipped her tea. What is there to be afraid of? Her voice was low. She had been through greater storms and waves than these before. What was this compared to those? Sister Mina smiled and tidied the stray strands on her head. Then, let's put the next step in the plan into motion. Xiaoling put down the porcelain cup in her hands and gently typed a sentence on the screen. I slapped her because she deserved it. As to why she deserved it, she would know in her heart. She would also know whether or not she actually had a heart attack. She pressed send. There was a great commotion in Weibo again. This time, more started to curse at her. What do you mean by she deserved it? Yi Xingling, explain yourself clearly if you're truly innocent. Yeah, it was clearly you who had insulted Xiaoling first. Xia Yu was defending her older sister before she was slapped by you. Why aren't you telling us the reason? That's because you have a guilty conscience, you bitch. You're scared and looking for an excuse now that so many of us are scolding you, aren't you? Exactly. A coward that is trying to push the responsibility to others. Our Xiao Yu had a heart attack all because of you and you are still trying to frame her for faking it. You shameless woman. You're rubbish of a person with poor upbringing. You're so cruel. I regret buying your latest single. Let's boycott Yi Xingling. Get out of the entertainment circle, Yi Xingling. Get out of the entertainment circle, Yi Xingling. All the boos culminated in one chant. Get out of the entertainment circle, Yi Xingling. This was repeated non-stop in the Weibo thread. Countless reposted this Weibo post together with the chant. The scale of it was massive, as if they were not going to stop unless she had been chased out of the entertainment circle. Xiaoling quietly closed her computer screen. The next day, her official Weibo channel was filled with posts demanding that she apologize, and filled with posts demanding that she leave the entertainment circle. She got tired of reading all these posts. She boiled herself a cup of flower tea, locked herself in the house and practiced her singing. Li Lei called her and asked, Xiaoling, are you okay? He had flown to Manhattan for a few days to settle some important business. Tan Ying had not dared to disturb him while he was busy, and had only just updated him about her situation now. Xiaoling half leaned on the back of the seat of the swing in front of the glass full-length window, curling up her slender legs, and her fingers trailing the notes on the sheet music in her hands. She said, I'm pretty good. Li Lei was put at ease hearing that her tone of voice was normal, but still asked, do you need my help? Xiaoling's lips curled into a small smile. Nope, thanks. She realized that she had become more reserved and relaxed than before, like the needles on her back that were upright were retracting slowly on hearing his words of concern. While she was able to bear all the hate that was being thrown at her, to say that she did not feel wronged or upset would be impossible. You were born to a mother but did not have a mother to teach you. A bitch like you should be betrayed by everyone including your own family. Every sentence pricked her in the heart. Li Lei's call from overseas was like a warm cup of tea in the blazing blizzard, giving her some much-needed consolation. She will win this war, and everything that she had to go through today she would claim back from Xia Yu in the future. The third day, her official Weibo was being repaired by the technical guys in the company. There continued to be droves and droves of posts cursing at her and being reposted. The anger from the public did not cease and was even worse than those from 2 days prior. They were jeering at her for being a coward and a tortoise in its shell hiding away since she had not said anything in response to them. The number of followers on her official page was increasing day by day, and her popularity appeared to have become more than before just by looking at the numbers. Some media critics said, is Yi Xingling using this to amass more followers? Does she think that you can become famous for picking a fight? Don't be a fool, doing something like that to gain a notorious name for yourself will only make you a clown. All sorts of jeers and insults were thrown at her. She stopped watching the news and focused on her own things. That day, Sister Mai Na and her assistant, Wei Wei, accompanied her to the television station for the publicity shoot. The beer-bellied person in charge politely spoke as he rubbed his hands together awkwardly. My apologies, Sister Mai Na and Miss Yi. The shoot has been cancelled, weren't you two informed by the staff members? Cancelled, why? Asked Sister Mai Na as she frowned. Well, the person in charge glanced at Xiaoling as he feigned helplessness. The matter involving Miss Yi has blown up. Considering our reputation and viewership, we have decided to find someone else for this, so. Who is it? Xiaoling cut him off coldly. Of course, it's Xiao Yu. Covered in a suit and leather shoes, Chu Chen gracefully walked out from the recording studio with confidence. He turned sideways, allowing a girl in a flowered crochet dress to pass through, acting like a gentleman. Indeed, it was Xia Yu. We meet again, Yi Xingling. Xia Yu was always meek and gentle in front of others, appearing as pure as an angel. However, she could hardly conceal her cockiness and gloating as she let out a slight smirk. Xiaoling stepped forward. At that moment, Xia Yu turned pale and retreated in fright, tugging at Chu Chen's sleeve. Almost immediately, Chu Chen, her assistants, and her bodyguard formed a protective shield around Xia Yu, staring at Xiaoling coldly and menacingly, as though she was the enemy. Were you planning on striking her? Chu Chen's cold voice rang throughout the corridor. Oncoming passers-by shot glances at Xiaoling, pointing fingers at her. Once again, Xiaoling had underestimated those cunning bitches and was placed in an unfavorable situation. She only wanted to settle things calmly, yet Xia Yu could play the victim in a split second. She was about to lose her temper when Sister Mai Na shielded her from the others. Chu Chen, openly snatching our shoot after resorting to underhand means for publicity. I can sue you. Go ahead, Chu Chen replied in a civil manner. Let's go. Sister Mai Na was almost exploding with anger as she left with Xiaoling and Wei Wei hastily. Back to the nanny van. Simmer down, Sister Mai Na, holding in your anger is not good for the body, said Wei Wei cautiously. The anger faded from Sister Mai Na's face and was replaced with a cold, frosty look. I am not as angry as I look, Wei Wei. She sounded calm as she stared deeply into the television station's direction. What, then why did you? She asked, stunned. I behaved that way so that we can appear to be at the end of our rope, then they would let their guard down. Sister Mai Na explained. Only then our follow-up plan can proceed smoothly. But, she paused and turned to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, what kind of foul temper did you just display? Why are you so easily provoked? What were you planning to do if I didn't step in just now? Slap her face, Xiaoling replied honestly. Wei Wei was astounded. Why would Sister Xiaoling dare to do that when she was already the talk of the town in a bad way? Troubled, Sister Mai Na rubbed her temples. Gosh, who does this little girl think she is? It is one thing to be able to stand up for herself, but this temper of hers, forget it, let's go to the next shoot. She stopped herself as she was too tired to go on about it. I reckon the next shoot will be cancelled as well, said Xiaoling calmly. Since Chu Chen had already snatched one shoot from them, he definitely would not stop there. They were old partners in her previous life and she knew his ways like the back of her palm. He was all in or nothing. With that, she speculated that her other shoots were already claimed by him. Considering she was in the teeth of public's criticism, the public companies couldn't wait to terminate their contracts with her. These people are too much. Even if Sister Xiaoling is not in favor with the public now, which celebrity hasn't been criticized by the public? They could wait till the matter has blown over, then release the recordings. How could all of them forsake her? What terrible people they are. What you said is true, but this time it's different. The diva, Xiaoling, is involved. Xiaoling silently nodded in agreement. It was not that she was narcissistic, but Xiaoling had been crowned as a goddess since her death. With her death, Xiaoling had become a legend and the representative of perfection. If anyone dared to speak ill of her, everyone would be at their heels. Furthermore, apparently this time she had hurt Xiaoling's sickly little sister. What should we do then? Wei Wei panicked. We should go to the next venue to take a look, said Xiaoling. She had to personally confirm the situation even with her speculations. She had planned to keep those people who had abandoned her in her time of need in mind. These people would not even get the slightest chance to work with her in future when she gained popularity, even if they came to her crying and begging. Yes, let's go. I'm really curious to hear what they will say, said Sister Mina coldly. Upon arrival at the second shooting venue, Sister Mina asked Xiaoling to stay in the car. She felt that Xiaoling, being a celebrity, ought to be treated with respect instead of getting snubbed and rejected by others and that it was the manager's and assistant's duty to sow such depressing things. Xiaoling watched silently, filled with gratitude. Third company, the fourth company. A total of 4 companies, including 2 advertising agencies, had cancelled Yi Xingling's shoot. The 2 even took it a step further by claiming that they would go bankrupt as Yi Xingling was a sales flop. Sister Mina swallowed all the insults and returned to the nanny van as though nothing had happened. Smiling, she told Xiaoling that would be more chances in future. However, being a novice, Wei Wei could not hide her anger. Her expression and slightly red eyes told Xiaoling what happened. Conscience-stricken, Xiaoling started to feel a little down. It was one thing to suffer from others' insults, but to implicate others around her was another matter entirely. As they arrived at Xiaoling's condo, Sister Mina remained unaffected by what happened earlier. I'm giving you a break. Rest well for a few days, things will get busier in future, she said, smiling. Xiaoling returned the smile and nodded before bidding goodbye to her and Wei Wei. As she reached her condo, she could no longer keep up the facade. She grew weary and was laden with sorrow. Just as Xiaoling was about to switch on the lights, a deep and attractive voice gave her a shock. Hey, little beauty, it has only been a few days since I last saw you. This looks really unlike you. Boss, what are you doing here? She asked as she got a clear view of the man on the sofa. His tall and symmetrical body was reclined on the fabric sofa with Ermao napping beside his feet. With a tilted head and a glass of red wine in hand, he revealed his white and shiny teeth with a huge smile. I have settled my business in Manhattan, so I'm here to visit you. I brought a bottle of red wine, some fruits and some little stuff for you. In actual fact, he had deliberately shortened his trip after receiving Tan Ying's report. He was worried about her and wanted to be by her side during such a difficult time. However, he did not tell her the truth as it would be an embarrassment to speak the words. Boss, do whatever you want. Li Lei had already treated her house as though it was his and she couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. I'll go practice, she said as she walked past him dazedly towards the workroom. She could no longer keep up a happy face. All she wanted was to be alone and lick her wounds in private. However, he said, come, I'll bring you somewhere. The spring night, the flowers and the trees gently reflected the moon's silver shimmer as the chirping crickets burst into song. She caught sight of an exquisite sign above the festooned door reading, the GU Garden. The calligraphy was filled with antiquity and vigor, reflecting the calligrapher's exceptionalism and superior skills. Where are we? She blinked and asked. A figure wearing a black traditional Chinese-style jacket emerged from the flagstone pavement in the depths of the GU Garden holding a simple and unsophisticated lantern before Li Lei could reply. As he walked closer, Xiaoling got a clearer view and realized he was a refined white-haired middle-aged man. He wore a pair of half-frame horn-rimmed glasses with the other half lined with metallic silver. Oh, it's second young Master Li, what a rare sight. He greeted Li Lei, beaming. It's been a while since I last saw you, Uncle Joe. Li Lei greeted him in return. Is Grandfather GU here? I specially bought some fresh truffles for him from my overseas trip. Uncle Joe was the butler of the GU Garden and was clear about old Master Gu's favoritism for Li Lei. Yes, he is. You came at the right time. He just had his dinner and is playing Chinese chess in the tea house. Old Master GU was an eccentric old man. Many big shots have attempted to make appointments to meet him but were rejected, yet he took a strange liking to Li Lei and allowed him to visit whenever he wanted. Li Lei entered with Xiaoling. In the tea house, there was an old man, aged around 70, playing Chinese chess alone. He was covered in cotton traditional Chinese clothing and had a cup of tea next to him. Li Lei observed him for a while before picking a suitable moment to call out to him. Grandfather GU, he called out affectionately. A kind and loving face was revealed as Grandfather GU looked up and saw Li Lei. As he caught sight of Xiaoling, he appeared to be rather surprised. Who is this young lady? Li Lei, coming from a well-established family with old money for many generations, was different from the typical nouveau riche descendants. He knew how to conduct himself properly. No matter how many girlfriends he had or how crazy the relationship was, he would never bring random girls to meet his elders. One must have high status to have been brought to meet his elders. My future girlfriend, he grinned. No, I'm not, Xiaoling was quick to explain. Old Master GU scrutinized the both of them and giggled. You sneaky young lad, you have not succeeded in wooing her, yet you brought her to see me. Spill it, what do you need from me? The reason for this young brat's visit was now clear as day, it was most likely to ask for a favor. Old Master Gu was the sworn brother of Li Lei's grandfather and was familiar with Li Lei's character due to watching him grow up. Despite being exposed, he wasn't embarrassed at all and immediately seized the opportunity to ask for a favor. Grandfather Gu, you know me best. I brought some truffles for you from my overseas trip, could you do me a favor? He was always skilled at acting cute in front of his elders. At that moment, he carefully presented Old Master Gu with a transparent box as though it was a treasure. It contained a small piece of truffle wrapped in tinfoil, still covered in mud. The box immediately sparked Old Master's attention and he took the box, starting to scrutinize it carefully. It's the Italy white truffle, to think it can be so well preserved in this season. The Italy white truffle was rare among truffles and was Old Master Gu's favorite. It was extremely difficult to get it as it was seasonal. Now that Li Lei had come this far to deliver this precious piece of truffle, how was it possible to contain his joy? Shrewd as he was, Old Master Gu asked, why did your grandfather say you went to Manhattan instead? Li Lei smiled coyly and innocently. I recalled that white truffle is your favorite, so after settling my business in Manhattan, I flew to Italy personally as I was afraid to entrust the purchase of this precious thing to others. It was on the way, anyway. On the way, Xiaoling was rendered speechless by the nonsense coming out from his mouth. Manhattan was located in America, and Italy in Europe. On the way, indeed. Old Master Gu was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. You, spill it, what is the favor you came for? Just to clarify, I will not agree if the favor is out of line. Old Master Gu attempted to let him take a hint before he could speak. Seeing that he specially flew to Italy for his instrument of bribery despite his busy schedule, Old Master Gu knew that it would not be a small favor. Li Lei began to pout, feeling wronged. Grandfather Gu, I know better than that. It's really a teeny-weeny favor. Don't you have a perfume named Meteor Wings? I found a spokesperson for you. This is a tiny favor, he exclaimed as he nearly fainted. The Gu financial magnate was in the perfume industry and they invented a perfume 2 years ago, named Meteor Wings. It was perfection. Anyone who had smelled it would know that it was a miraculous invention. Once released into the market, it would be recorded as a transcendental classic in the history of perfumes. The reason for the delay in its release was the lack of a suitable spokesperson. Seeing that the Gus combed through countless celebrities in the world, yet had failed to find someone with the qualities to represent the aura of Meteor Wings, it can be deduced that they had extremely high expectation and that it was an almost impossible mission. But now, Li Lei had the cheek to request for this. Old Master Gu was amused and slightly displeased. I knew you had something bad up your sleeve. The winged meteor is the treasure of the Gu family. Your brother Gu Xiao and sister Gu Yan's future wealth depends on it. Tell me, who did you approach to be the spokesperson? I will not agree to it if she is unreliable. My future girlfriend, the future diva of ski art entertainment, Xiaoling. Look, she has status and popularity, she is absolutely suitable to be Meteor Wing's spokesperson, he said with a smile, fawning over her. It then dawned on Xiaoling that he had another motive for bringing her there. She was almost moved to tears. He racked his brains in an attempt to help her get the most important shoot when everyone else only wanted to terminate her. She had already guessed which Gu family they were referring to through their conversation. It was the renowned family who owned the Gu financial magnate, the colossal perfume empire. The old master Gu in front of her was no doubt the founder of the company, Gu Lingzi. Old master Gu grew more serious as he sized Xiaoling up. What are this young lady's capabilities that could make me put her in charge of such an important endorsement? I'm not interested in any more nonsense, I would like a legitimate reason from you, young lad, said old master Gu sternly. He gave Li Lei a chance to win him over, as he was clear that Li Lei was nothing like those good-for-nothing from wealthy families. Li Lei had strong capabilities as well as foresight and was meant for great things. Things would have been different if it was his two commonplace grandchildren recommending that ordinary-looking young lady for such an important endorsement. He would have flared up from the start. Instead of answering old master Gu immediately, he asked Xiaoling a question, are you confident enough to do it, Xiaoling? Xiaoling was slightly taken aback from his unexpected question. I'll have to take a look at the perfume and get to know more about its style and the ideology behind it, she replied. This was a habit from her previous life, she would not simply agree to endorsements unless the product truly matched her style. She cherished her reputation and wanted to take responsibility for the products. Old Master nodded his head silently. This perfume invention was of utmost importance. The Gu family had invested countless money and manpower to create it, and it could greatly impact the structure of the perfume market in future. Now, everything had been arranged, except a suitable spokesperson. No matter who got the job, she would shoot to fame. He had seen a huge number of models and celebrities jump at the chance, resorting to all kinds of means for the job, leaving no stones unturned. Surprisingly, the young lady in front of him remained hesitant even after being recommended for the job. Either she was really scheming or really cautious. Old Master Gu sized the young lady up closely, seeing that she had bright eyes and was free of impurities. This was a pure soul. As he stared for a longer time, he felt as though she had a mysterious splendor and a certain kind of attractiveness, making others become intoxicated unknowingly, unable to take their eyes off her. Unlike other artistes who were impulsive and eager for quick success, she was neither supercilious nor obsequious. She was definitely worthy of Li Lei. Old Master Gu eventually felt that the young lady might really be suitable for the endorsement of Meteor Wings. First, go to the audition. Old Master Gu decided. On the surface, it was an audition, but it was already halfway cut and dried. Many people had begged old Master Gu for this job, but Xiaoling was the first to make him recommend her for an audition. As long as she was not too lousy, who would dare to raise objections against someone who old Master Gu recommended? Then again, how could it be possible that old Master Ji would recommend someone mediocre? Who would dare to say otherwise? Wouldn't that be implying that he had bad taste? Li Lei understood the hidden meaning immediately. He smiled widely and thanked him profusely. Cunning little fellow, you obviously know that your uncle Ji is in charge of this, yet you came to me instead of him. Did you think I wouldn't see through you? Old Master Ji complained jokingly. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, grandfather Ji. You're the smartest. He grinned happily. That's enough, get out of here. Old Master Ji was getting on in years and was supposed to be enjoying his time with his family. However, his own children and grandchildren were afraid to even make a sound at the sight of him. Grandfather Ji favored Li Lei for that exact reason, only Li Lei dared to act like a child and joke around with him. Your Uncle Ji just brought over some Longjing tea leaves, get Uncle Joe to pack some for you. Try to make do with them. I won't need to make do with them, Uncle Ji is a master in tea tasting, the tea must be high grade for him to bring it to you, he said cheerily. He did not forget to praise both father and son before accepting the tea leaves. He then left contently with Xiaoling. When they were no longer near, Uncle Joe informed Old Master Ji of the trouble Xiaoling was in without missing anything out. Old Master, I have investigated thoroughly. Miss Yi is a new artiste from Ski Art Entertainment and is in a difficult situation. Old Master Ji slowly placed the Chinese chess piece that he was twisting about on his fingers down on the chessboard. Noted. Old Master, is it suitable to let Miss Yi endorse Meteor Wings? She is currently the target of public criticism and has already been terminated by many companies. She's one step away from losing her footing in the entertainment industry. I absolutely trust the young lad's taste. He cares so deeply for her, he wouldn't let her be pulled down by this matter. It is our family that will benefit from this instead, Old Master Ji calmly replied. We will benefit. Uncle Joe was even more baffled. All companies have rejected that young lady due to the ongoing rumors, but only we believed in her and were willing to give her a chance, offering her timely help. What do you think the world will think of us after she regains her reputation? Enlightened, he answered, we will be highly praised, of course. It will be more effective than normal publicity. Li Lei was sure that I would not reject him even if I was clear about what happened recently. It's a win-win situation. This shows how smart he is, said Old Master Ji, his voice filled with admiration. Uncle Joe nodded in agreement. The reason for Old Master Gu's favoritism for second young Master Li was now clear to him. If my good-for-nothing grandson was half as capable as Li Lei, I wouldn't be so worried. I wonder what's going to happen to the Ji family at the hands of the third generation, Old Master Ji suddenly sighed. A Chinese chess piece fell slowly to the chessboard, unveiling his loneliness. Uncle Joe sighed as well. Each family had its own problems. The moon was obscured. Xiaoling followed Li Lei out of the Ji garden and slid into the backseat. Surprisingly, Li Lei did not take the wheel and followed her into the backseat. Here, a present for you. He casually held out the tea he had received from Old Master Ji to Xiaoling. It was gifted to you. Xiaoling refused to accept it. She was clear that he begged others to help her and was already feeling guilty. Why would she have the nerve to accept his present? Take it, he said insistently. I can't tell the good from the bad. Why let it go to waste by giving it to me? This was the truth. Even though she learned some high-class etiquette when she worked with Pei Zihang, he never did pressure her into learning the things she disliked or was impatient with. As luck would have it, tea tasting was one of them. She attempted to stuff the packet of expensive tea leaves back into his lap. Take it. She suddenly stopped before she could finish. The dim moonlight had penetrated the windshield and fell between Li Lei's perfect and peaceful brows, giving him a silver glow. He had somehow fallen asleep. His eyes were gently closed and his breathing was slow and steady. Xiaoling pulled back her arm as thoughts started to whirl in her head. Did he not take the wheel today due to being heavily exhausted? After much scrutiny, she spotted his slightly visible eye bags. He appeared to be worn out due to insufficient rest. She was speechless. What had he been doing recently? She suddenly realized that they were worlds apart and that she did not understand him very well. They arrived at the condominium. The chauffeur courteously opened the door for her and proceeded to open the door for Li Lei on the other side. He was slightly stunned when he noticed that he was asleep. Miss Yi, I'll help young master up. You can go upstairs first, he said. Has he been sleeping well these days? She questioned her. The chauffeur had been Li Lei's subordinate for years and knew him well. Previously, there was an emergency in Manhattan, yet he specially cut the trip short to rush to Italy and returned earlier than planned. He has day and night reversed and passed out a few times from jet lag. He hasn't been eating well, not to mention sleeping well. Xiaoling could not believe her ears. Did he overexert himself just to rush back and help her? She felt a lump in her throat. She was touched his gesture, but she was rather confused and at a loss. The chauffeur had already helped Li Lei up, but as he took a step, Li Lei woke up. Are we home? Asked Li Lei blurringly. He had yet to fully come round. We're downstairs, young master, the chauffeur replied. Li Lei mumbled an, okay, and proceeded to stare at Xiaoling, revealing an innocent and beautiful smile. We're home, Xiaoling, he muttered softly. She did not seem to notice how he managed to take a petty advantage of her with his choice of words. All she felt was a pang of guilt. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I was too impulsive to have hit Xiaoyu this time. She deserved it. This will serve as a warning to others, he said as he continued to smile dazedly. It was basic instinct to protect her as she meant the world to him. Xiaoling was about to ask him the reason for treating her so well, but she stopped herself in time when she caught sight of his weary face. Although she could guess the answer, she refused to dwell on it as she was unable to reciprocate his feelings. Instead, she would give it her best shot to become a diva again, one better than her previous life, to earn his company some glory. That was the only way she could repay him. The following day, she went for the interview as agreed. She put in more effort compared to the past and gave full play to her skills. She was as stunningly natural as she basked under the spotlight. With every soul-stirring movement, she took everyone's breath away. Even without the rare recommendation from old Master Gu, she was definitely worthy of snagging the endorsement. Things got busier once again. Not only there was the secret filming of the Meteor Wings advertisement, but there were also a series of still pictures to be taken at the same time of recording the publicity video and theme song. The theme song was placed under Wei Xiaoyan's charge after deciding on its nature. Previously Wei Xiaoyan had put in a huge amount of effort to write her debut song, but the good times did not last and it was not long before she lost her popularity due to the negative news. As he witnessed the downfall of Glass Fingertips, he was exploding with anger. He vowed to make the bastards from Imperial Entertainment pay. He declined the invites from 2 other popular big shots in order to focus on writing a song for her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoling, I'm here to back you up. Imperial Entertainment is no big deal, I'm going to exterminate them. He said ferociously. With that defensive stance, it was as though it was him who was bullied instead of Xiaoling. Xiaoling was greatly moved. However, this feeling was eradicated in a few days' time. Full of fight, Wei Xiaoyan aimed for perfectionism. Picky as he was, she was left hanging by a thread after countless fussing from him. Xiaoling couldn't help but think that he was grabbing the chance to torture her instead of helping her seek revenge. During the music production intervals, she took some time to catch up with the current trends. The fans of both Xiaoyu and Xiaoling, as well as the onlookers, were still keeping up with the overwhelming insults. The fact that she had not muted the notifications of her official Weibo account opened the floodgates. It was filled with many different malicious insults and sarcastic remarks, even leading to her family members being verbally attacked. Gradually, some people could no longer take it lying down. Yi Xingling might have been at fault, but these insults are overboard. Exactly, what a poor thing. Although these scattered voices were no match for the frenzied insults, a number of souls were clearly impacted. Sister Mai Na thought it was the right time, thus she approached the GU financial magnate and obtained the trailer for Dancing Under the Stars, which was the first segment of Meteor Wings' top-notch publicity video. She then released it on Xiaoling's official Weibo account. The mysterious sea of stars in the publicity video set her off to advantage. She appeared as a flawless beauty, pure yet exquisite. Wearing a blue chiffon galaxy maxi dress with silver headdress, she glowed in the shadows as she twirled around in her crystal heels, leaving shimmers of light wherever she stepped. Her unique stance and magnificent stature could even make her worst enemy not take his eyes off her. In her fair and sparkling palm, there was a mini box. No one knew what was inside. Who dared to approach her to endorse their product at such a time? There was a huge uproar as the public speculated. Xiaoling appeared to be relaxed and posted. Truth will speak for itself, and history will judge if one is truly innocent or guilty, thus I absolutely have no need to explain myself. A word of advice for some people. Instead of spending your time thinking of ways to falsely accuse another, spend a little more effort on your work, on her official Weibo account. She was implying that she was dedicated to official work matters while Xiaoyu was busy trying to ruin her reputation through underhanded means. With the slightest comparison, everyone could tell who was the superior one. Not bad, you have a huge presence, this is exactly how a celebrity should behave. Satisfied, Sister Mai Na praised her. It was all thanks to boss, she replied. If it wasn't for Li Lei, she wouldn't have been able to snag an endorsement and wouldn't have gotten a chance to demonstrate her broad-mindedness and style. Ski Art Entertainment is only one of the many businesses managed by boss. He only got involved in matters around here because he thinks highly of you. He doesn't usually do so. Press on and be sure to not let him down, Xiaoling. Xiaoling's thoughts started to drift as she agreed. She wondered what that ever-bright smiling man was up to at that particular moment. A huge wave of Xiaoyu's fans grew even more cross and lashed out like mad dogs by raining down further insults on her official Weibo. Simultaneously, having kept mum for a long time, fans of Yi Xingling eventually began to fight back. They were either struck by their conscience, maxed out their tolerance or had their courage mustered by Xiaoling's declaration. Our Xiaoling is able to produce such a captivating work, what about Xiaoyu? What could there be there to fuel your arrogance? Does Xiaoyu know how to do anything besides acting pitiful and maligning others? Exactly, if she is really so capable, issue a challenge. Then we can see for ourselves who is the better one. Issue a challenge, issue a challenge. That publicity trailer was nothing short of perfection. All of Yi Xingling's fans were confident that Xiaoyu was no match for their idol. They were filled with resentment and spared no effort in grasping at the chance to oppress Xiaoyu as they continued to call her out. How could Xiaoyu's fans ever admit that their idol was inferior? At once they rebuked, saying that Xiaoyu was merely conserving her strength and that she would leave Xiaoling in a sorry state once she acted. Burning with righteous ardor, countless fans intensely urged Xiaoyu to accept the challenge and teach Yi Xingling a lesson. Unable to back out, Xiaoyu could only announce that she would do it. Sure, I'll challenge her. She had no idea how Xiaoling managed to snag an advertisement. However, according to Chu Chen's investigation, no notable advertising agencies had collaborated with Xiaoling recently. With that, she speculated that whichever product she had endorsed was definitely not fit to be brought to the table. How could it ever compare to the well-known brands she was endorsing for? Some people just enjoy digging their own graves, said Xiaoyu softly and smiling meekly. So what if she filmed a nice video? It's useless without the boost from well-known brands. When it comes to endorsements, all that matters is the overall publicity effect. She's going to cry at the end. Let's use the Ideal Sea perfume to challenge her, Brother Chu. Although the Ideal C perfume was no match for the GU Financial Magnate's perfume in terms of cost and popularity, the GU Financial Magnate had never signed on a newbie to endorse their products, thus it could be said that the Ideal C perfume's endorsement was the best one a newbie could ask for. Previously, Sister Mai Na racked her brains to get that endorsement, but due to the slapping scandal, it was presented on a silver platter to Chu Chen and Xia Yu. That's right. If we are to challenge her, let's blow matters up. We have to let her suffer a crushing defeat in front of everyone and deny her of all chances to rise up again. The Imperial Entertainment crafted their battle plan carefully. They called for a press conference and news of the upcoming competition was all over the papers. Xia Yu put up an act and appeared innocent in the news reports. Even though I have yet to fully recover from a relapse of my heart condition, I will accept this challenge. I will prove to everyone that I am a professional and that I did not malign anybody. All her fans were greatly moved. It made their hearts ache to see the sweet girl suffer. Being slapped for no reason, she had already suffered a great grievance, yet she had to take up the challenge even though she was not feeling well. In comparison, that bitch, Yi Xingling, was really a devious snake. She was so healthy compared to the sickly Xiao Yu, how could she take advantage of Xiao Yu's perilous state? Once again, she was at the receiving end of sarcasm and insults. As Sister Mai Na scanned through the numerous news articles and countless floating rumors online, she let out a cold laugh. Acting pitiful once again, that's all she does. Does she think that it will work all the time? Xia Ling smiled bitterly. It did work most of the time. In her previous life, she was duped by her precious sister, for her whole life, falling for the same trick over and over again. Xia Yu had mastered the art of the acting pitiful and could easily win over the crowd through evoking their sympathy. Appearing dainty and delicate, she had the upper hand as the public favored the weak. Xia Ling stood on her own and was a little too independent, so much so that she appeared exclusive and cold. This was the opposite of the pure goddess-like image people tended to create for themselves. Lacking cordiality, it was difficult to gain popularity in a short span of time, and one mistake could cost everything. Most entertainment companies dared not pool too many resources on this type of artiste as it was considered a high-risk investment with high cost and may take years to see a return. There was only one such artiste all these years, the diva Xia Ling from Imperial Entertainment. She was all high and mighty and was not shy to show her beauty. Alas, with a diva already emerged, the other companies dared not invest in artistes with similar personalities. The reason was obvious: when being compared to Xia Ling, they could never reach the benchmark she set in the eyes of fans. Promoting Yi Xingling was a risky move for Ski Art Entertainment as it was sure to plague them with extreme stress. Sister Mai Na had already mentally prepared herself for a bumpy ride before taking on Yi Xingling. At the moment, her expression turned cold. Since Imperial Entertainment has gone this far, let's play along with them. Xia Yu likes to feign sickness, doesn't she? We'll destroy her masquerade in front of everyone. She proceeded to carry on with her plan. Not long after, someone came forth with an article mentioning an exclusive interview with the diva Xia Ling many years ago. Xia Ling had mentioned gleefully that her younger sister was no longer plagued by her congenital heart disease and that she had made a full recovery after her operation. There was barely any chance of relapse after being cured of her disease. Was it really just a coincidence that she relapsed immediately after being slapped by Yi Xingling? There were concerns regarding the validity of her statements everywhere, including the internet, radio, television station and even on the streets. A considerable number of people began to take stock of Yi Xingling's previous claim and believed that Xia Yu was feigning illness. Even some Xia Yu's fans started to have their doubts. Xia Yu had no choice but to explain herself, and she did so with tears welled up in her eyes. She claimed to have had congenital heart disease from a very young age. Without undergoing treatment and coupled with the bad living conditions, she had struggled to stay alive before she met her lucky star, Pei Zihang. Although Brother Zihang arranged for me to get the best possible treatment overseas, my illness was too serious to fully recover from. Even after a few operations, the doctors could only keep my illness in check but could not cure me of it. My sister announced my full recovery only to keep people from worrying for me. Actually, my heart is similar to those who are normal, unless someone agitates me. Normally, I would be extremely cautious as I have a weak body. What I did not expect was to be slapped and knocked brutally to the ground. This was the cause of my relapse. Her speech was perfectly logical and reasonable, tying up all the loose ends. She even hinted that Yi Xingling was cruel and merciless with the usage of the word brutally. The fans who originally wavered were cleared of doubt after Xia Yu's speech and were filled with righteous indignation once again as they hardened their stance. However, Yi Xingling's fans were not convinced so easily and continued to peck at Xia Yu's hypocrisy. To defend their idol, many rallied together to investigate the truth behind Xia Yu's relapse. Was any evidence gathered from the investigation? Xia Ling asked Sister Mai Na as she monitored the case's development. Sister Mai Na was filled with confidence. Why are you even worrying? Boss is going to settle this. He already sent someone to investigate and we will soon get the evidence. Then, we only need to leave a few breadcrumbs for the fans and the truth will be told. That's right, she said as her worries dissipated. Unclear how it started, she began to develop a sense of blind faith in Li Lei. As Li Lei conducted his investigation in secret, the fans were openly looking into the matter. Xia Yu's fans rushed to her defense, not willing to appear weak. The battle grew more intense as both parties refused to back down. With that, Yi Xingling became known to many. However, people continued to shoot her side glances. She had gained infamy instead of fame. Compared to her, Xia Yu had really benefited from the situation as she grabbed the chance to seek sympathy from the public. Her songs became increasingly popular and her recent Ideal C perfume commercial became a smash hit as well. Yes, the Ideal C perfume commercial had made its debut. It was the new product for the season. It was lotus-scented, its elegance reflecting the beginning of summer. It appeared exquisite and virtuous despite where it came from. It was public opinion that the theme of the commercial served as a foil to Xia Yu. The picture was complete with a light fragrance matching a beauty. To have terminated Yi Xingling was the right choice after all. How could she have possessed such a pure aura or done justice to the product? Ideal Sea perfume gained consistent popularity and soon there were posters all over the streets. That night, neon lights dazzled in the darkness outside the French casement as Xia Ling stood in Wei Xiaoyan's recording studio. His workplace was directly facing the electronic advertising board, which presented Xia Yu's advertisement, the plain lotus. A white lotus flower floating on clear water began to bloom as Xia Yu knelt beside it, wrapped in white cotton tape, bending to reach out for the flower. Her glassy eyes carried a hint of fragility and a speck of sorrow. She had a pair of pixie wings, appearing pure and beautiful. It was a great shot. Although it was a little inferior in terms of quality compared to Xia Ling's, Dancing Under the Stars, with the solid backing from Ideal Sea perfume, it had greater exposure to the viewers and experienced far more success than Xia Ling's unknown publicity video. As Xia Ling stood in front of the French casement, she observed her sister silently for a long period of time. She was distant, almost like a stranger. She wondered if her sister had always been that way since they were kids. Had she been concealing her true nature from the beginning? Or maybe, when did she start to change? Now she looked sly and scheming, completely unrecognizable. What are you staring at? Wei Xiaoyan's voice came from behind. As he got a clearer view, he grew furious. Why would you look at that? That's our enemy. Xia Ling collected her emotions and told Wei Xiaoyan, well, we can appreciate our rival's beautiful shots. Only by adopting advice from people all around could one have a brighter future as a celebrity. Wei Xiaoyan scoffed. This is a beautiful shot. If I did the shoot, I could have done it many times better. Xia Ling, just you wait, in a while every advertisement board and billboard in the streets will be featuring you. Xia Ling was not in the mood to bicker with him and simply left him with the words, all the best to you. Wei Xiaoyan had been irritable recently. He had reached a bottleneck with the theme song to Meteor Wings, the better he wanted it to be, the worse it turned out. His inspiration seemed to have vaporized. Even the few songwriters that he had specially invited only handed in mediocre drafts, and after countless changes they were still not up to par. That made him even more agitated. Hearing Xia Ling's insincere, all the best, Wei Xiaoyan reacted like a cat who had its tail stepped on, exploding with fury about her lack of fight. Xia Ling acted like a confidant, bearing all his lashing emotions. On the third time, he went about saying, Xia Ling, you'd better get more serious. You need to have faith in yourself, you're able to beat Xia Yu. Her cell phone rang. Thank goodness, this call was a savior, she could not wait to pick it up. The caller was her appointed chauffeur. After artistes have made their debut, Ski Art Entertainment would assign a car and chauffeur to them. Xia Ling's chauffeur was a little different, hers was specially appointed by Li Lei. The chauffeur had bad news. I'm so sorry, Miss Yi, my daughter is running a high fever and is in the hospital now. My wife is on a business trip, so I'll have to go to the hospital to take care of her. I'm afraid I won't be able to fetch you tonight. What do you say? Do I get the company to arrange for another chauffeur? Xia Ling was not expecting such a situation, but his daughter was ill and that was understandable. She tilted her head slightly and looked towards Wei Xiaoyan. There's no need to arrange for another chauffeur, I'll go back on my own. Wei was not in the right state today and she did not want to stay and hear him go on with the nagging and lecturing. If she got the company to look for a replacement, who knew when they could get it done, she simply could wait any longer, even one more minute of his gibberish might drive her mad. The chauffeur was slightly worried. If you're returning on your own, safety-wise. Somebody will be with me, don't worry, it'll be fine, she told him. After finding out about Pei Ziheng taking interest in Xia Ling, Li Lei had not only got her to stay in the unit beside his, he had also arranged for bodyguards to shadow her. She had seen the bodyguards before, they were all well-trained men with looks of cold determination. She supposed they must have been through a lot in life, their stance itself said enough about how ready they were for a fight anytime. The chauffeur knew she had bodyguards as well and decided not to persuade her any further. He left her a few words of advice and hung up. Xia Ling happily told Wei Xiaoyan, Wei, it's 11 now. Nobody's fetching me today, so I'll have to leave earlier. Goodbye. With that, she disregarded his look of reluctance and hurried out of the door. She took the elevator to the first floor and waited for the two bodyguards to keep up with her before they moved on. Li Lei appointed 4 bodyguards to her. If she was in the recording studio, there would usually be 2 of them indoors and 2 outdoors. This time, however, she did not see the 2 bodyguards outside. It was close to midnight, and the entrance only accessible to staff and members was extremely quiet and the street lamps outside were dim. The 2 bodyguards reacted swiftly, one of them shielding her in the front while the other protected her from behind as they attempted to make their way back into the building. It all happened in a flash. The bodyguard before her limply fell to the ground without warning. Behind her, she heard a sound, like something was knocked against the door handle. It was not loud, but it was enough for the bodyguard to decisively turn away and pull her along as they threw themselves into the bushes for cover. The surrounding was silent again. Xia Ling was catching short breaths as her heart pounded rapidly. Who arranged for this ambush? The number of people she had offended in this life could be counted on one hand, Li Bear. Their enmity was not to the point of life and death, and furthermore, she was too minor a celebrity for such a large-scale movement, second young Master Zhou. Impossible, he would not want to offend Li Lei. Otherwise, he would not have given in to her so much at the club, Xia Yu. Since they were already competing openly, and Xia Yu currently had the upper hand, it did not seem like she would act against her this way. Only one person would do this. Pei Ziheng. Only he had such an obsession and sufficient capability to send men after her. He wanted to abduct her. In those short moments, Xiaoling had inferred the situation she was in. The thought of that ruthless, cold-blooded man sent a chill down her spine, causing her to tremble in fear. She dared not think of her predicament if she were to be abducted by him. Gun silencers in ambush, 3 or more attackers. The bodyguard beside her whispered hurriedly. Xiaoling was extremely flustered with no idea how to act. Nearby, a faint sound echoed, as if a branch had fallen after being hit. A few blurred silhouettes appeared in their line of vision and they seemed to be holding guns as they moved closer. The bodyguard kept completely quiet, prudently leading her along as they took different positions for hiding. Stay here and don't move. During their last shift, he spoke to her at the lowest possible volume. I'll distract them and draw them away. When you hear my gun go off, run immediately, okay? Xiaoling bit her lip and nodded. The bodyguard removed his bulletproof vest and placed it over her. Looking at it, I believe the front and back entrances to the recording studio are guarded, so don't run towards the building. Instead, run towards the streets where the crowds are and find a way to get people to notice that you're a celebrity. The greater the commotion, the better. I've already sent an emergency signal to the headquarters, the backup will be here very soon. Boss has mentioned that there is a GPS device in your cell phone, the backup team will be able to find you easily. They were pressed for time, thus his speech was rapid, but his instructions were coherent and clear. Xiaoling felt more settled with his last line and managed to get her voice back. I got it. He nodded his head and hurried away stealthily, still using the bushes as cover. She held her breath as she waited, her palms covered in cold sweat. Finally, she heard a gunshot. Without another thought, she dashed towards a bustling commercial street in her fastest possible speed. The wind brushed across her face as a few branches scratched her and her clothes. She could not be bothered with that, she just wanted so badly to go a little faster. She had no idea how long she had been running, but the dazzling lights from the streets were getting closer and closer. She could already hear the bustle and feel the liveliness in the air. Only 10 more meters before she was in the crowd and under the neon signs. Yet, right as she was about to reach the entrance to her freedom, a figure suddenly appeared before her. The gun in his hand was pointed directly at her forehead. He was Chu Chen. Xiaoling came to a sudden halt and her heart seemed to have stopped as well. Chu Chen spoke very calmly. I didn't expect you could run this far, I almost missed you. She did not say a word as she backed off step by step. She turned around immediately and was prepared to flee when she bumped into the sturdy bodies of 2 burly men. They gripped her tightly as if they were about to shatter her bones. Chu Chen sauntered towards them. Yi Xingling, you're wasting your efforts. He smiled. Whatever boss wants, he will get it by hook or by crook. Chu Chen, you'll get your retribution. Xiaoling clenched her teeth, knowing that pleading with a cold-hearted, brutal person like him was pointless. He laughed again. Little girl, you actually believe in that. Don't be naive. Oh, let me give you some advice. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself instead. Some of the things you've been up to lately have made boss very unhappy. Before she could respond, he ordered the 2 men. Take her to the car. Xiaoling struggled with all her might and attempted to shout for help. Somebody from behind had covered her mouth with his thick, calloused hand and with a sharp pain that radiated in the back of her neck, she lost consciousness. She eventually came around. She was in a classic European-style bedroom, the chandeliers were dim and the heavy and sturdy door was shut. She was on an enormous bed that could comfortably fit 7 to 8 people. Above her, floral curtains and gold-lined tassels hung heavily while their shadows were cast on the mattress. She felt eeriness in the room. The surrounding was silent, there was no one besides her. Xiaoling sat up on the bed and was shocked to discover that she was in a completely different outfit from before. Her sleeved blouse and light-colored pants were nowhere to be seen, replaced by an incredibly thin, almost non-existent silk nightgown. It was an enchanting red with plenty of lace intricacies, and was extremely loose-fitting and low-cut. She had to hold her hand to her chest to protect her modesty. Still, this was not what scared or embarrassed her the most. Her greatest fear and embarrassment was that this garment barely covered her upper body. It ended above her mid-thigh and any small movement she made could easily reveal her delicate parts. She felt as if all the blood in her was back flowing as past memories flashed in her mind yet again. Fog, villa, imprisonment. The memories came at her like a ferocious wave as she hyperventilated. She fumbled as she got off the bed and staggered towards the thick sturdy door that would lead her out. She reached for the gold knob, but the door did not budge an inch. Xiaoling was increasingly frightened. She appeared to have lost her mind as she slammed herself against the door, once, twice, again. She did not know how long it was before the door suddenly opened from the outside, and with her momentum, she fell into the arms of a man. Looking up, she saw his face clear as day. The incredibly handsome and sinister devil in her memory had come to life. Xiaoling stared at him in shock, her mind a blank. The next moment, she felt a pang on her face as her ears buzzed and she fell onto the carpet, knocking down 2 chairs. Her vision was a blur and in that moment, she thought her physical being had shattered. Pei Ziheng sauntered ever so slowly and squatted before her. She took great pains to view him in focus, and only after seeing his lips part and shut for a few moments did she regain her hearing. This slap was for Xiaoling, he said somberly. Who are you to dare insult her? Xiaoling was confused. When had she insulted herself? Even though she had another life now, she would not have done something so mindless. But she was beginning to understand the situation. It must have been Xia Yu. There had been a lot of news going on lately and Xia Yu had been accusing her of insulting her, dear sister. Her voice trembled. I did not insult. Before she could complete her sentence, another brutal slap had landed on the same side of her face. She whimpered in pain for an instant before she felt a numbing sting on her cheek and began to taste blood in her nose and mouth. The warm liquid peeked out the corner of her lips, flowing down her beautiful jawline. Pei Ziheng reached out and caressed her hurt face. His light touch was enough for her to shrink back in pain. You're still denying it, he softly spoke as he touched the blood from her lips and went on to press his finger against his own mouth. Yi Xingling, he say as he slowly savored the blood on his finger. I could have given you a life of luxury, but not only did you reject me multiple times, but you've also even gone on to insult my woman. Yi Xingling, you will be taught a lesson. I promise. He bent over and stared at her with an unfamiliar expression in them. When she was his Xiaoling in her previous life, he had never looked at her this way. Even in her final and most horrifying year of life, he had looked at her like a predator guarding his territory, with a burning desire, or even with compelling determination, but he never had this expression, as if he was looking at a lifeless animal. Xiaoling felt herself stiffen as she attempted to create distance between them. He held her chin, trying to escape. He violently picked her up and she felt the world spin, with no means at all to struggle. He tossed her onto the large bed in the middle of the room as beaded tassels and satin landed on her. He went onto the bed to hold her down, with one hand holding both her hands above her head and the other sweeping away the tassels covering her, revealing her partially clothed body. The nightgown had slipped off her shoulders, showing much of her fair skin as she trembled under his glare. She was in hysteria, screaming, Pei Zihang, let go of me. He mocked. You have to pay the price for insulting my Xiaoling. I really did not insult her. Xiaoling was in utter distress as she tried to mask her choking sadness. What did I insult her with? What exactly did I say? His look darkened as he held both hands to her neck. You have the guts to ask me. Yi Xingling, I'm telling you, you are the cheap, shameless woman who sleeps around with men. You deserve to die. Gosh, she was stunned, it was such a vile statement. At that moment, she could barely feel the pain from his strangling. Only when her vessels were about to burst and her breath was almost completely cut did she subconsciously struggle. It was only then that he loosened his grip. She coughed her lungs out, struggling to catch her breath. It took a long while before she calmed down, but she felt pathetic. She finally knew why he had gone mad, but I didn't even know that somebody insulting Xiaoling would make you unhappy. Hearing her utter the words, Xiaoling, an ounce of pain flashed in Pei Zihang's eyes. Yet, he recovered his cold demeanor almost immediately. Yi Xingling, I've said it already, you will pay the price for what you've done. But, she looked at him sorrowfully. If that wasn't selling herself, what else could that be? Uncertainty and curiousness rose inside her. She hoped so badly that he would give her a different reply. In that instance, Xiaoling had decided, if he mentioned love, she would reveal her identity and return to him at once. But he thought she was being sarcastic. Yi Xingling, you really are unrepentant. He uttered every word through clenched teeth before cupping her hands to the bed. I will make sure you never utter a word of insult about Xiaoling ever again. He let go of her and walked towards a cabinet, where he reached for something. She widened her eyes as she saw a glass tube half filled with a dark green liquid. Pei Zihang held it before her, softly speaking, after drinking this, you'll never be able to speak bad of anyone in your life. You've offended the wrong person this time. Won't it be fair for you to become a mute? As he caressed her lips with his fingertip, she started to shiver in fear. She shrank herself back as much as she could as she tried to get further away from it. In the dim light, the dark-colored liquid looked sinister and evil, as if it was specially concocted by a witch in hell, as if there was no way of recovery once it was swallowed. It was not just being unable to speak, the scarier part was being unable to sing ever again. Although she had said that the entertainment industry was not something to die for, singing was a separate matter, it was the only thing she loved. If she lost her voice, what point was there left in living? Xiaoling gazed at him, as her eyes fogged up in tears. Pei Zihang, I've already lost you. If I lose my voice, what else have I left? Pei Zihang took his time to remove the lid and a strong medicinal odor gushed out, causing Xiaoling to gag reflexively. She tilted her head backward, her voice shaking. Pei Zihang, please don't do this, I've really never insulted Xiaoling, really. Why do you believe Xia Yu's nonsense but not a single word of mine? He stopped in thought for a moment before tilting her head forward. Yi Xingling, he squinted at her. Xia Yu is her biological sister, what are you? Every word he uttered felt like a hammer against her heart. This was the second time tonight he had said to her, Yi Xingling, what are you? So, without Xiaoling's name and skin, she was nothing to him. Pei Zihang, what exactly do you love? She recalled a year they went traveling. At the peak of a mountain, he had held her hand as they made a vow to be, of one heart, forevermore. The lock was clasped together and she looked up at him, asking, Zihang, do you really think that we can be together again in our next life? His voice was absolutely gentle and tender as he told her, yes, Xiaoling, we will be together for all of our lives, forever. Back then, she had stroked the lock. But, what if you can't find me? He turned her towards him and looked into her eyes. Xiaoling, in our next life, I will definitely be able to find you. No matter what you may look like or where you may be, I will recognize you at first glance and bring you back. In the mist, his eyes were oh so gentle. Yet tonight, as she appeared right before him, he had asked time and again, Yi Xingling, what are you? She suddenly felt her jaw hurt, jerking her back to reality. Pei Zihang had held her mouth open with one hand as he emptied the contents of the tube into her mouth. It was bitter, stinging her insides as it made its way down her throat. Terrified, she struggled deliriously, attempting to free herself from his grip. Yet, his entire body weight was on her, leaving her with no chance of escape. The button on his steel gray vest was pressing against her, with only the thin layer of silk between them. It hurt a lot, but that hurt was nothing compared to having the medicine forced down her throat. Despite her efforts, every drop of the liquid ended up in her mouth. Pei Zihang was still holding her jaw open. Only when he was sure that all of it had been swallowed completely did he release his grip slowly and hurl the bottle to the ground. Xiaoling coughed uncontrollably, even her chest had begun to hurt, but not a single drop of that medicine was coughed out. She tried gagging at the edge of the bed, but both of her hands were cuffed to the bed and there was only so much she could bend over. Metal clanged against metal as she tugged at it with all her might, her wrist beginning to sting. Pei Ziheng watched her struggle in silence. When she was running out of energy, he gently spoke, "Not a bad experience, did you like it?" He was smiling again. The dim light cast a looming shadow against the mattress. In the night, it looked like a dying prey struggling against an enormous demon. Xiaoling opened her mouth to speak before realizing that it had already taken effect. She could make sounds, but even with all her might not a single word could be uttered. She could not accept it and wrestled once again, coughing, gasping, giving her all until she had nothing left. Pei Ziheng looked towards her skin beneath the nightgown, his gaze deepening. He raised his arms slowly and began removing his clothes, undoing every button on his vest. It hit her as she realized what he was about to do. Panicked, she had turned pale and was curling up, hoping to be as small as possible. He casually set his vest on the backrest of a chair and proceeded to remove his shirt ever so slowly. As the first few buttons were undone, his firm muscles began to show. All this time, his sight never left her body, his burning desire unmasked. She felt ashamed, afraid, and angry all at once. Though she had been touched by him many times before, this time was different. This time, he saw her as a stranger, nothing more than a tool to satisfy his desires. She struggled once more, on the verge of losing her mind. She tugged harder and her wrists hurt more as it began to bleed, but the more pain she derived, the harder she went. He stopped unbuttoning his shirt and walked towards her. "Now you're scared, eh?" Bending over, he spoke tenderly. "If you have the guts to insult someone else, why don't you have the guts to give it a shot yourself? Sleeping with men and being a cheap and shameless woman, you should have tasted it, shouldn't you?" She was trembling and looking at him fearfully with no way of answering. He caressed her bare shoulder and she jolted, instinctively wanting to hide, but his grip was firm as he reached down to grab her waist. "Yi Xingling," he said. "Just surrender already." She was practically on the verge of insanity as she struggled against all odds and kicked him profusely. Unfortunately, her efforts were futile, he had suppressed her with might. Just as she was about to lose all hope, a leopard silently appeared in the corner of the room behind Pei Ziheng. It was looking right at her. It was Mao. For the first time in her life, she genuinely embraced its presence and was overwhelmed. The slight change in her expression could not escape Pei Ziheng's discerning eyes. He seemed to notice something was off and turned around, only to see Mao pouncing on him. Pei Ziheng ducked to the side and avoided the attack, but his right arm and shirt had been scratched by Mao's razor-sharp claws, and blood was beginning to trickle down his arm. Mao landed on the ground lightly. Without glancing at Xiaoling, it arched its back slightly and stared at Pei Ziheng. It did not let out a roar, as if knowing that the man before him did not warrant one. Pei Ziheng was not making a sound either as he stared back at the leopard and got into a defensive pose, with no attempt to shrink back nor a hint of anxiousness. She remembered Pei Ziheng had mentioned in her last life that heirs like him had to undergo harsh training since they were young, and even being outnumbered by a few bodyguards during a fight was manageable for them. But she could not tell whether Mao or he was stronger. After all, Mao was a carnivorous beast. Xiaoling's mind was in a flurry. The man and leopard standing on opposing ends took a few steps anti-clockwise, with no other significant movement. Suddenly, as Pei Ziheng bumped into the table behind him, Mao took the opportunity and leapt towards him, aiming for his neck. Pei Ziheng managed to evade it once again, meanwhile reaching for a sword on the wall. What appeared to be a wall decoration was, in fact, a sharp, well-polished sword. Even from a few meters away, Xiaoling could clearly sense the threat it posed. Mao went low with its ears drawn back, and with a powerful swing of its tail, it went for him once more. They were shifting positions too quickly for her to keep up. With the mattress and furniture between her and the two of them, she could barely see what was going on. Xiaoling tugged at the handcuffs and, when it still did not budge, she got anxious. She badly wanted to be aware of the situation, but at this point, she had no idea who she was more worried for, Pei Ziheng or Mao. Unexpectedly, she heard the leopard's groan, sounding like a cross between anger and pain. Xiaoling got a shock and stretched as far as she could to find out what had happened. Behind the mattress, she saw Mao on the ground, its shoulder evidently injured as blood dyed its fur. But it did not back off. It continued the battle. She understood that it was here to save her and would not surrender for as long as she was not saved. Xiaoling was even more flustered, but all she could do was tug at the cuffs in the hope that it would unbuckle, but all that greeted her was more pain. "You'll never get it opened this way," she heard an indolent voice. Xiaoling stopped what she was doing and looked up, seeing a familiar figure. "Hi, Xiaoling," he smiled at her, his voice slow and listless as usual, but it managed to put her at ease. Xiaoling gazed at him like he was her life savior, and he sure did not disappoint. With a twist or two, he had managed to undo the cuffs effortlessly. Her wrists had finally regained freedom and she fumbled to sit upright. As she adjusted her posture, her nightgown had slipped further off her shoulders and she hurriedly covered her front. There was simply too little fabric and it was too thin, she dared not move further, and instead chose to curl into a ball. Li Lei squinted and tilted his head slightly. "Red, too blood-like, it doesn't suit you." With that, he scanned the surroundings and casually grabbed the beaded tassels, placing them over her. "This is much better." He had grabbed just the right amount of fabric, it covered her nicely, giving her space for movement but not too much excess cloth. With an extra layer over her, she felt more secure and gave him a look of gratitude. He asked her, "Can you walk?" She nodded and got off the bed, standing upright. "Come with me, let's get out of here." Xiaoling did not follow immediately. She was looking in the corner where the man and beast were wrestling. Furniture had been knocked over and shattered while traces of blood lined the floor. It could be either of theirs. She was uptight. Li Lei looked toward the scene. It's all right, Mao can hold him back. Pei Ziheng seemed to have sensed movement as he turned his head towards them abruptly in the midst of his scuffle, glaring intently at Li Lei. His deadly expression accompanied by the blood on his clothes made him appear like a terrifying devil. Xiaoling could not help but shrink back behind Li Lei, evading his line of sight. Li Lei grabbed her hand. Let's go. With his lead, she stumbled out the door, the fabric over her hooking onto something on the way and the beads scattering on the ground. The last time she caught a glance of the scene, Mao had pounced onto Pei Ziheng once again and he had shielded himself with the sword. The battle continued. Li Lei led her across a long hallway, took a bend, went one floor down, and sped past the dining and meeting rooms. Her mind was filled with images the whole way down. Pei Ziheng's bloody upper body and Mao's low, angry growl were flashing in her head in alternation. Down the corridor, into the garden, the racket could still be heard, ravaging of furniture, shattering of glass, and lights that danced and swayed unsteadily. She lost her balance once, almost tripping and falling. Throughout the escape, Li Lei had never loosened his firm, assuring grip on her. As they were approaching the exit on the first floor, Xiaoling had a dizzy spell and was having trouble focusing. The next moment she had stepped onto something and a sharp pain consumed her foot, she lost her balance and fell on the ground. Li Lei reflexively held her and helped her into a corner, avoiding a stray bullet. Are you all right? She instinctively opened her mouth but could not make a sound. His expression turned dark. Your voice. Her face spelled misery as she turned her head to the side, avoiding eye contact. A trace of anger could be seen in Li Lei's eyes as he clenched his fist. In an instant, however, he used the same hand to caress her face gently, cautiously turning her face towards him. Xiaoling, don't be afraid. Open your mouth and let me take a look. She gazed at him helplessly. Under the flickering lights, his expression was so tender that it had a calming presence. Slowly, she gave in and opened her mouth. He took a careful look at her throat. Pei Ziheng's a beast, he fed you medicine. She nodded her head, on the verge of tears. It's all right, I'm here. He calmly comforted her and reached for his cell phone to make a call. Hello, James, go to the clinic at the third base immediately. Xiaoling was fed some muting formula and needs treatment. He hung up and bent down to her. Let's get out of here now. He got up and offered her a hand. Xiaoling gripped his hand firmly and attempted to stand before the pain in her foot struck again and she fell back down. Only after peering down did she realize that she had run out of the bedroom barefooted and had stepped onto a glass shard and the edges had cut into her sole, causing it to bleed. Li Lei saw the same sight and bent over, lifting her leg to check on it. She reflexively tensed her foot in pain the very moment he touched it, but in his warm, calloused hand, she gradually relaxed. Bear with it and don't move. He meticulously picked out the glass shard in her foot as blood continually trickled down her sole and onto his hand. After he was done removing the shard, he ripped a part of his t-shirt and bandaged her wound with the fabric. In the dim glow of dusk, his lips were slightly pursed and his side profiled a handsome, vivid image as he worked on her foot with all his focus, as if she was his most cherished possession. The shattered full-length windows and the swaying chandeliers in the hallway were a separate world, tucked in a corner of the background along with the stairwell. Even the gunshots and the commotion from the scuffle were all a part of the distant background. It was as if he and she were in a world of their own, just the two of them. She looked at him in a daze and realized she was not as fearful and helpless anymore. The pain in her foot was ebbing as Li Lei bent over and carried her. Hold me tight. She felt a lightness in her being and instinctively held onto his side. As they moved along, she heard the wind brush against her cheeks, and occasionally the less pleasant sounds of shattering glass and exchange of fire. She buried her face into his chest. Through his t-shirt, she could smell the faint blend of his sweat and tobacco, and feel the firmness of his chest and the regular pump of his heart. Beat after beat, it was steady and unshakable. Xiaoling slowly shut her eyes and went into a deep sleep. Dawn approached and the sky was a clear white. Li Lei had carried her out of the danger zone, got into a bulletproof vehicle under the protection of his bodyguards and headed for the nearest stronghold. Third base was one of his strongholds and, by the time they arrived, several medical professionals were already on standby with James as the head doctor, who walked up to Li Lei the moment he spotted him. What's her situation now? Asked James. With Xiaoling still in his arms, Li Lei made his way to the treatment room briskly. She's had a scare and is running a slight fever. Pei Ziheng seemed to have forced the muting medicine down her throat, but I'm not sure what formula it was. You have to reverse the effects. I'll do my best. James and Li Lei settled her down in the treatment room and he began running checks on her. 12 hours later, night had fallen once again. It's a very potent formula. Against the shadowless lamp was James's exhausted look. The whole day of treatment had fatigued him. I've extracted a small sample from her throat to run tests in the lab. What I can confirm is that it is different from any of those sold in the market. There are several ingredients that I'm currently unclear about until the test results are out. Can she be cured? Asked Li Lei. It's hard to say. James furrowed his brows. I've operated on her and removed some of the toxins, but it has taken effect too fast, so this operation might not be too helpful in recovering her vocal cords fully. I'm guessing that Pei Ziheng didn't use any of the common ones in the market and has specifically used this one so that she can never recover. There might be no cure to this. Li Lei's face was terribly gloomy. James and he had been friends for many years and been through trials and tribulations together. However tough the situation might have been, Li Lei had never lost his cool, calming and indolent presence. He was always confident, never before losing himself as he did now. He was concerned. Li Lei, James, you have to cure her no matter how much it takes. Please. Li Lei looked at James in all seriousness, uttering each and every word clearly. When he first met her, he thought it was merely a fling and his only intention was to keep her as his woman. But the way she rejected him outright and in anger had got him even more attracted to her, and from a point, he had no idea when, his feelings for her were no longer as simple, no longer a fling. When he saw her curled up on Pei Zihang's bed, vulnerable, and when she lost her smile and looked at him in desolation, he felt an ache in his heart. He hated himself for not having protected her well. Send my command, everyone is to gather at third base. Li Lei walked out of the treatment room and instructed coldly. In the main hall where commands were usually handed down, his private assistant Su Tang looked up at him in shock. Young master. Did you not hear me? Li Lei growled as he glared fiercely at her. He had always been friendly to Su Tang and had never been harsh to her. Today, he behaved abnormally and aggressively, venting his steam on her because of a girl in a coma. Su Tang felt a stab in her heart and bit her lip as she carried out his instructions. Everyone, she tried to mask her dejection, including Team Dragon and Team Shadow. Everyone. Su Tang was astounded. Li Lei had countless underlings within and outside the country that he mobilized for each mission, but Team Dragon and Team Shadow had always been the trump cards that lay low in the country and which he had almost never revealed. In fact, this night was the very first time these top secret teams had been mobilized in the longest time. She wanted to offer her 2 cents and tell him that it was not worth it for a woman. But seeing the anger written all over his face, she decided to swallow her words. Alright, I'll gather them. Third base, the hall. Team Dragon, Team Shadow and the rest of Li Lei's special forces, bodyguards, elite intelligence officers, and assassins were gathered in the hall at attention, awaiting Li Lei's command. Li Lei, he swept his glance across the neat rows they had formed. Do not usually stir trouble. Since the day I returned and resumed my business, I have kept by the civil rules, leaving the triad life overseas. But because of done that, some people have forgotten what the Li family have always been in charge of. They've forgotten the kind of person Li Lei is. His voice was hard and cold, his expression menacing. Some mindless moron actually dared touch my woman, on my territory. Since they have not abided by the legitimate rules of going about their business and insist on doing it the triad way, I shall let them see what the black triad really is. Team Dragon, Team Shadow and the rest of you here, before daybreak I want this entire city. The underworld forces of the city were in a mess. Unwelcome guests from the Li family paid visits to all the well-known and respected triad bosses of the underworld. Be it gambling den owners, drug dealers, pimps, smugglers, loan sharks or hired guns, none was spared. They were dressed in black and heavily armed, coldly emitting the smell of death. Second young Master Li wants to take over this city. You could choose to obey and pledge allegiance to him or put up a stubborn resistance. The triad bosses were all surprised. A young triad boss called to report the incident to his uncle. Fourth uncle, who is second young Master Li? I have never heard of him. This is a joke, he wants me to pledge allegiance to him just because he has some weapons and underlings. Didn't he get a line on what the Fang family deals with? Who does he think he is to dare to offend us? He must be tired of living. You are the one tired of leaving. His fourth uncle was immensely terrified and chided him. Quickly find out who this second young Master Li is. If it's Li Lei, pledge allegiance right away. He could wipe us out just by moving his fingers. The young triad boss grew increasingly uncomfortable. My god, the consequences are so dire. Who the hell is this Li Lei? He is the grandson of Li Shan, said fourth Uncle Fang. Who is Li Shan? He asked, getting even more confused. His family, the Fang family, had dominated this city for ages and he clearly had never heard of a big shot named Li Shan. Even though the Li family was of Chinese origin, they were foreigners and had chosen to expand their empire overseas for generations, rarely being involved in local business, thus it was not strange for him to not have heard about them. Many medium-scale forces had not heard of old Master Li due to this. Even so, the name Li Shan reverberated like thunder among the big shots who were considered to have a top-notch influence both locally and internationally. They could only look up to him. Having stepped into the underworld longer, fourth Uncle Fang was more knowledgeable than his nephew. As he realized that his nephew was never able to get it straight, he finally cut to the point. You don't know Li Shan. But you should have heard about the Italian mafia, right? I have heard of them indeed. That question was almost unnecessary. Which underworld member had not heard of the mafia? Second young Master Li is the grandnephew of the mafia's godfather. The young triad boss could not believe his ears. The grandnephew of the mafia's godfather. When did such a big shot arrive in the city? He wants to set up base camp here in our city. He asked stammeringly. He did so long ago. Fourth Uncle Fang smiled bitterly. He had already greeted the different powerful forces in the city a few years ago, claiming that everyone should stay in their lanes as he had no intention to interfere in the underworld's current power structure as he was there for legal business. He requested everyone to not panic and continue to carry on with their own affairs as per normal. Things had remained peaceful for many years. Everyone wondered what had happened to second young Master Li that could make him want to take over the underworld forces all of a sudden. Pledge allegiance to him. Don't create trouble for our family. Fourth Uncle Fang reminded his nephew. After being stuck in a daze for quite some time over the phone, the young gang leader made up his mind as he hung up. The Fang family will pledge their allegiance. Almost every reputable underground gang pledged their allegiance, and the few who refused were swallowed whole by Li Lei's men. In a short span of 3 hours, there was a significant change in the city's structure. From that moment on, all underground forces were loyal to second young Master Li and whatever he said goes. It is done, young master. Su Tang reported softly after she pushed the ward room open. Without switching on the lights in the ward, Li Lei remained by Xiaoling's bedside and gently held her weak and feeble hand in his under the slightly visible moonlight. Xiaoling's eyes were shut and she had yet to regain consciousness. Her brows began to press together as she appeared to be stuck in an unpleasant nightmare. Li Lei gazed at her gently. Su Tang waited by the door for a while before calling out. Young master. Li Lei waved at her to keep quiet before releasing Xiaoling's hand and tucking her in. Not a sound could be heard as he stood up to leave, closing the door behind him. Have all of the underworld forces pledged their allegiance? He asked. Yes. Su Tang looked down at the floor, trying her best to conceal her jealousy. Even if others were not aware, she knew of the young master's exact intentions regarding his return. He had planned to set up shop there to whitewash his mafia-associated family name and to maintain a proper and legal business without resorting to unlawful means. However, all his efforts had gone to waste just because some girl ran into trouble. Let them prove their loyalty then, said Li Lei calmly. He did not take control over those forces in the city out of spite or anger. It was to ensure the safety of Xiaoling and to prevent similar occurrences. Additionally, he needed some underlings to get things done. Su Tang retreated and passed on his orders. What? You want me to cause trouble at the Pei family's turfs? They aren't just any Tom, Dick or Harry. Brother, they might not have many connections with the underworld, but they have the law enforcement on their side. What's more, they have their own private security detail. The Pei family has grown their roots in this city for generations, and the entire city would shake even if they just stomped their feet lightly. They are not to be trifled with. The young triad boss exclaimed as he was about to cry. Is that so? The Li family's representative asked, smiling gently. Is there any difference between refusing to prove your loyalty and not pledging your allegiance? The young triad boss was placed in a difficult situation as he had just witnessed how they dealt with people who refused to cooperate. The Liu family from the south side of the city who was engaged in a power struggle with the young gang leader's family had refused to pledge allegiance and tried to resist with force. Alas, they were hands down beaten bloody by the Li family's men and ended up with broken limbs. They were even thrown out of the city with a warning that they would be courting their own deaths if they stepped foot in the city. As Li Lei had a mafia background, the young triad boss believed that he was capable of anything. After much thought, he realized that the consequences of offending the Li family would be much more severe. With that, he summoned up his courage and went ahead to cause trouble in the Pei family's territories. Many others had similar feelings to the Fang family's young triad boss as they ordered their underlings to destroy the Pei family's recording studios, entertainment clubhouses, bars, and office buildings. The Pei family was caught off guard. Although they rushed to form a resistance group, they were no match for the combined underworld forces of the whole city. In this battle, the Pei family suffered heavy losses and was in a complete mess by morning. I want to take over this city before dawn. Li Lei was a man of his word. By the time a mixture of yellow and orange began to brighten up the dark sky, the entire city's underworld forces were within his grasp. The extreme measures took to exact his revenge on the Pei family made everyone understand how ruthless and predatory their new underground leader could be. Every man had a weakness, and the girl who was rumored to have kick-started this conflict was no doubt second young Master Li's weakness. In the future, no underworld force would ever be dumb enough to be hired by the Pei family to provoke that girl. Back in the ward, the unconscious Xiaoling slowly opened her eyes. You're awake, Xiaoling. Li Lei, who was watching over her, called out to her. His tone was gentle and mindful. All traces of the ruthless man from earlier on had evaporated. Xiaoling felt that she had just woken up from a really long dream. It had battle noises, messy lights, limitless fog, as well as a fearsome devil holding a green medicine bottle in his hand. She desperately ran and ran for an unknown period of time before she tripped and fell down a cliff, descending into an abyss of darkness. She woke up in shock all of a sudden. What came into view was a handsome man's face. As she stared into his deep and silent eyes filled with concern, clarity returned to her mind. Where was she? She wanted to speak, but she panicked as she realized that she was still mute. Don't worry, Xiaoling, the doctor has already checked out your throat and concluded that there is still a chance of recovery. Trust me, I will definitely make sure that you are cured. He attempted to comfort her with his warm voice. She stared at him with uncertainty. Is that so? Yup, I swear on it, he said smiling warmly as though he could read her mind. Her racing heart then began to slow down. Write down whatever you wish to say, he said as he passed her a writing tablet. Xiaoling took the tablet and began to write on it with her beautiful handwriting. Where am I? How long has it been? You remained unconscious for an entire day. You're on my turf now. You're very safe. Li Lei roughly informed her of what had happened while she was unconscious. I sent people to destroy Pei Zihang's properties. Today, when the stock market opens to quote the stock prices, the Pei family's stock prices will drop drastically. I even prepared much negative news for him. This will teach him a lesson. As she heard that man's name, it was as though a sword had been driven into her heart. That night, he had spared zero thought for her as he forced the medicine down her throat cruelly and mercilessly, destroying all hopes and fantasy she ever had for him. She was not sure if Pei Zihang loved Xiaoling, but she was certain that he had no feelings for Yi Xingling at all. The life of Diva Xiaoling had ended and was all in the past. At that moment, she was Yi Xingling and had nothing to do with him. I would like to get a few days rest. She informed Li Lei via the tablet. She needed time to bury all her memories of that man. From that moment on, as he hit the high road, she would cross the log bridge. The rocky and stormy life, love and death she had experienced had become the past. Li Lei brought her back to the condo and she locked herself in to lick her wounds. Li Lei was extremely worried and visited her every day to cook her meals, bring her tea and water, as well as water the plants and feed the fishes. He never disturbed her and often found it extremely hard to leave after silently accompanying her. Finally, the day arrived when she tugged at Li Lei, who was delivering lunch. I would like to go out for a walk, she wrote. Xiaoling. Li Lei was taken by surprise. She beamed at him and began to write. Thank you for showing concern for me during this period of time. I'm totally fine, don't worry. He was gladder than her. It's great that you are fine. Come, let's go out for a walk. They did not walk too far out and merely circled around the community garden within the condominium slowly. Sunshine shot through the clear sky and the birds, chirping from the trees were like music to the ears. Having been cooped up in her house for so many days, this made her feel as though she was reborn. Even after her reincarnation, she was unable to escape her memories of Pei Zihang. It was only at that very moment when she decided to carve him out of her memories and start afresh. It was all because of the warm-hearted man in front of her. As they walked in the midst of the greenery and flower fragrance, Li Lei's shoulders brushed against hers occasionally. Finally, she did not dodge. They walked to an electronic advertising board. Several different kinds of advertisement appeared on the board alternately. One of them was about the Four Seasons restaurant's annual event that would be held at the beginning of summer, where one could get to try the head chef's specially crafted ice cream. She stopped and looked up at the advertisement. The illuminating light from the electronic advertisement board was reflected on her face and she recalled that she had a sweet tooth in her previous life, ice cream being her favorite. She had been dying to try out the head chef's specially crafted ice cream from that restaurant, which was said to be extremely good. This particular type of ice cream was only available once a year at beginning of summer and only the luckiest girl of that night had the opportunity to try it. It was said that whichever girl got to taste that ice cream would live to a ripe old age in conjugal bliss with the love of her life. Being deeply in love with Pei Zihang in the past, Xiaoling had attempted to convince him to try it with her. However, he let her down gently, as though she was an ignorant child. Xiaoling, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't reveal our relationship? Those who tussled for the ice cream were mostly couples, and he couldn't risk being found out by others. She felt downhearted, but she did not persist. As a result, she had never tasted that particular type of ice cream even though they were together for over 10 years. As she continued to stare at the advertisement, lost in thought, a gentle and attractive male voice spoke out unexpectedly. Do you like ice cream? I'll bring you there. She turned around and met Li Lei's sparkling eyes. It should be too late already. She wrote that down subconsciously. Having yearned for it in the past, she spared no effort to research on the restaurant. Every year, at the beginning of summer, the dinner seats were always in great demand. All of the seats would be reserved many months before the actual event, thus it would be impossible to get a reservation with just 1 week in advance. I will handle it, he said with a smile on his face. She wasn't sure how he managed it, but he really brought her to the Four Seasons restaurant that night. Four Seasons was a luxurious French restaurant, located in the downtown district of the city, where a family averagely spent up to tens of thousands yuan per meal. Rows of expensive cars could be seen parked inside the car park near the entrance, including Maseratis, Lamborghinis, Ferraris and so on. Li Lei parked his modified Land Rover into a parking lot and walked over to open the door for Xiaoling like a gentleman. After you, my lady. He smiled widely as he stretched out his arm, hinting at Xiaoling to take it. The dress code for the Four Seasons annual event dinner was formal wear, thus he was in a light-colored suit. With his perfectly done tie and glistening cuff links, he was well dressed like a gentleman and had a graceful bearing. With his handsome looks, girls nearby who were passing through repeatedly turned to look at him. Xiaoling was chipper and took his arm. She was as stunning as he was gorgeous, wearing a light aqua blue fishtail dress, with mini diamonds embedded at her dress collar. Her black shiny hair was shaped into a gorgeous bun, with some baby hair coming loose. This was a different kind of charm, which could intoxicate others. He led her into the restaurant and they took their places. What surprised her was that he not only managed to get a reservation in such a short time, he actually got them really good seats, which were right beside a huge French window. Looking down from the 19th floor, the many tiny glistening city lights created an extraordinarily beautiful view. A waiter brought them the menu and politely asked for their orders after bowing. Li Lei hinted the waiter to pass the menu to Xiaoling without taking a look at it. Order whichever dishes you like. The menu for ladies was different, it only had the dishes' names without the price. Xiaoling had been thinking about visiting this restaurant day and night in her previous life, thus she had done research on their menu countless times, even to the point where she could memorize it. Since a long time ago, she had already decided which dishes to order if she could visit the restaurant with Pei Zihang. Escargots and red wine is a must, being Pei Zihang's favorite dish. Lemon-flavored oysters. He is very picky about lemons, but it's said that the restaurant's one is fine. Filet mignon, which is known for its uniqueness, he will definitely like it. As she stared at the menu, she got a little lost in thought. At the moment, the things she was thinking of no longer had any use. She looked down at the menu, slowly picked out her favorite dishes, and pointed them to the waiter. Cabbage salad with caviar, buttery mushroom soup, foie gras fried scallop, grilled lamb chop, every single dish no longer had anything to do with that man. After she finished ordering, she asked Li Lei what else to add to their order with her gaze. Our tastes are really similar. You will definitely like the pan-fried lobster, and I heard the stewed veal is not bad as well, he said as he smiled at her. He casually added a few more dishes and a bottle of table wine before asking the waiter to send the orders to the kitchen. Xiaoling returned the smile. Indeed, all the dishes he ordered were very suited to her tastes. Not long after, her face froze. She caught sight of Pei Zihang. That man was wearing a dark black suit and sat down at the table diagonally opposite them. The dim lighting from the chandelier reflected the outline of his godlike, majestic appearance. He had a cold expression and appeared downcast as he gave his orders to the waiter. He brought a female partner, Xia Yu. In that short moment, Xiaoling felt as though her heart had been squeezed by something, hurting her. In the previous life, no matter how coquettishly she acted and how many tantrums she threw, he refused to bring her to this restaurant. However, he brought Xia Yu there today. However, she quickly suppressed her surging emotions. Since she had already decided to cut ties with her past, she felt that she shouldn't be nostalgic about it. She turned to Li Lei and fixated her gaze on him. The man before her was the one that had showered her with care in her current lifetime. He took her in, risked his life to save her from danger, would think of ways to make her happy, and would also attempt to pacify her patiently. She wasn't sure what place she had in Li Lei's heart, but she could feel his sincerity. Why are you staring at me? He smiled widely as he pushed the first dish to her. This cabbage salad with caviar is excellent. This restaurant has a unique way of modulating their sauce, making it more tasty and refreshing compared to others. You will definitely like it. It was always his specialty when it came to food. Xiaoling took a bite, realized it was exactly like he said and beamed at him. The soup, main course, hot appetizers, cold appetizers and so on were served, and they were all meticulously cooked and prepared. Li Lei chatted with her while he passed her the salt and other condiments. Her voice had yet to recover, so it was her listening to him speak the whole time. He was good at steering the topic of conversation, choosing the anecdotes that could spark her interest, lightening the mood and creating a friendly atmosphere. The gentle lighting set off her fair and exquisite features, making her appear gentle and refined. Pei Ziheng and Xia Yu's dishes arrived as well. As Pei Ziheng picked up his utensils and was about to start eating, he coincidentally caught sight of the couple not far away who was diagonally opposite him. His hand shook slightly and his fork knocked into the edge of the ceramic plate, creating a sharp noise. For a man like him, who was brought up by a rich and powerful family with a long history, it was considered a gaffe to do that. Xia Yu was clearly shocked, but he was not in the least aware. His gaze was coldly fixated on Xiaoling, observing her radiant cheeks, fair and delicate neck, and her round and fine shoulders. Her dark black hair glowed with a beautiful shine under the lighting and every casual movement of hers was captivating, making it extremely difficult for people to stop staring. Damn it, isn't she just a slut? But why whenever she smiled at Lei Li he could feel his blood boil. Brother Ziheng, Xia Yu carefully stole a glance at his expression and was madly filled with jealousy when she saw that he couldn't remove his gaze from Xiaoling. Why is that slut here too? Who's that handsome and rich-looking man beside her? How did she snag such a fine man? How is she worthy? On second thought, it may as well be that way. Xia Yu's nails dug into her palm. Then, she wouldn't try to snatch Brother Ziheng from me. Xia Yu barely suppressed her hatred and revealed an innocent and delicate smile on the surface. Brother Ziheng, isn't that Yi Xingling over there? Who's that next to her, her boyfriend? Pei Ziheng suddenly turned around and darted a cold glare at her. Xia Yu was almost frozen with shock from his glare and shut up immediately. What made her rejoice was that her words seemed to have taken the intended effect. Pei Ziheng retracted his gaze and stared at his own table instead. He started to cut his steak with a cold look but was extremely careful in doing so. Xia Yu stared at him with adoration and said, Brother Ziheng, you cut your steak really fast. I can't even cut my steak properly as I don't have enough strength. Pei Ziheng finished cutting up the steak into small pieces, meticulously added some sauce and lifted the plate up. Xia Yu looked at him eagerly. The square table was small and she was sitting on Pei Ziheng's left, which was within arm's reach. However, Pei Ziheng's hand stretched across from her and placed the plate on her other side, which was the opposite of him. At the opposite of him, there were a set of clean utensils neatly arranged, a little less than a half cup of red wine and the mini pieces of steak he had just cut. Your sister was very lazy, he said with his deep and strong voice. Although he was speaking to Xia Yu, his gaze never left the empty seat opposite of him. When she ate steak, she usually needed me to cut it up for her and she was really picky about the sauce. I should have brought her to this restaurant earlier, most of the dishes here are really suited to her tastes. She would be very pleased. His voice gradually grew deeper. Xia Yu hung her head and pretended to mourn, but she concealed her jealousy when she was out of his sight. She had pestered and begged him to come to this restaurant today, using the excuse of fulfilling her sister's unrealized wish as a front. If not for this reason, Pei Ziheng would never come to the restaurant with her. When he agreed to bring her there, she thought that they could finally have a date together on their own and was thrilled. However, she did not expect that he would disallow her from taking the seat opposite him and order the waiter to set the table with empty utensils. He even ordered Xiaoling's favorite dishes in memory of her. He even took it a step further by cutting small pieces of steak then putting them on the dead woman's plate rather than paying attention to her. Xia Yu could not take that lying down. She was indignant. What did that dead woman do to deserve such a strong hold over Brother Ziheng's heart? Xia Yu was so indignant that she gritted her teeth until they almost broke. However, there was nothing she could do, as it would not be possible for her to be sitting next to him and having dinner together if it was not for that dead woman. Others envied her for being loved and doted on by Boss Pei. She was the only person who knew the truth. She had only gained his favor by relying on another woman. To him, she would always be Xiaoling's sister. Xia Yu bit her lip with extreme force, almost causing it to bleed. Dear esteemed guests, good evening. A gentle female voice could be heard. It's an honor to have you here with us, to attend Four Seasons' annual celebration for the beginning of summer. Once again, the moment which excites everyone has arrived. Our head chef has meticulously prepared a type of ice cream, which will be served to a lucky lady present here tonight. All the diners turned to look at the stage. An MC in formal attire retained her smile and said, in that case, according to the old rules, the auction will begin. The head chef's specially crafted ice cream for this year will have a starting price of 3,000 yuan, with a 1,000 yuan increase per bid. Good luck to all. Every year, an auction would be held to decide who would get the ice cream. Even though the starting price of 3,000 yuan was already an insanely exorbitant price compared to its cost price, it could not deter the numerous rich and powerful men from trying to pick up girls with it. How could a mere 3,000 yuan be compared to gaining the favor of their girl? I'll pay 4,000. Almost immediately, someone had started to bid. I'll pay 5,000, 6,000, 10,000. Initially, the price soared very quickly, from 10,000 to 30,000. Thereafter, the speed of the price increase slowed down. After all, no one was a fool. Even if one was rich, there had to be a limit. It was not worth it to spend 30 or 40,000 on a mere ice cream. It was an idiotic move. By this time each year, it would already be obvious who the winner was going to be. 50,000. That was the last price quoted. Mr. Zhang from table 1 quoted 50,000. Are there any more takers? 50,000 going once, going twice, the host's sweet voice rang. Just when the host was about to announce the winner of this year's ice cream auction, an alluring male voice chimed in. I quote 100,000. It was Li Lei. He did not participate in the bidding initially, as although there were many bidders, the prices quoted were peanuts to him. It was only until now, when the bidding was going to end, that he made his move. 100,000 was the highest record over the past few years. Mr. Li from table 17, 100,000 going once, going twice, the host beamed with delight. 150,000. A male voice interrupted abruptly. The guests all turned to look at table 9, as their gazes fixated on a man in a dark black suit with a cold look, along with a slender and delicate lady beside him. Who is he? The crowd whispered amongst themselves. 150,000 just for an ice cream. Who is able to spend this kind of money? It's Imperial Entertainment's Pei Zihang. Someone explained. 150,000 for an ice cream may sound crazy to us, but it's no different from 5,000 or 50,000 to him. So it's him. The gossipy crowd got excited. Did you hear what the host said just now? If I'm not wrong, the person who quoted 100,000 just now was Ski Art Entertainment's Li Lei. Also, it's said that Li Lei was the one who caused trouble at Imperial Entertainment a few days ago. This is getting interesting. Let's see what happens next. Are you serious? The crowd got excited. Several of Imperial Entertainment's properties got wrecked overnight, and even the police merely caught a few vagrants as scapegoats. Given Imperial Entertainment's influence, how is it possible that they were unable to catch the mastermind? It makes sense if it was Li Lei behind it. Li Lei has just put the underworld forces into order, the police don't want to have a large-scale conflict with them. Exactly, but given Pei Zihang's status, how can he stomach this insult? After that incident, the rumors outside are going wild. Imperial Entertainment paying wages late, bribing officials, going bankrupt and so on. The negative impacts of this incident have caused Imperial Entertainment stocks to plummet so much that its shares were suspended. How can he take this lying down? Thus, the gossipy onlookers waited to see what would happen next. Li Lei had discovered long ago that Pei Zihang was here for dinner too. The patrons tonight all came for the head chef's specially crafted ice cream. He was already prepared to bid against Pei Zihang. 300,000, he said with a smile unhurriedly. Gasp. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He doubled the price immediately without even blinking. These two tycoons have indeed fallen out, haven't they? Mr. Pei, quickly raise the bid. Hurry. The restaurant's atmosphere became more lively as Pei Zihang did not disappoint the crowd. 500,000, he quoted. 1 million, Li Lei followed up shortly without a single pause. What a filthy rich millionaire. Casually spending 1 million on an ice cream. The ladies present at the scene were buzzing with excitement. Looking back at their own boyfriends, the difference was just too vast. The lucky girl sitting beside young Master Li was making them so jealous. Who was she? She's Yi Xingling. Someone recognized her. The one who hit Xiaoling's sister previously. No wonder she dared to hit Xiaoling's sister. She has someone to back her up. The ladies were all green with envy until they discovered an issue. Yi Xingling was merely a small celebrity. Given her poor family background, she could never be Li Lei's legitimate girlfriend and marry into his family. Just another gold digger. What's the big deal? However, they were still jealous that she was able to find such a rich guy. The ladies were having mixed feelings as their piercing gazes focused on her. If only looks could kill, let go of young Master Li, let me take your place instead. That was what all the ladies present were yearning for. Being a diva in her previous life, Xiaoling was already used to the stares from the public and did not care about them at all. In fact, she was worried about another thing. She reached out to pull Li Lei, gently shaking her head. She did not want him to continue bidding. 1 million was already very ridiculous and not worth it at all. Although she did want to eat this specially crafted ice cream, she did not want him to go to such lengths just for her. After all, she was nobody to him and did not want to be indebted to him. A few tables across, Xia Yu saw her action and sneered. Slut, what a gold digger. Scared after watching the price spiral upwards. Ha, this is no surprise. All men are prideful, and Li Lei must be in a difficult position now, so this slut needs to give up and save his face in front of everyone. It seems like they are at their wits' end and cannot raise the price any further. At this thought, Xia Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Brother Zihang, sis wanted to eat this specially crafted ice cream really badly when she was alive. Please win it for her. She made use of her sister's place in his heart, knowing very well that he could not bear to decline. After he wins the ice cream auction, it will be hers anyway. Who gives a damn about that sis of hers? Xia Yu was engrossed in her wishful thinking and fanned the flames, urging Pei Zihang on. Actually, even without her instigation, Pei Zihang was determined to get this specially crafted ice cream. He was already feeling very regretful that he did not bring Xiaoling there when she was alive. Now, even if it was just her last wish, he would go all out to help her fulfill it. 2 million. Pei Zihang stared coldly at Li Lei. This caused a huge stir amongst the crowd. 2 million. Exactly like what Li Lei did just now, Pei Zihang also doubled the price instantly. At this snowballing rate, would Li Lei quote 4 million next? Everyone stared expectantly at both men. Li Lei patted Xiaoling's hand that went slightly cold and comforted her gently. I know my limits. Thereafter, he turned to look at Pei Ziheng and slowly grinned. How carefree and leisurely of you, Mr. Pei. I thought I heard that Imperial Entertainment stocks were suspended. Is it really fitting for Mr. Pei to fight over an ice cream with me now instead of helping out there? The crowd buzzed loudly. Young Master Li, is it really good for you to rub his nose in it? It had been already spread in the industry that you were behind the suspension of the Pei family's stocks, yet now you are still rubbing salt into his wound. Young Master Li, how arrogant of you. Pei Ziheng's face darkened. He wasn't one to contend with words, thus he was unable to outspeak the sharp-tongued Li Lei. At that moment, he only spoke with a deep voice. Cut the crap, it's your turn to bid. Li Lei shrugged and replied nonchalantly, 5 million. Oh my god, 5 million. The surrounding diners were stricken dumb with amazement. Previously, they had guessed that it would be 4 million, but in the end, young Master Li started off with 5 million. The fact that young Master Li spent 5 million on an ice cream would definitely spark discussion. People who were clear about his abilities would know that even though he was from a wealthy family, he had fought hard to achieve his status today. Those who weren't clear would definitely think of him as a prodigal son squandering the family fortune away. Xiaoling tugged at him again and shook her head with all her might. Li Lei only smiled. Be good, don't hinder your man from showing off. What did he just say? Her man. Xiaoling's face turned black. That guy was taking advantage of her just because she couldn't rebut him. When she was off to another world, Pei Ziheng had already upped his bid. 10 million. There was complete silence. People who were exclaiming and discussing the situation had all realized that something fishy was going on. Even if they were just trying to vent their spleen, they were clearly going overboard. 10 million was enough to buy a girl a mansion. Which girl would choose an insignificant ice cream over a mansion? To bid for the ice cream with such a whopping price, the restaurant might not necessarily dare to accept such a huge amount of money. Indeed, the Four Seasons restaurant dared not accept. When the prices went too high, even if the bidder had managed to make a hit and vent their spleen, things may be different after they calmed down. They might feel that they were cheated by the restaurant, and at that moment, the restaurant would be in deep trouble. Thus, with such a high bid, the restaurant's MC had no choice but to intervene. Alright, Mr. Pei is willing to pay 10 million. Mr. Li, are you willing to pay 10 million as well? 10 million. Li Lei sneered and continued, I would have no problem with 20 million. 30 million. Pei Ziheng upped his bid without batting an eyelid. 4. Li Lei was about to continue when the MC shouted hastily. Stop. If this were to go on, her weak heart would not be able to take it. She was an old-timer auction MC at Four Seasons restaurant and was used to seeing money. However, this was the first time she encountered such troublesome money. 10 million is the maximum. The MC forced a laugh. She didn't dare to allow those two big shots to continue upping their bid. Since the two gentlemen are willing to pay 10 million, it would not be possible for either of them to win if the auction continues. What do you think about playing a mini-game instead? To decide the winner with a mini-game. Sure, Li Lei agreed, nodding his head. Both Pei Ziheng and him did not lack money, there was indeed no point in continuing with the bidding. It would be better if they were to switch to another method. Pei Ziheng frowned secretly. He was here for Xiaoling's last wishes, and it was imperative for him to get that ice cream. If it was sold like an auction item, nothing could go wrong if he were to spend large amounts of money, but who could predict what would happen if they were to play a mini-game? He was about to reject the idea when Li Lei stared at him, with his lips curled slightly. Don't tell me you are afraid, Boss Pei. It was imperative for Li Lei to get the ice cream as well, but he was extremely willing to let Xiaoling get a good look at his numerous talents. It was as though he was a peacock courting a peahen, grasping at all chances to show off. If not, it would be extremely dull to just flaunt his wealth. Furthermore, he was being sneaky, and a sly thought had already flashed through his mind. With such a boring and disinteresting character, how would it be possible for Pei Ziheng to know how to participate in minigames? With that, Li Lei took it a step further to provoke him. Boss Pei, if you are afraid to lose, you could also admit defeat now. Why would we do that? Surprisingly, it was Xia Yu who spoke first. At that moment, Xia Yu stood up from her seat, as though she was a willow branch trembling in the wind, appearing as a delicate beauty. However, I would like to challenge Yi Xingling. Yi Xingling, do you dare to compete with me in this mini-game? She understood that Pei Ziheng was a strict and disciplined man and he would most likely be no match for Li Lei in terms of playing minigames. She would never stand by doing nothing while brother Ziheng lost to that adulterous couple. It was her time to shine. She wasn't certain if she could win against Li Lei, but she was absolutely sure that she could defeat that bitch Yi Xingling. The diners burst into an uproar. Were they seeing things? That weak-looking girl beside Pei Ziheng wanted to challenge the girl next to Li Lei. What was going on? Were the girls going to tear each other apart in battle? That being said, what happened previously between Xia Yu and Yi Xingling gave rise to much discussion, and the intricate case has yet to be settled. Well, this time enemies are crossing each other's paths. Xia Yu was slapped by her, it's no wonder that she cannot take it lying down and is eager for battle. Exactly, she needs to protect her reputation. The crowd burst into discussion and was eager to see what would happen next. A few diners even ordered a few more dishes. This time, it was Li Lei's turn to frown. Who are you? What makes you think you are qualified to challenge Xiaoling? Second young master Li leapt to her rescue. He wasn't about to let his girl get challenged by any Tom, Dick or Harry. Xia Yu exploded with anger. After such a long time, Li Lei actually didn't recognize her. She had such a high public exposure and the electronic advertising board opposite the restaurant even had her Ideal Sea perfume advertisement. She was such a beauty, so much prettier than that okay-looking bitch next to him, but he actually asked her who she was. I'm Xia Yu. She was shaking from anger but had to maintain her ladylike posture. Yi Xingling previously insulted my deceased sister. I have to seek justice for my sister. Li Lei's memory was piqued by her words. He recalled that it was the bitch in front of him who caused his Xiaoling a lot of trouble. Well, he would definitely make her pay, but it would have to wait. Li Lei narrowed his eyes at her. Firstly, Xiaoling never ever insulted your sister. If you continue to shoot your mouth off, I will sue you for slander. Secondly, we are here for ice cream today, don't mention old scores. He didn't want Xiaoling to get dragged into such unhappy stuff when they were supposedly out for ice cream. Xia Yu was shocked by his strong aura and stepped backward in fear. Okay, we'll only talk about ice cream today, said Pei Ziheng with a cold voice. Yi Xingling, Xia Yu issued you a challenge, do you accept or not? Previously, he had already done a background check on Yi Xingling and knew that she was from an ordinary family with only a commonplace educational level and outlook. Other than surprising people with her singing recently, she did not have a forte, thus there was no way she could win if she were to compete with Xia Yu. Xia Yu had been adopted by him since she was 9 years old, undergoing a quality education and even graduating from the prestigious Cambridge University. In terms of talent or outlook, she could definitely throw Yi Xingling out to the streets without even lifting a finger. He had no doubts about letting Xia Yu take on Yi Xingling. Furthermore, he had a killer move. I think there is no need to trouble anyone. Since both of you are new artistes, just compete with each other via singing. Stumped, Xiaoling stared at him in shock. She could not believe her ears. Compete via singing. It turned out that Pei Ziheng really intended to force her to a dead end. He was clearer than anyone that she had become mute and was unable to make even the slightest sound. All the love they shared in the previous life had vanished into nothingness. What she saw was how heartless he could be. Xiaoling bit her lip, her hands and feet icy cold. Pei Ziheng added on to her nervousness. Why, are you afraid? If you're going to tell us your throat hasn't been well these few days and so you can't sing, then save it, nobody's going to believe such a lame excuse. He had left her with no escape, intentionally embarrassing her. How do you know Xiaoling's throat isn't well? Li Lei smiled all of a sudden. Boss Pei, that's really too much of a coincidence. A few days ago, Xiaoling had just been framed by some moron, and her vocal cord now is slightly damaged and isn't in a good enough condition to talk, much less sing. If you want to hear her singing, we've got to set another day. Today we shall compete on something else. Pei Ziheng's eyes were cold. Damaged. I say she's afraid. Their sarcastic exchange had excited the surrounding audience. One of the ladies told her spouse, I don't think Yi Xingling is really afraid, she sings better than Xia Yu. Who knows? Her spouse replied. Xia Yu is very popular now. Maybe everyone thinks that Xia Yu is a better singer, so Yi Xingling dares not compete with her. The commotion was getting louder, but Li Lei remained composed as ever. Boss Pei won't stoop so low as to force an unwell girl to sing, right? Even if you win, it would not be a glorious victory. How about this? If you're really confident of Xia Yu's ability, we'll let them compete with their voice another day. Xiaoling's vocal cord is really unwell today, we have to compete on something else. Pei Ziheng said, 1 month from now, Xiao Yu will sing the theme song for a brand she endorses, the Ideal Sea perfume launch. I know Miss Yi is endorsing a few small brands as well and plans to sing the theme songs for their launches. Let's launch the brands at the same time and have them sing in an arena. If Miss Yi loses, she'll kneel before Xiaoling's grave to apologize. Though he had agreed to only keep within the boundaries of ice cream today, there was no way he could keep his cool when it involved Xiaoling. Li Lei squinted his eyes in a threatening expression. Pei Ziheng was being overbearing. 1 month. He was sure Xiaoling could not recover within a month. But Li Lei's lips curled into a wry smile. Fine, 1 month it is. Imperial thought they were sure to win. Not necessarily. Xiaoling looked at Li Lei, stunned. Her vocal cord was still damaged, how could he agree to the competition 1 month from now? Yet, from an unknown point in time, she had developed a kind of inexplicable trust towards him. If he said 1 month was fine, he definitely would not let her down. With that thought, she was relieved. But Li Lei spoke slowly, maintaining his smile. You want Xiaoling to kneel before Xiaoling's grave and apologize. But if Xiaoling wins, Ski Art doesn't have a grave for Xia Yu to kneel before. If Yi Xingling wins, said Xia Yu, I will kneel before her and apologize on the spot. Wow, Miss Xia is pretty good at this. Li Lei scoffed. The deceased is king. If Xiaoling was to kneel before Xiaoling's grave, Imperial Entertainment would not be criticized given that Xiaoling was a deceased anyway. But if Xiaoling won the battle and Xia Yu was the one kneeling, it would be a completely different matter. Xia Yu's weak composition and her being decked with illnesses were her selling points for gaining sympathy. If she kneeled before Xiaoling, it would appear as if Xiaoling was unreasonable and coercive and hence taint her reputation. Li Lei had thought out the details clearly and would not agree to the conditions. Our Xiaoling doesn't have the hobby of forcing others to kneel. If you lose, you'll personally write a 10,000-word reflection and publish it on various print media as an apology to Xiaoling. Sure, Xia Yu agreed. What a joke, how could she possibly lose? She heard Chu Chen say clearly, Pei Ziheng has already damaged Yi Xingling's vocal cords almost irreversibly. There's no way she would recover in a month. Yi Xingling, we'll see how you embarrass yourself. Li Lei nodded in satisfaction after she had agreed. Now can we talk about the ice cream? Really, it takes so much just to eat an ice cream. He turned towards the MC and smiled. Could you think of a game for us? Mr. Pei and Miss Xia decided on the competition and the singing compliment. I can't have them call all the shots. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear with all the tricks they could pull. Laughter reverberated in the restaurant but stopped soon with Pei Ziheng's somber look. The MC thought, he's right. If I don't moderate the situation, who knows how far these two are going to go. She hurriedly said, in that case, we'll have the restaurant decide on how the game shall go then. Some employees brought a box of cards, with each card describing a mini game suitable for 2 to 4 players. The female MC picked a card randomly and revealed it while announcing. Now, let's have the 2 men hold a kiss with their female partners. The pair who holds the kiss for the longer period of time will win the round. She felt relief the moment the instruction was announced. That was simple enough and should not bring about any conflict. What she did not notice was Pei Ziheng's face getting even more somber. Although the men naturally had nothing to lose in this case, Pei Ziheng did not readily accept it. If it was any other lady there would not have been any hesitation, but this girl was Xiaoling's sister, the sister she loved and cared for above all else. He would not let anyone hurt her. She was already gone, but he would respect and abide by all her wishes. Xia Yu gazed at Pei Ziheng expectantly. She was so grateful for the MC for having picked such a thrilling game. Sharing a kiss with brother Ziheng was something she had not done before. Would today be the day she fulfilled her wish? To her surprise, Pei Ziheng coldly posed a question. Can we have another game instead? Xia Yu was stunned. Did brother Ziheng want to change the game rather than kiss her? Was she so detestable? Tears filled Xia Yu's eyes as she felt her heart being ripped into a million pieces. The MC was baffled as well. See, change the game. Pei Ziheng, you really are full of demands. Li Lei was more than happy at this point. One look and he could tell that Pei Ziheng was unwilling to kiss Xia Yu, unlike Li Lei who was more than willing towards Xiaoling. Well, whether Xiaoling was willing or not was a separate matter. In any case, he had a much better chance of winning in this game. Just think about how many demands you've made so far. Don't act all wishy-washy like a woman. Li Lei went hard on him. You think it's up to you to decide whether to change the game? Then what's the point of competing? You might as well ask for the ice cream directly instead. Li Lei's harsh words got the MC thinking. That's right, if the game was to be changed so easily, wouldn't there be no end to this? No, it cannot be this way. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei, once the game is picked it cannot be changed. She tried her best to avoid looking at Pei Ziheng's stern expression as she cautiously made her call. Li Lei grinned unreservedly, gently holding his girl by his side. As Xiaoling was being pulled into his chest in front of everyone else, shock struck her first before her face turned a bright red. She wanted to push him away instinctively, but he gently held her hands. Don't move, he whispered in her ear. I will not take advantage of you. Four Seasons restaurant had an elegant ambiance and the tables were widely spaced apart with decorative plants between tables for privacy. In the dim light, the audience could only see Li Lei's sturdy stature enveloping her petite figure as he went in for a kiss. Meanwhile, the girl looked up at him, slightly flustered and confused. With all the light effects, they made a perfect portrait. Go on, kiss her already. As they immersed in the beautiful image before them, a few young ladies and gentlemen had held their breaths involuntarily as they grabbed their partner's hands. Li Lei's lips were looking for Xiaoling's, slowly but surely. Don't be afraid, he reassured her quietly. She was confused and unsure whether she should push him away. His warm exhalation brushed against her ears and brows, causing her to flush as her heart rate increased. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, I admit defeat, Pei Ziheng's cold voice was heard. A tinge of regret flashed past Li Lei's eyes as he reluctantly let go of Xiaoling. Really? Why did Pei Ziheng have to admit defeat so easily? I wanted to hold Xiaoling a little longer. Dissatisfied, he glared at Pei Ziheng. Are you sure you want to admit defeat? You won. Pei Ziheng had enunciated every syllable clearly. When Li Lei was holding Xiaoling, he felt a strange surge of jealousy gnawing at him, but nobody had noticed how awful he looked then. He took great efforts to resist the urge to pull them apart. No matter what, he would never allow Li Lei to kiss Yi Xingling just like that. He would not allow it. Pei Ziheng was not sure what got into him either as he spurted those words the moment he saw Li Lei's lips getting closer to Xiaoling's. All right, the case is closed, the MC smiled and announced quickly, for fear of either party going back on the result. I now declare, the specially crafted ice cream of the year goes to Mr. Li. The music came on as a group of waiters emerged with trays. Before the guests who looked on in envy, they politely bent over and placed the ice cream on Li Lei and Xiaoling's table. Li Lei did not spare Pei Ziheng another look as he took his seat with Xiaoling and enjoyed their well-deserved ice cream. The ice cream was exquisitely crafted, vanilla, matcha, almond, strawberry, chocolate, 19 different flavors of ice cream stacked up like a hill and topped with red bean paste and almond flakes along with some blueberry jam and mind leaves. It looked like an exciting dish and the colors were enough to lift one's spirit. Xiaoling had loved ice cream since she was a child and as she dug into the ice cream now, she savored every lingering flavor of rich vanilla. Even if it did not cost a bomb, this ice cream definitely was valued at a prime price among its counterparts. She smiled in bliss. Li Lei sat across her and watched her enjoy her ice cream, and then turned towards the waiter and whispered something to him. A while later, the waiter served a beverage. Li Lei carefully shifted the beverage towards Xiaoling, ginger tea, to warm the stomach. Girls are naturally weaker in composition and should take greater care of their health. He was there to look out for her when she missed out on such details. Xiaoling looked at the ginger tea before her and was stunned for a moment, but what followed was a pleasant smile. Truth was, she had no idea how to face him even now. When she was held by him, they were so close to each other that the thought of it was enough to make her blush once again. She dared not look straight into his eyes. Instead, she looked down in embarrassment. You have some ice cream on your nose, like a little kitten. And yet, he was still teasing her. How did I not realize all this while that you actually love ice cream? Next year we should come again and play the same game. Even if our opponents don't admit defeat midway, we're still sure to win the game. She turned red upon hearing that. Li Lei laughed. Are you shy? She looked up and glared hard at him, half embarrassed and half angry. However, he was not the least bit angry as he continued digging into his ice cream slowly. This is really not bad, it's worth the $10 million and the effort I put into my act. She bit her lip and considered for a while before writing on the tablet. If Pei Ziheng had not admitted defeat, would you have gone on? He raised a brow and grinned deviously. What do you think? Xiaoling blushed again. She kept the tablet and ignored him. There, he pacified her. I've already said I won't force you to do anything you're unwilling to do. You're in the entertainment industry, you should know what playing on angles is all about, right? Of course, she knew, it meant that two people appeared to be kissing when they, in fact, were not, due to the lights and angle in play. The restaurant had very dim lighting and the seats were a distance away. If he did it well, it would be difficult to notice that they were just putting on an act. She looked at him, half skeptical. She was having mixed feelings, was it relief or disappointment? Here they were joking and teasing about. On the other side, Pei Ziheng's look was awful and the atmosphere was icy cold. Pei Ziheng's line of sight never left Xiaoling's table from the moment the ice cream was served. As he saw her smiling and blushing, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed as he fumed at the sight. He could not understand his wretched feelings, it must be because this cheap woman was so happy and blissful. His Xiaoling was lying 6 feet under the ground while this cheap woman who insulted her could enjoy her ice cream and seduce other men. Yi Xingling, he clenched his fist tightly, swearing to teach her a good lesson. The next day came. Xiaoling had eaten a little too much the previous day and was having some indigestion. She woke up heavy-headed and tossed on the bed, refusing to get up. Sister Mai Na looked at her, unsure whether finding her lazing in bed was funny or disapproving. You've only moved in a while ago and boss has already pampered you to this extent. Where's the Yi Xingling who used to wake up early every morning to practice her singing? She wanted to assert that it had nothing to do with Li Lei, but the thought of suffering from indigestion precisely because of having dinner with him made her back down. The ice cream was simply too good, she wanted to go again next year. Just as she was fantasizing about the ice cream, Sister Mai Na rolled up the newspapers and patted her head with it. Take it and read the news. Groggily, Xiaoling took the newspapers and sat up slightly. The headlines read, Yi Xingling, do you dare take up the challenge? What in the world? She was more awake now, skimming through the article quickly. It was Xia Yu's written challenge, and in it, Xia Yu had listed all sorts of bad deeds on Xiaoling's part, including insulting the deceased, turning violent and remaining unrepentant. The end of the challenge read, you've said it yourself that we'll compete publicly, so we'll do it that way. 1 month from now, we will both perform the theme songs to the brand's launch at Lingang Stadium and have the audience decide on the result. If you win, I will make a public apology to you, but if I win, you'll have to kneel before my sister's grave and apologize. Xia Yu is seldom this aggressive, and the media seem to be aware of this point, hence commenting, kinship runs deep, the submissive and often sickly Xia Yu stands up in courage when it comes to matters concerning her sister, admirable indeed. Xiaoling read the article and scoffed. Interesting, the challenge was already agreed on and held the previous day at Four Seasons restaurant. With the challenge that Xia Yu had issued earlier today, now it appeared as if Imperial was taking the initiative to fight for justice. She ruffled through her quilt and pillows for her tablet and wrote on it for Sister Mai Na, if my vocal cord can recover, it won't be hard for me to teach her a good lesson. But, can it? She ended the sentence with an exceptionally huge question mark. Before coming up to look for Xiaoling, Sister Mai Na had already bumped into Li Lei on the way, this lazy girl sleeping till midday, in that time her big boss had already attended several meetings. Almost helpless, she ruffled Xiaoling's hair. You, don't worry, your vocal cords will be fine. Get your stuff packed when you're up later, boss has booked a flight in the late afternoon and you'll look for a specialist overseas. James has already given the specialist a look at your medical record, and they are 90% sure they'll be able to cure you. Really, Xiaoling's eyes were sparkling. This was the best news she had heard in a while. She now understood why Li Lei had readily accepted Imperial's challenge, he had everything planned. Of course, Sister Mai Na sensed her joy and rubbed her head once again while smiling. I wonder where you, little girl, got your good fortune from that boss could be so nice to you. She smiled shyly, her face turning red. Li Lei had arranged for a private jet in order to avoid having news spread to Pei Ziheng. In the next few weeks, she received treatment and underwent surgeries overseas. With therapy and recuperation, her vocal cords recovered day by day. The hospital ward was bright and neat. The translucent curtains allowed just the right amount of natural light in, the rays falling on the walls and furniture. By the bedside was a flower vase handcrafted by an artisan, filled with lilac iris flowers and bundles of baby's breath. The flowers were in full bloom, creating a beautiful sight. Meanwhile, Li Lei fed Xiaoling the last bowl of medicine. How are you feeling? He asked with some apprehension. The main doctor had said that after Xiaoling finished this last bowl of medicine, they would be able to tell how much her vocal cords had recovered. The vocal cords were a very sensitive part and even slight damage could cause the quality of the voice to change. This was not an evident or significant problem to an average person, but to a singer, it could turn into an Achilles heel. Li Lei had always appeared confident in front of Xiaoling, reassuring her that she would definitely recover fully. Truth was, he was more nervous than anybody else. Xiaoling opened her mouth slightly, attempting to make a sound. Xiaoling was actually already able to speak more than a week before, but she felt the strain often and her voice was not consistent, and neither was she able to sing. This last bowl of medicine was different from the rest. According to James, it contained the essence of many rare herbs, and every single drop was as valuable as gold. No, even more valuable than gold. Gold had a price to it, this formula was priceless. A few minutes later, Xiaoling felt the scratchy feeling in her throat dissipate, and in its place was a cool, comfortable sensation. It was as if no damage had been done to it. She told Li Lei, I want to try singing. When she spoke, her voice let out a pleasant sound, void of the hoarseness that came with it before it recovered. She sounded just like she did before the injury, but if listened to conscientiously, one could tell a very slight difference. Li Lei could not pinpoint what the difference was, but Xiaoling's voice was even better than before it was damaged, as if the voice she had now was more aligned with her spirit, like a gift she was born with. He smiled and nodded. Go on ahead, I'll listen. Xiaoling thought for a bit and sang, glass fingertips, her soothing voice filling the otherwise quiet space. Li Lei was so immersed in her singing that he took a while to snap back to reality after she had stopped singing. It sounds even better than before, he commented. Although he was the boss of Ski Art Entertainment, he had not gone deep into learning about voices and songs. A simple word, that it was better, was enough to express the change in her voice. Better, Xiaoling smiled. This is a blessing in disguise. If I haven't got a wrong sense of it, my pitch range seems to have expanded, and my voice is also more refined than before. In the future, I'll be able to present more and richer layers in a song. No, I should put it this way. Many of the layers I'm able to present now can never be achieved by most other singers due to their innate limitations. Even though I don't quite know what you're saying, it does sound like you're really good now. Li Lei smiled innocently. Xiaoling's spirits were lifted tremendously as she explained. Basically, Yi Xingling's voice used to be just slightly better than an average person's. You can easily find people with such ability in ski art. As for Yi Xingling now, her voice is incomparably good. She is way above the rest. That good. Li Lei was pleasantly surprised. Of course. Xiaoling raised her chin teasingly, pleased that her voice had gotten even better. How is your voice now compared to the diva Xiaoling's? Li Lei asked as someone who did not quite know music. I heard that Xiaoling was the most talented singer in close to a century. In her past life, she was in fact very unique and talented, which was why Pei Ziheng was so attracted to her. The person she was now, however, was not very much different from her previous life. I'm different from the diva Xiaoling, she explained to Li Lei patiently. Xiaoling's vocal range was very wide and she needed no effort to reach the high and low notes. Her voice was clear and bright, extremely suitable for valiant songs. But she had a weakness, because her voice was so bright, it was difficult for her to express the finer details and emotions in a song. She began smiling as she spoke. But I'm different, although my voice isn't as loud and bright, it's a lot finer and more layered. In this aspect, I'm now unbeatable. Little girl, you're amazing. He liked it when she was in high spirits, like a contented kitten. In that case, let's return soon. The competition date is approaching and I want to see you defeat your opponent. They returned in a private jet as well, without anybody else knowing. Everything was kept low profile. Besides a few key personnel in Ski Art Entertainment, nobody knew where she was in this time. News about her recovery had been kept secret. In order to keep Imperial Entertainment off guard, Li Lei had specially arranged for James to go to the apartment every day with his medical apparatus. He would then leave with a worried look on his face as if there was nothing he could do about her vocal cords. The day of the competition had arrived. On this night, Lin Gang Stadium was packed with fans of both singers. Xiaoling wore a silvery blue satin gown and arrived in a white Lincoln limousine with Sister Mai Na. On both sides of the car, tons of reporters, fans and many others welcomed her. No, welcomed was the wrong word to use. Besides the reporters and their camera flashes, many were hurling mean comments. Such as, Yi Xingling, you shameless woman, how dare you appear? Yi Xingling, our Xiao Yu will leave you utterly defeated. That's right, tonight you'll get out of the entertainment circle. Get out of the entertainment circle, Yi Xingling. Get out of the entertainment circle, Yi Xingling. Xia Yu's fans, as well as many fans of the diva Xiaoling, were chanting these words. Some were more aggressive, hurling water bottles and rotten tomatoes at the limousine before being stopped by the security officers. Xiaoling sat in the back of the car, expressionless, as insults were being thrown at her. Sister Mai Na was a little concerned for her. Are you all right? Do I look like somebody who's beaten so easily? The more she got scolded by the public, the stronger her will to fight. Sister Mai Na looked at the way she raised her chin slightly. It was the confidence of a natural leader, somebody who did not give a care about the insignificant noises around her. With that, Sister Mai Na was put at ease. Not bad at all. How could our Xiaoling be so easily defeated? The one who should leave the entertainment industry is Xia Yu. She'll get out of the industry sooner or later, said Xiaoling calmly. Calm as she was, her determination was unmasked. Xia Yu was not suitable for singing. To begin with, her moving and heartwarming voice was the result of recording apparatus and auto-tune, while her popularity was her banking on her sister's reputation. Xiaoling could not tolerate that somebody who had betrayed her was using her reputation to her own advantage. Someday, she would make Xia Yu pay for it. And tonight's competition would be her first lesson to Xia Yu. The limousine slowed to a halt. Xiaoling and Sister Mai Na walked towards the venue on the red carpet, protected and escorted by a group of bodyguards. At the venue, Xia Yu had been waiting for a while. Yi Xingling, you finally arrived. Under the spotlight, Xia Yu who was dressed in a princess gown. With an innocent expression, she looked like an actual princess. Still, every word from her was potent. I'm very happy that you've come. Not everybody who has insulted my sister would have the guts to be standing here. Xiaoling simply glared at her coldly, with no verbal response. Sister Mai Na had gone on stage with her, and at this point had taken over the microphone from the MC. She addressed Xia Yu. Firstly, Xiaoling never insulted your sister. Secondly, I advise you to cherish the time while you're still happy because, after the competition, you'll be busy writing your apology letter to Xiaoling. Both parties looked at each other with a threatening, cold expression. Offstage, a few of Xia Yu's fans were already making noise. Who's this woman? What right has she to talk to our Xiao Yu like this? Exactly, bitch. Ah, our Xiao Yu is being bullied. A commotion erupted among the audience voicing the unjust treatment Xia Yu had been put through. In contrast, fans of Yi Xingling were less vocal and smaller in strength. Even if they were to give their all in the cheering, their voices would be easily overpowered by Xia Yu's fans. Xia Yu's lips curled up ever so slightly. Yi Xingling, I'll see how long more you can keep this pretense up. I'm the one the people love. She eyed Xiaoling carefully and asked the key question, why aren't you talking? Why are you letting your manager speak on your behalf? Xiaoling's expression showed a subtle hint of fluster. Sister Mai Na answered on her behalf once again. Xiaoling hasn't been feeling very well lately. Her throat needs more rest and the doctor advised her to speak less. She came ill today and needs to conserve her voice for later, so I'll be doing all the talking before her performance. No wonder. This shameless Yi Xingling had not recovered indeed. Having her manager answer on her behalf. Excuses. The truth was simply that she was still mute and could not speak, much less sing. Xia Yu was delighted but consciously concealed her emotion with a look of grievance. Yi Xingling, why didn't you say so earlier that you're unwell? We could arrange for another day, otherwise what point would there be in my winning today? Exactly. The MC carried it through. Yi Xingling, if your vocal cords aren't well yet, why didn't you tell us earlier instead of only revealing this on stage? This way, if Xia Yu wins later, people would talk about how she didn't win fair and square. The MC was bribed by Imperial Entertainment and was obviously biased towards Xia Yu. With her instigation, there was another uproar among the fans. Exactly. You're only feigning illness because you know you can't beat our Xiao Yu. I see Yi Xingling is afraid and trying to escape with this excuse. Despicable and shameless. Yi Xingling is trying to gain sympathy votes, damn her. Xiao Yu is the one who's really ill and has a weak composition. That's right. Exactly. Another round of hullabaloo commenced. Sister Mai Na was enraged listening to all the insults from the audience. These brainless people were so sympathetic and caring when Xia Yu was feigning her illness, and now that Xiaoling had only just recovered from being poisoned, they were all accusing her. Yet, no matter how much the audience was putting them down, she would ensure that Xia Yu had no way of taking advantage of Xiaoling. Sister Mai Na looked at Xia Yu's hypocritical expression and scoffed. Do you know why Xiaoling had not mentioned earlier that she was not well? Why? Xia Yu was slightly taken aback by this question. That's because, Sister Mai Na made sure to enunciate every syllable clearly to her face. Competing with somebody like you does not require much effort. What arrogance. The audience was outraged. This woman was basically trampling all over Xia Yu. The reporters were hitting the shutters in excitement. Everybody expected some tension and drama during this match, but nobody expected it to be this sensational before it had even started. Quick, prepare for a press release. This is breaking news, live. One of the reporters was thrilled as he made a call to his press firm. Headline. The headline will be, Ski Arts Queen Mai Na steps forward as award-winning manager once again in Yi Xingling's defense. What, you mean we should be on Xia Yu's side in this report? To hell with that Xia Yu, Sister Mai Na's words were too cool. Even I'm beginning to hope to see Yi Xingling turn the tables. Xia Yu was trembling in anger. Having been so highly regarded all this while, how could she be so underestimated? How she wished she could rip Sister Mai Na's mouth apart, but considering her image in her fans' hearts, she had no better choice than to swallow her indignance. She put a hand to her chest, taking a small step back as if she was hurt and in shock. Distress was written all over her pale face. Sister Mai Na, she looked like she was about to cry. You're Yi Xingling's manager and I know you'd side her, but how could you say this of me before I've even begun to sing? Exactly. The MC was defending Xia Yu, giving her more backing. I've heard that Xiao Yu often practices her singing alone late into the night. Is her diligence not worthy of respect at all in Sister Mai Na's and Miss Yi's eyes? The way she addressed Xiao Yu and Miss Yi made it clear whose side she was on. Xia Yu's brainless fans started making noise again, jeering at Xiaoling and criticizing her. Sister Mai Na revealed a sly smile. What a coincidence, our Xiaoling hasn't been well these days and hasn't got the chance to practice her singing much. She slowly said, I'm excited to see, with Xia Yu's 100% effort against our Xiaoling's 50% of hard work, what kind of results would we get? This statement was truly well crafted and devious. If Xia Yu won, it would be because of her extra effort recently in comparison to Xiaoling, but if Xia Yu lost, it would be a joke. How could her 100% effort not match up to someone's 50%? Well said, Sister Mai Na. Good one. Xiaoling's fans of this lifetime were getting excited. Go, Sister Mai Na. Go, Yi Xingling. Hearing cheers for her opponent, Xia Yu took great pains to mask her expression. The MC quickly stepped forward to interrupt the audience. All right, it's time to draw lots and decide whether Xiao Yu or Miss Yi will sing first. Bright lights came on and landed on the massive screen in front. The way the graphics swirled on the screen made the audience feel like they were about to be sucked in. The MC walked to the side and pressed a control button. The swirls got more intense before coming together to reveal an arrow, pointed towards the left of the stage. It was Xiaoling's side. The first up on stage is Miss Yi. The MC smiled. The randomizer was manipulated and no matter how she operated it, the first to sing would always be Yi Xingling. Now that the right person had been chosen, the MC had accomplished her task and was due to collect her handsome reward from Imperial Entertainment when the event was over. Xia Yu was delighted too. Bitch, you're doomed. You're already mute. I'll see how you manage it. That was the only reason Xia Yu dared to challenge Xiaoling. She knew that there was no way she could beat that bitch in terms of singing or stage presence, but as long as that bitch went first and revealed that her voice was completely damaged, there'd be no way she could lose even if she was not as good. Xia Yu was already sure of her victory, but she managed a hypocritical smile. All the best, Yi Xingling. Xia Yu's brainless fans were moved by her again. Ah, look at our Xiao Yu, cheering others on despite having been bullied by her. She's simply too kind and innocent, like a little angel. Go, Xiao Yu, go, Xiao Yu, somebody led the cheers. Xiao Yu, we'll always support you. Even more idiocy. Light sticks were swaying and neon boards were up, but every one of them had Xiao Yu's name on it. Xiao Yu left the center stage and stood in the dark where everybody could not see her. There and then, she gave Xiaoling a devious grin. Xiaoling pretended not to see it as she took the microphone, preparing to sing. The music came on. Off stage, there were still stray voices. Yi Xingling, get off the stage. We want to see Xiao Yu. The neon boards were up and against her like protest signs. The few boards with Yi Xingling on them were like little boats caught in a raging storm. She waved towards the few boats. A beautiful voice came from her. Lost in the starry night. The unknown girl trudged for years on end. Searching for the meteor wings. Her voice was like a gift from nature, beautiful and strong, calming the storms. All the chants of Yi Xingling, get off the stage, were getting softer and softer, as many more were increasingly immersed in her dreamlike voice. Xiaoling had always been very confident in her performances. In her previous life, even the ones who detested and disliked her could not utter a single harsh word when she began singing. In this life, her singing skills were even better and she had the ability to capture their hearts completely. Wings of stars, glory of gods. They bless the eternal rose in my heart. At some point, the neon boards with Xiao Yu's name had been taken down, while Yi Xingling's name was dancing around like fireflies. Keep going, we're behind you, you're the best. More and more lights were illuminated for her. Meanwhile, she continued her breathtaking singing in this sea of lights. If you still love me, you should not forget me. If you still love me, you'll remember the rose in my heart. Wings of stars are the glory of gods. With the meteor wings, I'll find that eternal rose. With the meteor wings, I'll find that eternal rose. Off stage, thousands of them had started singing along with her involuntarily, her divine voice having mesmerized them all. Xiaoling thought that maybe she should thank Pei Ziheng. If not for the torment and pain he had put her through in her previous life, how could she sing this delicately sad tune so well? The diva Xiaoling was pure and outstanding, but cold as an icy crystal, too perfect for anybody to get close to. The person she was today, standing in the beautiful lights and bringing out the finest of emotions to move her listeners, made her a more welcoming and closer figure. This level of achievement was beyond what a diva entailed. Yi Xingling, I love you. A fan screamed the moment the song ended. Yi Xingling, you're the best. Another fan added. A few more cheers came about, and even the most loyal die-hard fans of Xiao Yu had nothing to pick on in Xiaoling's flawless performance. 50% hard work, 120% magnificence. Xiao Yu's fans were beginning to worry about their idol. With such a strong opponent, what was Xiao Yu to do? They were increasingly anxious for her, not knowing that Xiao Yu in the backstage was not the least bit nervous. You saw it clearly. In the resting room, Xiao Yu secretly asked a man in black. Ski Art chased all other audio mixers out of the mixing room, and only let their staff in. That's definitely what they did, the man in black said. I even caught it on tape. Very good, Xiao Yu smiled. Yi Xingling's already mute. If she had just said the truth, everybody would be understanding, don't you think? But why did she have to lip sync? Her fans and media representatives will question her work ethics now. The spotlights on the stage lit up brightly. The MC and Xiao Yu walked on stage, and from the opposite end, Sister Mai Na also came on stage to stand beside Xiaoling. How's your voice? Sister Mai Na asked Xiaoling in concern. After singing her song, Xiaoling had remained quiet, not saying an extra word, simply bowing even in the final concluding segment. At this moment, she gave Sister Mai Na a smile and shook her head indicating that she did not need to worry. An expression of relief flashed across Sister Mai Na's face. Seeing this exchange between Sister Mai Na and Xiaoling, Xiao Yu was doubly sure that Xiaoling had lip-synced. See, this bitch could not even speak, who was she trying to fool? Yi Xingling, your singing isn't too bad. Xiao Yu said gently, can you sing that sentence, the wings of the stars as the light of the gods, for me again? It was really good. Xiaoling gave her a cynical look. Who was she to order her to sing? Sister Mai Na responded in an icy voice, thank you for appreciating the song. However, we said in the opening that Xiaoling's throat isn't very good today and singing the entire song once is already a big burden for her. She will not be using her vocal cords anymore to avoid excessive burden today. That's just too bad, said Xiao Yu with a tinge of malice. Yi Xingling, you really kept very quiet today. Other than the song just now we haven't heard a single sentence from you. It looks like your throat is indeed in a bad condition. Xiaoling already sang her song, we should be getting the audience to vote on who they prefer now. Sister Mai Na apparently did not want to spend more time dwelling on the topic of Xiaoling's voice with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu inconspicuously glanced towards someone off stage. From the audience, a loud male voice rang out, Yi Xingling cheated. Yi Xingling lip-synced. The man who had shouted out was extremely close to the stage. Just as he finished his sentence, the MC raised the microphone to her mouth and said loudly in shock. That gentleman over there, what did you say? Yi Xingling lip-synced. Her voice was transmitted through the speakers in the stadium, and the entire stadium started to buzz with commotion. Yi Xingling lip-synced. I have evidence. That man continued shouting. Evidence. The MC continued to speak into the microphone. This gentleman, you can't just run your mouth like that. Please come up on stage to show us what evidence you have. We will not let off any singer that lip-syncs, and will not let you accuse any singer of lip-syncing if they haven't. The MC seemed like she was trying to play it fair, but in actual fact, she was simply guiding the situation to a point where Yi Xingling's lip-syncing evidence would have to be laid bare in front of the entire audience. This would make it such that Yi Xingling would not be able to get out of it at all. Xiao Yu was very satisfied. This MC, as well as the man who was acting as the informer about the lip syncing, had been planted by Imperial Entertainment beforehand. Since that bitch, Yi Xingling, wanted to fake it, then she could not blame Imperial Entertainment for making use of it. That man came up on stage very quickly. Sister Mai Na was furious. This gentleman over here, Xiaoling doesn't know you at all and has not offended you in any way. Why would you accuse her of lip syncing? Whether or not I am accusing her, you at Ski Art Entertainment should know best. That man said loudly. I used to be Yi Xingling's fan and had snuck backstage just now wanting to wait for Yi Xingling to come off stage to get her signature. Who would have thought that I would see a Ski Art Entertainment staff chasing away the audio mixer and other staff? I was curious and went closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. I heard them say that they were going to play audio that had been pre-recorded. Yi Xingling would only need to lip sync on stage. He looked at Xiaoling with a pained expression on his face. I'm so disappointed for considering you to be my idol. How could you do such a thing? Xiaoling secretly gave 32 likes in her heart for this man's performance. He could almost match Xia Yu as the best actor. She felt like she was watching a court jester. She remained quiet. Sister Mai Na opened her mouth to speak. Don't speak rubbish. What evidence do you have? Take it out for us to see. That man took out his handphone and handed it to the MC. I was too shocked and could not resist but record a short video. In the music mixing room backstage there is only Ski Art Entertainment staff and no other outsiders. This is the evidence. However, I was afraid of being found out by Ski Art Entertainment when I was filming this, so I did not dare to get too close. As such, I was unable to record their conversation. A video is already able to say a lot. The MC responded, clearly hinting that there was a problem. She brought up the video recorded in the phone and projected it on the big screen. As expected, the mixing room was only occupied by Ski Art Entertainment staff, and the surroundings were heavily guarded by Ski Art Entertainment staff as well. The entire stadium buzzed with commotion again. It couldn't be, that voice that they had been so riveted by earlier was lip-synced. I was just saying that Yi Xingling couldn't possibly sing so well. No wonder, she lip-synced. Some said. Exactly, what rubbish about her voice being in bad condition. I think she just could not beat Xia Yu with her voice, so she found an excuse to lip-sync. Where is Yi Xingling's career ethic? Many were criticizing her angrily. She had cheated them of their feelings. Ski Art Entertainment staff did indeed use the mixing room. Sister Mai Na's icy voice rang out clearly. This is because Xiaoling's song is very unique, and she needs to be accompanied by the audio mixing master that had worked with her for a long time. This gentleman over here, you claim to have overhead staff discussing lip syncing, but I can tell you now that that is impossible. If you insist, point out the few staff that you saw right now. That man did not expect Sister Mai Na to press him like that and did not know what to say. It was too messy. I didn't manage to see them clearly. Sister Mai Na gave a cold laugh. If you accuse someone falsely, and cause a negative impact to them, you could be sued. Sister Mai Na, please do not threaten the audience. The MC stood forward to defend the man speedily. Sister Mai Na laugh became even colder. Threaten? Who is being a threat right now? Someone is slandering Xiaoling of lip syncing, and I, as her manager, cannot even defend her. The MC was speechless. Xiao Yu softly said, Sister Mai Na, don't be angry, I'm sure anyone that was in such a situation would be unhappy. However, Yi Xingling has not spoken a single word till now, it is inevitable that there could be a misunderstanding. Perhaps everyone thought that since her throat was in bad condition, she had no choice but to lip sync today, that's all. She had an innocent smile on her face as she continued, Sister Mai Na, isn't it really simple to prove Yi Xingling's innocence? She just needs to open her mouth and say something now. If she can produce a sound it would prove that she did not need to lip sync, right? Yi Xingling, if you can't make a sound now, it will just prove that you have indeed lip synced. Exactly. She just needs to say something. How much burden can that put on her voice? The MC fanned the flames from the side. Sister Mai Na frowned to show her displeasure. Even if Xiaoling opened her mouth to speak right now, you would still come up with other reasons to throw shade at her and say that she lip synced. No, we definitely won't. Xia Yu was in a very good mood. Sister Mai Na, don't say anything more, just get Yi Xingling to open her mouth and speak. I will definitely believe that she sang the song live. It's only suspicious because she hasn't said anything. Does she really need to speak? Yes, she does. The gazes of the tens of thousands in the stadium were all trained on Xiaoling. Xiaoling remained calm and composed under all their gazes and received the microphone from Sister Mai Na. Keep acting, just keep acting. Xia Yu kept thinking maliciously. Yi Xingling, what do you plan on doing now? Pretend to accidentally drop the microphone such that it malfunctions. Don't worry, I will prepare many spare microphones just for you. A small smile crept on the edge of Xia Yu's lips. She could already imagine the devastating impact this would have on Yi Xingling. However, in the next second her smile froze over. On stage, that fresh-looking girl in the long, silver-blue dress softly said, hello. Even though it was just one word, but Xia Yu seemed like she had been struck by lightning. How was that possible? This bitch was actually speaking. Hadn't she already been poisoned mute? Xia Yu's expression was that of shock as she turned pale. You can speak. Why wouldn't I be able to speak? Xiaoling's voice was very soft and sounded a little fatigued and hoarse, but was gentle and pleasant, making others concentrate and listen closely. She gave a slight frown and said into the microphone, I've always been able to speak. Stop lying, you clearly have been. Xia Yu caught herself mid-sentence. She had almost accidentally revealed that Yi Xingling had been poisoned mute by Brother Ziheng in her fluster. I clearly have been what? Unfortunately, Xiaoling had caught on and was not going to let her go easily. Xia Yu cursed her silently in her heart. This bitch, she was clearly trying to make her admit. Sister Mai Na had clearly said that your throat needed to be rested and you can't talk. Why are you so easily speaking now? Sha Yu abruptly corrected her statement. Sha Ling did not let her get away with it. Who said that I definitely needed to speak? If I didn't speak, wouldn't I have been accused of lip syncing by some people with an ulterior motive? The audience broke out in a bustle of discussion. Yes, she was right. Sha Yu was the one that insisted on Sha Ling opening her mouth to speak in order to prove her innocence. Now that she had spoken, why was Sha Yu so shocked? Was Sha Yu sure that she was unable to speak before? If so, why was it that Sha Yu was so sure? And why was it that knowing that Sha Ling could not speak, she was so adamant on getting her to open her mouth? Tons of questions emerged in the minds of the audience. Sha Yu was sensitive to the commotion in the audience and knew that things were not looking up for her. She hurriedly said, "Okay, Yi Xingling, since you have proven that you can speak, I will believe that you did not lip sync." She tried to turn the audience's attention away and gave the man that had earlier accused Sha Ling, who was now standing by the side, a meaningful look. That man understood and spoke up. Miss Sha Yu is too innocent, thus she believes that you did not lip sync. Yi Xingling, the audience and I will not be fooled. I heard the staff backstage loud and clear, you lip synced. Even if you can open your mouth to speak, so what? Your vocal condition is bad, perhaps you were afraid that you would lose and had pre-recorded a song to lip sync to. Are you done? Sha Ling responded mildly. That man was stunned at her calm reaction and subconsciously nodded his head. Then, get lost. Sha Ling continued in the same mild tone. What? She told him to get lost. The man on stage was shocked, and so was the audience watching from below. Yi Xingling, where was your class and grace? Was it truly the best move to tell a member of the audience to get lost on stage in such a brazen manner? The MC jumped forward to intervene once more. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why are you asking this man to get lost now? Sha Ling looked at her as if she was an idiot. Sister Mai Na, who was standing by the side, looked at the MC like she was an idiot as well. Following which, her gaze looked past the MC to the back of the stage. There was a host of people walking in from the back of the stage, all dressed in police uniform, their expressions grave. This gentleman over here, they walked in front of the man. Someone has reported you for preventing public order and also slander. Please come back to the police station with us to assist in investigations. Everyone was stunned, so Sister Mai Na was not joking when she mentioned suing him earlier, she meant it through and through. Sister Mai Na gave a smile. In actual fact, she was a little surprised to see the police appear as well. Usually, security would handle such situations during a concert. The police would not usually get involved unless there was a massive conflict, bloodshed or use of weapons. She only had to think a little bit further to guess who had invited the police here, other than the biased big boss, who else would do such a thing? It looked like he was watching the live stream. Offstage, the audience was starting to waver. The police had arrived, so did that mean Yi Xingling was really falsely accused? She really did not lip sync. The man that had slandered Sha Ling was now in a panic, and he looked towards Sha Yu for help. Miss Sha Yu, this part about being taken away by the police was not written into the script that they had spoken about earlier. Sha Yu cursed in her heart. This idiot was being an even bigger idiot than she thought. Didn't calling her Miss Sha Yu now reveal that they were in cahoots. She hurriedly took several steps backward and said to the police, "Thank you for helping to maintain public order. I believe Yi Xingling is innocent. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please ask this gentleman carefully why he accused her of lip syncing." She spoke into the microphone when she said this and everyone in the audience could hear her clearly. What a good, kind and innocent girl. The crazy fans were touched again. Miss Sha Yu, that man was staring at her incredulously as he shouted out. Was he being abandoned? Why were things turning out like that? He was just following orders from Imperial Entertainment. Why did he have to face the police interrogation alone? Unfortunately, he did not have a microphone. Even if he shouted loudly on the tall stage, there was no way that the audience would be able to hear him. Sha Yu turned around and gave the man a warning glare from an angle that could not be seen by anyone. She was warning him to take responsibility for this incident. Otherwise, he would have to pay the price. The man shuddered at the sinister glare she gave him and obediently shut his mouth as the police took him away. Sha Ling looked on as if she was watching a show. Now, who still says that I lip synced? The hatred in Sha Yu's heart was overflowing, but on the surface, she smiled sweetly. I believed you from the very start. I knew you wouldn't lip sync. The MC wanted to say something more, but she kept quiet after thinking about the police that had just come. Sha Ling's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the two people in front of her, intentionally and with a tinge of arrogance and scoff. Now we should proceed with the next segment, shouldn't we? Sister Mai Na's mood changed for the better, and she said with a bright smile on her face. The MC came back to her senses but was in a daze in the next second. Next segment. What next segment? According to Imperial Entertainment's script, the head-to-head competition between Sha Yu and Yi Xingling was only till this point. Yi Xingling should be revealed to have lip-synced and be booed off stage, and Sha Yu would not have to sing at all, winning by default. The MC did not rehearse for a next segment. She stood on stage and looked at Sha Yu, before shifting her gaze to look at Sha Ling, almost in tears. Before we start with the next segment, I would like to interject with a short advertisement. Sha Ling's low and gentle voice rang out, suitably helping the MC out of her awkward position. She was not helping the MC out of goodwill, but rather her career ethic made her save the situation like she was putting out a fire. There was still a large audience looking on, and she indeed had an advertisement to play. What advertisement? The MC looked at her like she was her savior, and asked with interest. Sha Ling gave a laugh. Isn't everyone curious about the brand that I am endorsing? I will reveal it to everyone right now. Sha Yu's eyes lit up. What brand? It must be a small brand. I'll just let her interject with this little advertisement. This bitch, does she think that singing one song rather well would make the audience accept a small, unknown brand? A small brand could not hold a candle to Ideal C perfume. Xia Yu was thinking to herself that this small brand that Xiaoling was endorsing would definitely be overshadowed by Ideal C perfume. Even if she sang her song slightly worse than Yi Xingling, with the backing of the Ideal C perfume brand, she would still beat Yi Xingling in popularity by a little. Hence, she smiled and said, let's take a look then. I am very interested to find out. The MC had been bribed by Imperial Entertainment and, on hearing that Xia Yu was agreeable to the interjection, it was a perfect way to save the awkward situation she was in now, thus she immediately acquiesced to Xiaoling's request to move things along to the next segment. The promotional video was prepared beforehand by GU Financial Magnate, and it slowly appeared on the big screen as the lights diminished in the stadium and a piece of mysterious background music started to play. The GU Financial Magnate had always sought perfection in anything that they presented to the public, and this time they were collaborating with Ski Art Entertainment. With both sides cooperating, the promotional video was akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. When Meteor Wings appeared on the screen, everyone stared awestruck at the elegant and classy perfume on screen. On the light bluish-purple frosted glass bottle cap that was as beautiful as the night sky, the GU Financial Magnate's official logo was engraved together with a small S. Oh my god, how is that possible? Yi Xingling was the endorsement model for GU Financial Magnate's S perfume. The wings of stars, the light of gods. It was unbelievable. GU Financial Magnate's perfumes were split into C, B, A, and S gradings, with S being its most premium brand. Many loyal fans and followers of the GU branded perfumes tried to recall when was the last time that the GU family had released a new S-graded perfume. Oh yes, it was more than a century ago, when GU Financial Magnate had just been established. That irresistible charm, perfume had boosted them right to the top from a small, unknown little workshop to an international conglomerate that was heralded by many. After irresistible charm, GU Financial Magnate had released many well-reputed and best-selling perfumes, dominating the perfume industry steadily year on year. However, the highest grade they had released was only an A grade. As for the S grade, this, Meteor Wings, perfume was but the second of the line. A century of silence before the release of the second S grade perfume. How would it rock the world? And its endorser was none other than that woman called Yi Xingling. The audience's eyes were glued to the promotional video. In the video, Xiaoling was singing and dancing with ease, overflowing with grace and a distinguished air, complementing Meteor Wings perfectly. It was like she was born to be the endorser for Meteor Wings, and at the same time, it seemed like Meteor Wings was made just for her. So beautiful, someone exclaimed softly. Nobody is more suited to be the endorser for Meteor Wings than her, another commented. Yes, after looking at Xiaoling's version they could not think of anyone who could have filmed the promotional video better. How weird, she was not the prettiest in the industry in terms of looks, but in front of the camera, she was more eye-catching than any of the other pretty girls. Goddess. This word appeared in the minds of many in the audience. The promotional video slowly came to an end. At this point, Xia Yu's mood was worse than before, and she almost could not keep the usual innocent and gentle expression on her face. How was that possible? How did this bitch get to endorse such a good brand? Didn't the GU Financial Magnate usually not use any newbies in the industry? What's more, it was for something as important as the S-grade perfume. Was the GU family crazy? Xia Yu stood backstage with her heart turning colder by the second. She knew that in front of the GU Financial Magnate, Ideal C perfume was simply no match. No, it wasn't so simple as not being a match, the disparity was like comparing a Maserati to an unknown small car. There was nothing that could fill the gap. And Xia Yu knew, as much as she hated to admit it, that her singing was nowhere able to match Yi Xingling's either. Was she going to lose? Her body started to tremble, and in the midst of the thunderous applause and cheers of the crowd, she felt herself getting dizzy. From planning this event until now, she had always been full of confidence. It was only now that she felt the shadow of failure being this close. Didn't you say it was a small brand? She questioned Chu Chen, who was standing beside her, through clenched teeth. Chu Chen had accompanied Xia Yu to the event this evening and was the mastermind that had put everything in place. On hearing Xia Yu's question, he was also very dejected and his face looked like a dark cloud had passed over and was about to start dripping water. We were fooled by Ski Art Entertainment this time. They led us on intentionally, making us think it was a small brand to let down our guard. How did you make such a mistake? Xia Yu could not resist but criticize. Chu Chen was momentarily stunned. He was Pei Ziheng's favorite aide and even Pei Ziheng himself made sure to be polite to Chu Chen. He did not expect Xia Yu to use such a bad attitude when speaking to him. He was upset and frowned slightly. Xia Yu was sensitive to his change in emotion and felt even more upset. What did her sister do that made him so willing to accept all her willfulness before? She had just complained to him once and now Chu Chen was giving her a black face. Every one of them looked down on her. Xia Yu was close to tears in her anger, but she still apologized to Chu Chen outwardly. I'm sorry, brother Chu Chen, I was too anxious and my tone was bad. Please do not take it to heart. She did not dare offend Pei Ziheng's most trusted aide. Chu Chen could say anything to Pei Ziheng to put her in a bad light as he wished. Hearing her apology, Chu Chen's expression became a little better, but he still did not speak to her anymore. Seeing him remain silent, the anger in Xia Yu's heart raged even more, but she could not let it out. She clenched her teeth so hard it felt as if she was going to shatter them all. While they were in this Cold War backstage, the MC was keeping a banter with Xiaoling, a fake smile plastered on her face. What a surprise! Who would have guessed that the brand you are endorsing is the GU Financial Magnate's perfume? The GU family is known in the industry for never using newbies, and I believe everyone here is curious to know how you managed to land this deal. Xiaoling smiled as well. It's very simple. I auditioned. She explained at a very high level and did not reveal any details. If she were to tell anyone that Li Lei had brought her to the GU family, that would definitely be groundbreaking news and she would be tagged with descriptions like, hidden rules, and, under the table means. Even if she felt that she was innocent, there was no way she would be able to wash clean from all that. Xiaoling had been a diva for many years and was versed at handling these Q&As. She deftly blocked the question with her clever answer. Audition. However, the MC did not let her go easily. Did you volunteer for it, or did someone give you a referral? As far as I know, newbies don't qualify for an audition in front of the GU financial magnate at all. This time it was Sister Manga, who was still on stage with Xiaoling, that replied. GU financial magnate has been auditioning countless artistes in the past 1 to 2 years. They searched the whole world and could not find a single artiste that they were satisfied with. I guess this was the reason that they decided to use a newbie. What's more, Xiaoling's disposition is unique and very complimentary to Meteor Wings. She confidently praised the artiste that she was managing and smiled at the MC. Do you have any more questions? The MC had initially been keen to dig deeper to find out if there were any secrets, but she did not expect her questions to have been deflected by Xiaoling and Sister Manga and was at a loss for words for the moment. She then asked when she found her tongue. Isn't the GU financial magnate worried at all in choosing Miss Yi as the endorser? Miss Yi has insulted the former diva Xiaoling, and has been the center of a lot of controversy in recent weeks. She did not believe that she could not find a way to get at Yi Xingling. Sister Manga's eyes narrowed into a dangerous line. Miss MC, do you also think that Xiaoling has insulted her? The MC glanced at her unfriendly expression and felt a chill enter her heart. It was only now that she realized she had said something wrong, even if there were tons of rumors spreading, but there was no hard evidence to prove anything. As an MC, even if she wanted to bias the conversation a certain way, she had to be wary of her public image and could not state anything with certainty. Otherwise, she would risk ending up like that man who had been taken away by the police. She laughed dryly. I was just regurgitating the rumors. Jeers rang out from the audience. Rumors. And she dared ask the question so indignantly. The MC did not know where to hide in the midst of the rumors as she started to regret receiving the bribe from Imperial Entertainment, putting herself in this embarrassing situation. Sister Manga smiled and lifted the microphone to her lips. Not everyone will believe rumors, and before the truth comes to light, we should not splash dirty water on others. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the GU financial magnate for being able to tell right from wrong, and to not have been misled by the rumors, thus being willing to hand the endorsement deal for Meteor Wings to Xiaoling. Her words were befitting of the situation, neither humble nor pushy, and making others think deeper. Before the truth had come to light, the GU financial magnate was willing to use Yi Xingling. The GU financial magnate's reputation has always been good. Stringing all these together, someone in the audience tugged on the arm of the friend she had come with and asked, do you think that Yi Xingling was really falsely accused? The GU financial magnate's criteria for choosing endorsers is extremely stringent, and would never choose an artiste with a bad record. Before they chose Yi Xingling, they would probably have investigated the truth thoroughly. The investigation must have revealed that she did nothing wrong and, hence, they decided to pick her. That's impossible, her friend was suspicious. If Yi Xingling is innocent, then is Yu the one lying and falsely accusing Yi Xingling of insulting Xiaoling? Yu looks so innocent and kind, it can't be. We shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Who knows if Yu is truly so innocent? That's true, her friend started to waver. Those in the audience that had started to waver were numerous. Even though they liked Yu, but a large part of that was because she was the beloved younger sister of the diva Xiaoling who had passed on, and they were simply redirecting their love for Xiaoling. In actual fact, in terms of temperament, that girl named Yi Xingling was more similar to diva Xiaoling. That arrogant air that she had when on stage, the courage that she had to face all the harshness of the world with an unchanging expression, that was the continuation of the temperament of a diva. What about Yu? Yu was nothing like her sister in temperament. Many of Xiaoling's fans had become Yu's fans only because of their devotion to Xiaoling. How many actually admired Yu from the depths of their hearts? Let's be more rational. Many were discussing in low voices, it has been tough for that girl called Yi Xingling as well, being embroiled in something so devastating to her career this early on. Even the GU family believes that she did not insult Xiaoling, maybe there is some misunderstanding after all. It could not be denied that the GU financial magnate was helping her to get a lot of brownie points. Xiaoling stood on stage, watching the commotion in the audience. In the darkness of the audience stands that was like the night sky, slowly but surely, light boards bearing the words, Yi Xingling, cheering for you, we support you, started to appear. They got more numerous, flashing and waving about, and soon became a huge bright sea of light boards. She smiled. Fans were always so adorable, they would be furious one moment and support you wholeheartedly after learning the truth of the situation in another. Her gaze swept past the sea of light boards and, subconsciously, searched for a familiar face, Li Lei. If it were not for him, she would not be able to land the endorsement deal for Meteor Wings, and it would not have been so easy for her to regain her reputation. It was he who had tied the GU family name to her battle chariot and used the GU family's century-old repute to vouch for her. The laughter in the corner of her eyes became more prominent, and even she did not realize how gentle and sweet she looked in this moment. The MC could not hold steady as she watched this scene unfold. At this rate, Yu was going to lose. Imperial Entertainment spent so much money and effort to organize this head-to-head battle and had bribed her handsomely. They clearly did not want to see Yu lose. She stole a glance at Xia Yu's face and, as she expected, she saw that the attractive smile on Xia Yu's face was disappearing quickly. Now, let us move into the next segment. The MC said hurriedly, in hope that it would break the momentum. Could the audience please cast your vote? Those who support Yi Xingling, please press the button on the remote control that you are holding. In the time that the Meteor Wings promotional video was playing, she had sorted out what the next segment would be backstage. Xia Yu was even more furious. Was this MC an idiot? Why was she asking the audience to vote now, just as the momentum was leaning towards Yi Xingling's favor and the audience was wavering? However, Xia Yu was unable to do anything to stop them from voting. On the big screen, the votes being cast were spiraling upwards rapidly. 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 8,000. The votes rapidly sped past the middle mark of the more than 10,000 strong. Finally, the total votes cast stopped at the 11,000 mark. The good result was something that no one had expected. Other than Xia Yu's crazily loyal fans, almost everyone else voted for Xia Ling, including some that were originally Xia Yu's supporters. 11,000 votes, the MC announced, her face turning slightly white. There were 15,000 people present here, and even though all 15,000 would be able to vote for Xia Yu after she sang later, this vote count was still going to be difficult to beat. She searched her mind before being able to think of what to say. It's such a surprise to see Yi Xingling getting such a high vote count. I believe that after we hear Miss Xia Yu later the voting might be even more exciting. Since she had already offended Ski Art Entertainment, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to support Imperial Entertainment until the end. Boos rang out from all around the stage. Why was this MC embarrassing herself like that? She was being completely biased. However, Xia Ling simply smiled and slowly said, Xia Yu, I'm waiting to see what you've got. Full of arrogance and swagger. Nice one, Yi Xingling. Many in the audience started to cheer her on. They were pleasantly surprised in finding someone that resembled Xia Ling so much more than Xia Yu, even though they had come here initially to support the diva's younger sister. What am I going to do? I think I'm going to become Xia Yu's anti-fan. A girl said as she put a hand over her heart. Me too, me too. Many young boys and girls were exchanging whispers, as they waved their light sticks more aggressively. In the midst of this atmosphere of an upset in the making, Xia Ling confidently took a graceful bow and made the perfect exit from the stage. On stage, the intro of the Ideal Sea Perfumes logo song started to play, and Xia Yu hesitantly began singing in the midst of the chaos. She had never liked singing since she was young, and after debuting as a singer, she was simply trying to one-up her elder sister. Since Pei Zihang liked her elder sister's voice, she had thought pridefully that as long as she was able to sing sufficiently well, she would be able to capture Pei Zihang's heart. However, her talent was limited and her singing was mediocre at best. When it was produced in the recording studio, with the help of auto-tune equipment, it was still acceptable, but now that she was singing live, it was clearly a trying task and her standard was very different from the songs produced in the recording studio. There was commotion off stage again. This time, it was all directed at Xia Yu. It can't be, Xia Yu's singing is this bad. Actually, it wasn't that Xia Yu's voice was unpleasant. Her voice was simply not one that stood out particularly, but it wasn't bad. If she was able to harness it properly, she would still gather quite a following of fans. The bad thing was that her opponent this time was Xia Ling. Getting on stage as the audience was still reveling in Xia Ling's angel-like voice, the comparison was just too stark. Oh no, it was courting death. Who else would the audience criticize but her? This is horrible. How dare she compete with our Xia Ling with a voice like that? One of Yi Xingling's loyal fans remarked. Those that were waving the light sticks around in the audience started to get fewer and fewer until only a few of Xia Yu's loyal fans were left diligently waving their light sticks. On stage, Xia Yu realized that things were not going well. She had no better plan other than to try her best to sing the song well, but she could not regain the favor of the audience. Backstage, Sister Mai Na poured out a glass of warm water and passed it to Xia Ling. Xia Ling, you've won for sure. Xia Ling accepted the glass as she affirmed her statement with a simple, mmhmm. She lowered her head to drink the water, which had a little honey stirred in, making it sweet and refreshing and particularly suitable for her fragile throat that was recovering from her poisoning incident. Sister Mai Na said, have a rest, we can leave whenever. Xia Ling raised her head and looked at Sister Mai Na with a confused expression. After Xia Yu has finished singing, the MC will announce the final result of the competition. I still need to be present for that, right? Sister Mai Na laughed. There won't be a final segment. Xia Ling was utterly confused. This wasn't scientific and did not follow the usual rundown for a competition. Sister Mai Na did not explain further and just said, just follow me. I will bring you to watch a good show. Seeing that she was being mysterious, Xia Ling blinked and finished the honey water in her glass with one big gulp. She then got up and left with Sister Mai Na. They navigated the maze-like terrain of the stadium and emerged at the car park. In the quiet car park, there was a discreet black Audi. Sister Mai Na pulled open the door and told Xia Ling, get in. There was still a little bit of confusion in Xia Ling's mind. Why weren't they taking the Lincoln limousine that they had arrived in? She obediently slid into the back seat of the Audi as she pondered. Hi, Xia Ling. An attractive voice rang out all of a sudden. Xia Ling turned her head and saw that there was another person in the car, Li Lei. He was now lazily leaning against the back of the seat and looking intently at her with his mesmerizing eyes. This situation took her by surprise. Although she had suspected that Li Lei was watching the live stream or had come to watch directly at the stadium when she saw the police appear to take away the man that had framed her, she had thought that he would be in the audience or in an exclusive VIP room. She did not expect that he would appear in person here in a small, discreet car. Are you really happy to see me? He smiled radiantly. Xia Ling was speechless. Why was this big boss acting all cute as a kid in front of her again? Why did you come? She asked out loud. You don't welcome me here. His face fell immediately, looking forlorn and disappointed. Stop acting, boss. Xia Ling rolled her eyes in her head, but her lips curled into a smile. You're welcome, of course. Thanks for being such a big help. He had gotten the GU financial magnate to choose her as their model, and also got the police to appear earlier. Li Lei was not satisfied. You're just going to thank me for helping you. Xia Ling glared at him and asked, what else do you want? I want. He became happy again and reached behind him to get something. This is for you. Xia Ling stared in surprise at the huge bouquet of flowers that appeared in her lap. It was a bouquet of luxuriously perfumed lilies with clear dewdrops threatening to fall on each of its pink flower petals. She was at a loss for words. Do you like them? He smiled at her. Why? Her emotions were in a blur, and she did not know what to do. It had been a long time since she had received flowers after singing at an event. The last time she had sung live was in the open judging at the Ski Art Entertainment training camp, when she had given her all to sing, Sea Demon, as it determined her fate. Even though she had succeeded, there was no glory or flowers that came along with it. Before that, the last time she sang live was in her past life, in the 10th anniversary concert of the diva Xia Ling. It was in that concert that she had been stabbed through the heart from the back and pushed off stage. And before that? How long had it been? 2 years, 3 years, it was so long ago that it felt like 2 or 3 lifetimes ago. Her relationship with Pei Ziheng then had been really good, and she could willfully whine and throw her temper at him as she wished. He would give her all that she wanted, and after every concert, he would give her a huge bouquet of bright red roses, their love blazing like a fire. She had thought that he would be hers forever. But now, looking at the perfumed lilies in front of her, she understood that the promises that they had made before about their love lasting several lifetimes did not exist anymore. Only the perfumed lilies in her hands were real right now, slightly cold to the touch and exuding an intoxicating fragrance, reminding her what belonged to the Yi Xingling in this life. Yes, she was Yi Xingling now. Even if she would occasionally think about her heart-wrenching love story of her past life, that was all a thing of the past. Thank you, boss, they are really pretty. Her bewildered expression disappeared, and her mind became clear again. She lifted her head and gave Li Lei a smile. I really like them. Li Lei was watching her all this while, and the change in her did not escape his eyes. Although he did not know what memories the perfumed lilies had made her think of, he was glad that she had finally decided to accept this bouquet of flowers. If you like them, I will make sure to give them to you often in the future. He said in a joyful tone. He made up his mind that no matter what Xia Ling was hiding from him, he would make sure to erase every bit of those memories such that she would only focus on him. That day would definitely come. The Audi slowly drove out of the car park. Xia Ling curiously asked, Boss, where are we going? Li Lei laughed. To watch a good show. Xia Ling could not understand. Sister Mina had said the same thing earlier. What exactly was this good show? At the venue of the head-to-head competition, Xia Yu put in her all to sing her song but could not hold a candle to the meteor wings that Xia Ling had sung earlier, and the audience was not impressed. Many in the audience started to leave, and others were getting restless. An incoming message tone rang out from one lady's phone in the audience and she lowered her head briefly to see what it said. Pulling her boyfriend beside her, she said, Let's go, we should stop listening to Xia Yu singing. Why? Her boyfriend asked, confused. At the entrance of the stadium, Ski Art Entertainment and GU Financial Magnate are having an event. If they amass 10,000 signatures that say, Yi Xingling, I support you, they'll release the evidence to show that Yi Xingling did not insult diva Xia Ling. The female audience said excitedly. Really? Her boyfriend also got excited. That's huge. Let's go, hurry, what if we are too late and miss it? However, her boyfriend hesitated. If we sign this petition, does it mean that we support Yi Xingling and no longer support Xia Yu? Arg, don't care about these minute details. The female audience was sanguine. Do you want to stay here to listen to Xia Yu's song, which isn't good at all, or do you want to follow me to check out this big reveal? Of course I want to follow you to see the big reveal. Her boyfriend was no longer torn. Thus, both of them walked out of the stadium together. Similarly, many in the audience were attracted by this piece of exciting news and were more interested to go out to see Yi Xingling be rid of her accusations than to remain here listening to Xia Yu's song. Very soon, the stadium was much emptier than before, and the originally packed stadium was visibly emptying out. The light sticks became dimmer and dimmer, and the people fewer and fewer. As Xia Yu was singing on stage, her heart and mind were no longer on the song. She did not know what had happened off stage. Why were so many people leaving? There was only less than half of the audience left, and even if all the remaining audience voted for her, she would still be really far off from that bitch Yi Xingling. Was her singing that bad? No, that could not be. As she lost her focus, she accidentally sang off tune. She sang off tune, she sang off tune. There were jeers and boos off stage. She gave a start and tried to maintain her composure to bring the tune back to the right track. Yet, while she was able to write the tune of her song, after this mistake, more people started to leave. Darn it, darn it, darn it, Xia Yu's heart was full of grievances. At this moment, it was much more crowded outside the stadium than inside. The black throngs of people stood looking at a high stage with a huge screen. On the screen, Xia Ling was exceedingly and beautifully singing, Meteor Wings, in a blue satin dress. Her fair skin, clean and defined features, and the slightly arrogant and distant expression on her face was as if she had an inborn charm that kept the audience's eyes riveted on her. A row of letters was on the screen in an eye-catching font, Yi Xingling, I support you. There was a rolling bullet screen being shown on the top of the screen, and on it were all kinds of signatures, slogans, and words from the audience. Many that were looking up at the screen took out their phones and connected to the software for the bullet screen to leave their signatures as well. Not long later, the number of signatures broke the 10,000 mark. 10,000. It reached 10,000. Someone staring intently at the count on the big screen shouted excitedly. The truth. We want to know the truth. Many in the audience shouted out loudly. Yi Xingling, we support you. The time to prove your innocence is here. Countless voices were like waves from the sea, echoing out under the night sky. An insignificant Audi was parked along the road not too far away. In the car, Xiaoling was watching everything that was happening near the high stage, and there was audio tapping equipment that was broadcasting the sounds in the square clearly in the car. She finally understood what Li Lei meant by watching a good show. He was using this ingenious method to help her prove her innocence. She also understood why they were not sitting in the Lincoln limousine and were not sitting in the upgraded Jaguar that he would usually drive, but had chosen this black Audi. They were only able to watch quietly from the side in a discreet car such as this. Guess who we found? Li Lei smiled as he asked. Xiaoling cocked her head slightly. An eyewitness. She had just finished her sentence when a girl walked out onto the tall stage. The girl was dressed in a goose yellow long dress, but because she was too far away, Xiaoling was unable to make out who she was and just felt that she looked familiar. Li Lei said, "You're right, an eyewitness." He reached out his slender fingers and pressed a button in the car. The small screen in the car lit up with a high-definition image. The girl appeared and Xiaoling realized that she was Zhang Suxin. She was the only person that had heard their entire conversation that day when Xiaoling slapped Xia Yu. What is she doing here? Xiaoling was very shocked. Zhang Suxin had long wanted to stop being Pei Ziheng's lover, but Pei Ziheng did not want to let her go. Li Lei said, "It was very simple. I sent someone to find her and tell her, if she is willing to step forward and be the eyewitness, I would send her and her family overseas, to a place where Pei Ziheng cannot reach her. It's great to have money and power," Xiaoling remarked. Li Lei was very happy. "Xiaoling, do you like people with money and power? I have that, we can. Dream on." And Li Lei was rejected again. In the front row, the driver that usually kept silent could barely keep in his laughter. "Young master, it's so rare that there's a girl you cannot succeed in charming, this is just too interesting." He continued listening to Miss Yi lecturing young master as he held in his laughter. "There are tons of people around with money and power, is that all you have to impress a girl? How will you find real love like that?" Yes, you're right." Li Lei nodded profusely and put on an expression that looked like he was listening to her lecture intently. "Then what do you suggest I do?" Xiaoling stopped herself mid-sentence. Why should she teach him how to chase girls? Why did she feel a little reluctant to teach him how to chase girls? Hence, Xiaoling simply arrogantly turned her head away and said, "Don't change the topic. We should first see what Zhang Suxin has to say." She forced herself to look away from that handsome face but did not know that the person beside her was carefully shifting nearer and nearer to her until they were so close that he could smell the natural sweet fragrance that she emitted. It was only here that he settled satisfied, and accompanied her as she watched Zhang Suxin's witness statement. On the tall stage, Zhang Suxin gathered up her courage and said, "I'm the third person in the photo from the news the other day." The crowd erupted in chatter. Initially, when the news about Yi Xingling slapping Xia Yu emerged, there was indeed a photo that showed 3 people present. The identity of this third person had also been revealed early on by the prying and curious internet readers. Zhang Suxin, a small artiste that had recently joined Imperial Entertainment. "It's her, I recognize her face. She's the real deal," someone said. "Zhang Suxin, what do you have to say?" Many curious onlookers shouted out loud. Zhang Suxin looked down at the crowd beneath her, took a deep breath, and said, "Yi Xingling did slap Xia Yu, but that was out of righteousness to help me, not because she was bullying the weak." Xiaoling gave a start upon hearing this statement. Helping her out, she clearly remembered that she had no intention to help Zhang Suxin at all. She had slapped Xia Yu simply because Xia Yu had insulted her. Li Lei laughed lazily. "Since Zhang Suxin is the only eyewitness, then she can say what she likes. Why shouldn't we get her to make you look even better? What's more, regardless of the motive, you slapped Xia Yu and that act is helping her get back at Xia Yu, isn't it?" Okay, Xiaoling had nothing to say. Big Boss was just too sly. On the tall stage, Zhang Suxin was giving a full account of her witness statement. Broadly, she said that she had offended Xia Yu and, resultantly, Xia Yu had instructed another actress to slap her many times during the filming as revenge. She could not take it anymore and begged Xia Yu to let her go when they were taking a break from filming, but Xia Yu only showered her with snide remarks and insults. Yi Xingling had walked by at this point and stepped forward in her defense. However, this only dragged Yi Xingling down with her and she had to hear many hateful comments from Xia Yu as well. In addition, Xia Yu had also declared that she was going to make sure that Zhang Suxin was slapped until she had scars on her face that would not go away. In a fit of anger, Yi Xingling had slapped Xia Yu. From the start to the end, Yi Xingling did not insult the former diva Xiaoling at all. On the high stage, Zhang Suxin was in tears as she said, "Yi Xingling, I'm sorry. When the news first came out, I knew you were innocent but I did not dare to step forward in your defense as eyewitness because I'm an Imperial Entertainment artiste and need them to support me. However, the situation got out of hand and I never thought it would become so serious that it almost ruined your career. Hence, I decided to stand here today and help clear your name. You are a good and kind girl who didn't reveal the truth yourself in consideration of me even though you were being falsely accused by everyone. I know you were afraid that I would be embarrassed if you had revealed the truth." She spoke through tears. Xiaoling was staring with her mouth agape. Zhang Suxin's acting was impeccable. All of them at Imperial Entertainment were like award-winning actresses. She had not revealed all these details not because she was concerned about Zhang Suxin, but because Sister Mina had refused to let her speak. At this point, she finally understood the reason why Sister Mina had refused to let her say a thing. It was because they had such an elaborate plan in place. You guys had intended to get Jong Suksan to step forward as an eyewitness from the very beginning, right? Ah. Xiaoling turned her head to ask Li Lei but did not expect his handsome face to be so close. Her nose knocked into his as she turned her head around, making her yelp out in pain. You, why are you sitting so close to me? She held onto her nose and questioned him with tears in her eyes. Li Lei looked at her with a guilty expression, and asked in concern, where did you knock your nose onto? Does it hurt? Why don't you try to see if it hurts? Xiaoling shouted out in anger, her tears almost flowing out of her eyes. Darn, what was this man's face made of? Why did it feel like she had knocked into a metal plate? Why was she in so much pain whereas he was perfectly fine? Xiaoling felt wronged. Seeing that Xiaoling was still able to throw her temper at him, Li Lei felt relieved. He dug around in the back seat compartment and found a tissue. It's my fault, I shouldn't have knocked into you. Here, let me help you wipe. He lifted his hand intending to wipe off her tears, but Xiaoling snatched the tissue out of his hand and wiped it across her face carelessly. He saw that the tip of her nose was a little red. Looks like it was a rather hard knock. There, he tried to console her in a low voice while stealing glances at her. She looked so cute with her wronged and upset expression that he wanted to embrace her in his arms. Xiaoling did not know that his mind was in the gutter, and seeing that he had admitted his mistake so readily, she could not bring herself to continue flaring up at him. After all, she had knocked into him herself and it was not entirely his fault. She curled her body back nearer to the door to avoid being too close to him such that they would knock into each other again and dryly said, forget it, it's all right. Li Lei did not come any closer to her, but secretly felt slightly disappointed that the distance between them had grown further again. He said, it looks like you had quite a hard knock. I'll give you a tube of moisturizer when we go back. Xiaoling did not like receiving gifts from him and every time he wanted to give her something, he had to think hard to come up with an excuse. He had been meaning to give her a tube of moisturizer after seeing that she was using a cheap brand the last time he had been to her place. He had felt bad for her. Women tended to care for their face more than their own life, after all. How could his Xiaoling use something so cheap on her face? Xiaoling shook her head wanting to reject him, but seeing that his expression was full of guilt, she could not bring herself to reject him. Okay, then, she softly agreed. The driver was watching this scene through the rearview mirror and silently gave the young master a big, like, for his performance. Young master, you are the real award-winning actor. On the high stage, Jong Suksan had finished relating the entire incident. Off stage, the audience was discussing what she said. Who would have known that Xia Yu was someone like that? It's so scary that she would seek revenge and bully other artists while filming. Exactly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Everyone felt for the girl that was crying on stage. Yet, there were some that held a different view. Even if Xia Yu was wrong, she has a weak disposition. How can Yi Xingling slap her till she had a heart attack? Xia Yu did not have a heart attack. Jong Suksan said. The crowd reacted in shock. What? The news about Xia Yu having a heart attack was false. Jong Suksan, you need to take responsibility for what you say. Some in the audience did not believe her. What I have said is true. The rumors online say that Xia Yu was sent for emergency treatment that night, but in actual fact she was with me that night, watching me get slapped by someone else. Jong Suksan covered her face as tears started to flow again. So I know without a flicker of doubt that she did not have a heart attack. I also went to find out more about her illness. She had an operation at JY Hospital before, which is the best cardiology hospital in the world. I heard that her operation was a great success, so how can it be possible that she had a relapse? If you don't believe me, you are welcome to investigate for yourself. Now, everyone believed this girl on stage, who had broken down in tears. If it were not for the fact that she had so much pent-up pain and humiliation, how could it be possible for her to be so overcome with emotion? Who would have thought that Xia Yu was so evil? Let's go, we should go question Xia Yu. Someone said in the crowd. She has fooled all of us and brought us on a wild goose chase. We can't let her go just like that. Yes, the audience agreed unanimously. To think I was defending her throughout the incident. She doesn't deserve it. She doesn't deserve it. The crowd flooded back into the stadium. Xia Yu had just finished her song and was thanking the crowd. She had initially been worried that there was only a small bunch left in the stadium and that there would be no way for her to beat Yi Xingling. However, to her amazement, the crowd had come back. She smiled sweetly, saying, please give me your support and cast your precious vote to me. Curse your family. Someone in the audience shouted angrily at her, but hurriedly retracted his statement after realizing that this seemed to be cursing diva Xiaoling as well. You don't deserve to be Xiaoling's younger sister. You're an embarrassment to Xiaoling. Yes, you devious and cunning person. You devious bitch. You bitch. The angry voices of the crowd culminated in a high decibel sea of shouts. The audience that had remained in the stadium stared in shock. What was going on? Xia Yu was also in shock. Why were things turning out like that? What happened? Why was everyone so angry at her? She had never faced something like that and was momentarily stunned. Xia Yu felt a pain on her left shoulder like it had been hit by something. She lowered her head and saw that it was a mineral water bottle. The cold mineral water was flowing down her shoulder and rapidly drenched through her sheer dress. She was completely disheveled and covered her chest with both hands. However, she did not expect another bottle to come crashing toward her. This time it was a juice bottle, and the red liquid splashed over her head and body. Her hair was in a mess and she became increasingly disheveled as more things started being thrown toward her. As she backed away hurriedly, her high heels stepped on the train of her dress accidentally and caused her to fall hard. Miss Xia, staff from Imperial Entertainment rushed on stage.